Okay, let me recheck my audio. Let me recheck my audio here. Okay, that sounds good. Oh boy. Oh, lucky that happened when there wasn't that much going on, but sorry about that, folks. The internet just kind of cut out, and I took a couple minutes to, one, grab a quick snack, because I think it's going to be a long evening, but then also crawling around trying to make sure all the internet cables are all connected and restart the router and all that. So took a couple minutes break, and while kind of keeping an eye on things. But it looks like we're good to go. If that happens again and somehow the stream just ends without me having a long-winded goodbye, because generally on my streams I tend to have a long-winded goodbye and recap and all that. So if all of a sudden it just goes dead, just well, one, subscribe to the channel, and then click the notification bell, and you'll get a notification when we go live. And then you can also see when the new live stream pops up. But hopefully that doesn't happen again. But if it does, we'll just get it reconnected quickly and start a new stream. So unfortunately, we won't have like one stream that's 10 hours long or something like that. It'll be broken into a couple different parts if that happens again. But the old video, if you want to watch that, was just it's still on the channel. I just renamed it like previewing the tornado outbreak, because essentially that's what we did for a lot of the first hour and a half here. We previewed the tornado outbreak that's expected today. Let me just gather everything and pull that over to my other monitor here. Okay. So we were talking about the Nashville area. There has actually been an uptick in the last few minutes in severe weather in the Nashville area. And the good news is that tornado warning that was the honestly, the warning I was a little bit skeptical of in central Kansas has actually been dropped. So we're down to no tornado warnings at the moment. So it was an okay time to go get an internet break, I guess. But there's still some severe storms in the Nashville area. There's actually the storm that was over downtown Nashville is now severe. That's actually down by the airport, southeast of Nashville. That's near Shuggs Creek and Gladeville. That's going to be coming over towards Cherry Valley, with some small hail likely in there in Priest Lake Park and Couchville. Yeah, this is like right over the airport, I think, pretty. So there might be some airport delays as well. But that is a pretty strong storm. The storm that we were following south of Franklin, that is now south of Murfreesboro and still in the Eagleville area. I know we called these places out earlier: Eagleville, Pleasant Hill, Cedar Grove. You guys now in Cedar Grove and Eagleville are on the back end of this, but Pleasant Hill and Windrow are now in that hail core. This is now sliding over towards Rockville, Versailles Link, Barfield, and eventually the south side of Murfreesboro, Brook Hill, Joyceland, and Tulip Hill Estates. Still pretty good hail core showing up. It did have a little bit of rotation, and it still does have a little bit of broad rotation, but it hasn't tightened that up at all. It's just a very well-structured cell, and it's been kind of it's been holding its own as it's kind of traveled across the 840 corridor here on the southern side of the Nashville metro. I mentioned it earlier, there were a couple other cells that were looking strong down 40, between 40 and Jackson. Those have also kind of popped up and gone severe, but that one actually near Columbia doesn't look quite as punchy as it did earlier. And then there's still some strong cells near Smithville and Cooksville. The Cooksville one is the one along I-40 that also had a little broad rotation. Actually, these both do. The one near Cooksville and the one near Smithville. And actually, the one that we're just looking at is actually gone tornado warned. So this is our second tornado warning of the day. There was also another tornado warning in Nebraska that just went tornado warned. So all of a sudden it went from no tornado warnings to 2, but this is actually the second one in this area. Again, I've said it before, but cells that are in similar environments do similar things. So this is that area here around Lebanon and Carthage that had a tornado warned storm up here. And then there was that other one that showed a little rotation. That's the one near Cooksville. Now the south storm is showing a little rotation near Smithville. So let's look at this one a little closer. Again, watching that one near Cooksville too has a little rotation actually right along I-40. But this one is rotating here right over the Smithville area. So let's see if it's just radar indicator, if a spotter said anything about it. No, it doesn't look like it, but it's right over Smithville at the moment, moving east at 25. So right now it's radar indicator rotation. You can see the decent couplet there right along US 70 in Smithville, Tennessee. So we're looking at Smithville, Tennessee. And yeah, it's had some broad rotation. And it's tightened it up a little bit here, right in the Smithville area. That's going to be coming up towards Philippi, Buckner, Midway, Peetled, Chestnut, Franchers Mills, Old Zion, Baker's Crossroads, Macedonia, Shady Grove, Darky Springs. I think I said Midway already. Smithville, obviously, it's right over you, so you guys need to be in your safe spot. But yeah, if you're outside of this, in the Smithville area, Center Hill Lake, Shady Grove, up to Macedonia, maybe as far east as Sparta, good idea to take those tornado safety precautions. I mean, if they're going to warn that cell near Smithville, seems like they would warn this rotation just to the north here near Cooksville and I-40. That actually looks like a bit tighter rotation than the one over Smithville. So that, if that holds together, is on the south side of Cooksville, going towards McCrary Subdivision, Town and Country Estates, Huntland, Woodland Estates, Lake Valley, Poplar Grove, Mill Creek, Pin Oak, Monterey, Mineral Springs. This area actually looks like a decent area rotation too. And you can see what we talked about earlier in the Kansas storm. You have the reds here. The greens are going towards the radar. The reds are going away. And this one actually doesn't have any gray in between. So that actually shows a decent tight area rotation here. Coming up towards Lake Valley, Mill Creek, Poplar Grove, south side of Cookville in Tennessee. I wouldn't be surprised if that got a warning. The one here, though, near Smithville is generally a little bit tighter. It's a little weaker, though, because you can see there's some grays in here. But it's still a bit of a tight area rotation. Let's look at that on the velocity, too. Okay, yeah, I can see it's back in here. There's actually two cells. There's one that wraps in here like this, and then there's another one that's actually on the south side of Cooksville. And that's one thing that we do see sometimes, is cell interactions can do some funky things. So there's actually two areas. This cell here has broader rotation, south side of Cooksville. The cell here on the north side, or it's not Cooksville, Smithville. There's some broader rotation south side of Smithville in that cell, but this tighter rotation is near State Route 83 on the north side of Smithville. They're both essentially moving through the tornado warned area, so it doesn't really change anything in this tornado warning, except there might be two areas of rotation. So you got to pay attention if you're basically anywhere in this tornado warning. Darky Springs up to Macedonia, Franchers Mills, Peeled, Chestnut, and anywhere around the Center Hill Lake area. That actually is tightened, and let's double check the one over here too. This one is actually decently tight too. I'm surprised there's not a tornado warning out of that one. But this one here, actually going into Smithville, is a pretty tight area rotation. There actually may be a tornado on the ground. That actually is a CC drop right there. That is very interesting. Okay, let's look at this again. I want to get rid of... Let me click out of this. All right, we're going to get to the Nebraska warning here in just a minute, but I want to take a look at this again. All right, we have pretty good rotation there. And we have a CC drop. I want to see this here in motion for a second. So, starts a little bit there. And that is actually where Well, there's a little bit of a hole there too, but that looks like it could be a tornado on the ground. Take it another velocity. I mean, it kind of co-locates. This may be on the ground actually in the Smithville. Let's see. There's velocity, and there's your CC. Yeah, you know what? That is a tornado on the ground. That is a CC drop north side of Smithville. You guys need to be taking your tornado safety precautions. Midway, Philippi, Buckner, over towards Peeled Chestnut. That I'm pretty confident is a tornado on the ground. And it is going to go observed. This is going to be now an upgraded observed tornado. Yep, observed tornado. Located over Smithville, moving east at 25. So radar confirmed damaging tornado. Right there. Wow. Did not expect this today. This is a radar confirmed tornado over Smithville in Tennessee. So we're gonna get that out to as many people as we can here. Hold on just a minute here, and I just want to make sure we get as much of these warnings out as possible. And that is certainly a bit of a unique area. Yeah, that is definitely a tornado. Okay. Wow. Yeah, we just posted that. That is actually a fairly large debris ball here showing up. This is not a good situation. So I wanted to take a minute there to just post this. There's your rotation right there. And then reflectivity. And there's your debris ball. And the unfortunate thing with this storm is there's the storm that's kind of sitting to its south. The rotation of this storm here with the tornado is actually back behind the rain and hail, the storm that's near Midway and headed towards Peeled Chestnut. So this is going to follow that corridor of rain and hail. So you're not going to see this coming if you're in this area here along US Highway 70, Midway, Peeled Chestnut, Franchers Mills. You need to be in your tornado safe space here. We have a tornado on the ground on the north side of Smithville. This is between State Route 56 and US Route 70. They just crossed the Cookville Highway. That's State Route 56 on the north side of Smithville. Yeah, when did we see it first here? We saw it. So it's basically road along State Route 83. We saw it here near Allen Ferry Road. And it looks like it's basically ridden along Allen Ferry Road. And whatever this road is here. This is unfortunately a pretty populated Golf Club Drive and Holmes Creek Road. And then cross Cookville Highway or Congress Boulevard here in Smithville. With actually a pretty strong debris signature. That's also State Route 56, Congress Boulevard, Cooksville Highway. It's now up along Smith Road and approaching the area here along US 70. That's East Broad Street, Spartan Highway. Crossing right now Midway Road and Twillia Lane. There's still a debris ball in here, a CC drop. This is quickly between Midway, Tennessee, and Smithville, Tennessee. You guys need to be in your safe space here. Just south side of Philippi, between Philippi, Smithville, and Midway, we have a pretty good area of CC drop. The last scan looks a little bit weaker than it did a minute ago. You can see again, our tornado's just sitting in here in this area here between Smithville, Philippi, and Midway. But a couple scans ago when it was along the Allen Ferry Road, that's when it was starting to look a little more impressive. And then it really tightened up right in here where we've got the larger debris signature. And now it's broadening back out. It's still in here, though. And it's still in here. I'm also worried, let's see. No, that's in the clear air. There's a bit of rotation on that cell to the south, too. But what's left of the rotation here between Philippi and Midway still has a debris signature on it. I also want to quickly check our Cookville storm. It was showing some signs of rotation too. Doesn't look like that's tightened up yet, but that's one to watch. This is still an observed tornado here over Smithville. All right, let's there may be a bit of a rotation handoff here too. So there seems to be a rotation that seems to be picking up in the cell that's just out ahead of this this storm. And we're not seeing the bright returns. There still is something in here, though, I think. It could be debris that's already lofted in the air, or it could still be on the ground. There's still a little bit of weaker return, so that's going that way, and then going this way. It still may be on the ground in here. It's definitely not as good of a couplet as it was earlier, or strong of a couplet as it was earlier, but that does co-locate with where we're seeing the CC drop. So hopefully the people in Smithville are okay. Luckily, the warning did go out when there was still a little bit of broad rotation. So they had a few minutes to get into their tornado safe space here, but it pretty quickly went from really broad rotation to some actual tornado vortex signature there. So like yeah, like over here when it was over near like Snows Hill, it's still pretty broad rotation. I talk about it sometimes before, like the grays are showing the greens going towards the radar and the reds going away. There's a lot of gray in there. But then, yeah, you can start to see there's a few more greens now showing up instead of the grays. And then we start to see more of those greens and reds touching. And then right in here is when it really started to tighten up. And that's, I think, when it started to hit the ground there. We started to see the CC lowers. But yeah. Hopefully that gave a couple minutes of warning. And then it got pretty strong right as it was on the north side of Smithville. It's now weakened significantly. Let's see if there's still a CC. There still is a CC in here. But I'm also watching the rotation on the cell to its east has also picked up in rotation a little bit. And still some broad rotation in that cell near Cookville. And there's still also some broad rotation in the cell near... What is this now? Near Link and Versailles and Midland. That cell doesn't look as strong as it did earlier. The hail core is definitely coming down a bit, so that's good news there. Okay, we did get another tornado warning. So I do want to go to that real quick. If you're in that warning in Tennessee, please take that seriously. Even though it looked like it was winding down, it could spin back up pretty quickly. This was a radar indicated rotation and golf ball size hail. Where are we in here? Okay, this is our first tornado warning in Oklahoma. Yeah, this is our first tornado warning in Oklahoma. So this is not going to be probably a great situation here. This is that cell that was we've been following actually for a long time. We followed it when it first came up along the Texas state line, and then it moved through Arnett and up towards Moorhead and Woodward. And it was one that for a long time, I said, had that look to it. It looked like a little baby supercell. Even though it didn't have a lot of rotation, it had a little bit of rotation. And it certainly gained strength as it went north and east. And now it is tornado warned. So we've seen the progress of that cell. And again, sorry guys, we had a little bit of an internet connection earlier. So the stream broke. So the first stream is archived. So if you want to go follow the start of this cell as a bit of an echo near Higgins and Arnett, you can go back and look at it. And it was one that, you know, I said down the road it's going to be a problem. And it looks like it's now a problem. Quickly here as it's come across Moorhead, and you can see it's developed the mezzo. It has a nice little inflow notch, and the rain-cooled air wrapping around the backside. This is coming up near Waynoka, Tacoma, Harvard, Alva. And luckily, that looks like it's about the end of the Avard. This is all in Oklahoma here. Let's take a look at its velocities and see. Yeah, it's starting to rotate. You can see here as it's come across Moorhead, it's starting to rotate. And it looks like it's kind of just holding its own at the moment. So good news is this radar indicated rotation at the moment, but it's looking healthy. We have a pretty uncontaminated inflow coming in here. It's got its rain-cooled outflow. It's got a bit of a boundary with the other cell to its south, but the other cell to its south isn't really affecting it. It looks like it has good outflow. You can even see the upper level winds taking the tops of the storm. So it's got good outflow. Here's where its inflow winds come into the storm, come into the mezzo and updraft, and then they go out. So yeah, we got a pretty good healthy cell here. So if you're in Waynoka and Tacoma up to Alva and points in between, you need to take this one seriously. I'm also looking at the storm to the south near Mutual and Sharon. That one is also starting to rotate, so I wouldn't be surprised if that one gets a tornado warning soon. That one also has some small hail in it. Well, larger than small hail. $half size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's also got a tornado possible tag on it. As that comes across the areas here along Route 3, Mutual. And then a new cell here with some really big hail near Strong City up towards Leedy. That's well north of Elk City at the moment. Also has a little bit of rotation starting, so these are the cells. And this is a PDS tornado watch. The Oklahoma tornado watch is a PDS tornado watch. Wow, okay, I'm watching a video I just posted on to our Twitter, WXCastUSA on Twitter, by the way. Same as our handle here on YouTube. Yeah, the Smithville tornado actually it was there. You could see it at a good funnel. Even though it was in the rain, it still had a nice pronounced funnel. Yeah, luckily it looks like it may have just missed downtown Smithville, but that is still that is a dangerous situation there in Tennessee. Yeah, if I didn't say it earlier, that the tornado watch that's in Oklahoma and Kansas and down into Arkansas, this tornado watch here to the Red River and to the areas just south of the or I guess around the Wichita area is all a this is all a PDS tornado watch. So if I didn't mention that earlier on the other stream. There does seem to be a bit of a separation here between the storms to the north of Route 80. Yeah, the storms to the north of Route 80 don't look as strong as the storms to the south. So that's some good news for the areas up here. There's a severe thunderstorm warning back up in South Dakota, north of Faith. And then most of the strong storms right now in Nebraska are this area around Hastings, but it's south of Grand Isle, south of I-80. That generally will continue moving kind of east northeast toward the Lincoln area, towards Nebraska City, and towards Beatrice in Nebraska, in southeast Nebraska. But then the storms to the south, these are the ones that we really have to start watching, and I'm increasingly a bit concerned that the ones in Kansas aren't really lining up like some of the models showed earlier. And definitely the ones in Oklahoma here, if they stay discrete here between Woodward and Elk City, these are the ones that the models showed as potential problems. Especially as they move up here towards the Kansas state line, towards the Bartlesville area, towards the Tulsa area. You guys aren't in any danger at the moment out here in I-35 corridor and points north of 44. But these are areas as the afternoon and evening go on, we need to really watch out for. And then also, yeah, the models had more of a line organizing in Kansas, but right now they have not really organized into a line. So this one moves like northeast towards Manhattan and Topeka, Hutchinson, Emporia, and the Wichita area, where our cameras are located. And one of our cameras looks like it went down. Check that other camera here. Okay, weird. Well, the camera must have went down in the Wichita metro there. I'll get it up in a few minutes. But anyway, these are the storms here that we really need to watch as they continue moving east northeast. The one already tornado warned in Oklahoma. The one was tornado warned earlier. Where was it? It's the one that's now moved up here near Great Bend. But yeah, so far the big QLCS hasn't really developed yet. There is a bit. The storms here in southern Nebraska and northern Kansas seem to be lining up a little bit, but they right now haven't fully developed into a powerful QLCS. We'll have to see if they do. The models had a bit more of a line across like a lot of Kansas. With maybe the couple discrete cells in a southern county or two, but it may be developing a little different than the models, which is why the models are just guidance. They're not full scripts of what's going to happen, because here these are more discrete. So these are potentially posing a bigger risk to this area around Wichita and along the I-35, 135 corridors. They continue to move east. The more discrete they are, the more they're going to have tornado potential, but also the large hail potential. So we have kind of 3 discrete cells right now in Kansas. There's one east of Great Bend that's moving generally up towards the Salina area. There's one here along US 50 moving generally towards Hutchinson, Newton, and McPherson. And then the one near Pratt, north of Medicine Lodge, that one is likely moving towards the Wichita suburbs, especially the north and west sides of Wichita. They're all right now severe warned, so we got to keep eyes on those. And then we have our storms here that are growing. Our one that has a tornado warning east of and northeast of Woodward. Our other one that's southeast of Woodward also has a pretty strong updraft. And then the one north of Elk City right now. These are going to continue moving towards Stillwater, Pawnee, Hominy, Tulsa. The Woodward one probably more towards Enid and Ponca City, and the other one likely north of Ponca City towards the Kansas border. And then also watching for more backbuilding of storms. If we get any more storms backbuilding along the state line with Texas Panhandle, those could be problems for the Oklahoma City area. But these are storms that we definitely have to take seriously. They're in the PDS Tornado Watch, and including the ones here now south of Wichita near Medicine Lodge. And that one that I mentioned earlier is going to get a tornado warning. So let's look at both of these storms while we're here. Still seeing a rotation near Waynoka. That's coming up towards Tacoma. That storm is still kind of just holding its own, though, at the moment. But this storm is definitely upscaling. It's the one that's east of Sharon. And actually has a pretty tight area rotation here near Mutual. So this is being warned for radar indicator rotation 4 miles east of Mutual, moving east at 45, tornado and golf ball sized hail. That's going to be, let's see if I can zoom in. There can be sometimes some smaller communities that show up when I zoom in, but I don't see any, so that's a good sign. But Fairview, Clio Springs, and anyone that's along US 60 between Mutual and Fairview need to take this seriously. Also 412, basically between Moreland and Clio Springs. Let me take this out. 45. Richmond, 2 minutes or less. Chester, about 12 minutes. Cedardale, 13 minutes. Froso, about 20 minutes. Cheyenne Valley, 35. And if it holds together, Clio Springs in about 50 minutes. And if it goes a little more east than northeast, Orion in about 22 minutes. Beidou in 25. And Fairview, 44 minutes. So about 44 minutes to get through this warning box to the Fairview area. So if you're anywhere in between Mutual and Fairview, you guys need to take this one seriously. Wouldn't be surprised eventually if we see tornado warnings out of these storms here. The storm near Leedy is starting to rotate. That would be coming up towards Taloga, Oakwood, and Putnam. If that gets a tornado warning, and even there's a small cell in here. Not showing much rotation at the moment, but it has a little bit of a kidney bean shape to it, so you got to watch those. The baby beans. Let's see. Checking the Amarillo radar. I wanted to check and see if there's anything. If there's something develops in this area from Memphis, Texas to Shamrock, Texas down towards Childress, moving east-northeast, that would be where the Oklahoma City area has to definitely pay attention. Anything along like 40, between 40 and Childress, somewhere in this area, if we get development in here, that would generally pull towards Oklahoma City. Right now, the 2 tornado warning storms are well north of Oklahoma City. They're going to be more of a problem for Enid and Ponca City. I want to get back to our situation in Tennessee because we also have situations here. We have another observed tornado. This is near Shady Grove. So I think, yeah, here was our original tornado in Smithville. And I remember saying as it was weakening, we started to see rotation pick up in the cell to the east. There it is right there. As that rotation picked up across the Peeled Chestnut area. And it's now in the Shady Grove area. Sparta, Doyle, Lost Creek, River Hill, Cummingsville, Bon Air, Sparta, Rainbow Hills. We have a tornado. Let's see. Radar indicated tornado. Oh, the observed one is still for the tornado over Smithville, but I think that should be done. Let me double check. So here's the CC drop for the cell that was over Smithville near Midway. Yeah, and I don't see any new CC. So that last time we saw the rotation and the CC was pretty much the end of that. But now watching rotation near Shady Grove. And not seeing a clear debris signature at the moment. There's a couple lower values, but that could just be some contamination in here. But we'll watch that. We'll watch that a scan or two and see if it shows anything. But it's this area here near Shady Grove, State Route 136. This is moving kind of east-southeast, generally towards Sparta and Hickory Hills. So you guys need to be in your tornado safe space here. Sparta, Hickory Hills, Rainbow Hills, Doyle, Shady Grove, Darky Springs, Center Point, down to River Hill, Lost Creek, and Bon Air in Tennessee. So we're watching this area right in the Shady Grove area. And this would be also kind of back in the range, so you may not see this coming. It's hard to see it on the CC because there's a hail core actually in between us and the radar, so we're getting a bit of hail contamination. This one isn't as clear as the one that was pulling up over Smithville. There's a few lower values in there, but again, that I think is just some hail contamination on the radar. I don't see that defined CC drop like we did earlier. But that doesn't mean this can't produce. The other tornado, or the other storm, produced a pretty decent sized tornado there near Smithville, Tennessee. So let's see here. moving east at 20. This is also moving really slowly. So if you're in this area by Shady Grove, Sparta over towards Doyle, you need to take this one seriously. Let's see. That's about 15 minutes to Sparta. If that area rotation holds together, about 15 minutes to the Sparta, Tennessee area. But there's your rotation right there near Shady Grove. Especially north side of Shady Grove. And we can see if there's a CC drop in there. It's a bit messy. There's some lower values in here. That's a little bit concerning. Checking, and the reflectivity that's in the rain though. We'll have to watch this area again. I want to watch another scan or two and see if we can pick out a defined area of CC drop. It would now kind of be just in this area here near Shady Grove. Zooming in a little bit, let's get some. This is along State Route 36 and Gum Springs Mountain Road. So if you live off at 136 and Shady Grove and Gum Springs Mountain Road, you guys need to be in your safe space. Simpsons, Oakdale, DeBrell, areas along McMinnville Highway, US 705, that's Spencer Highway. In the Sparta area, Taft Church Road, Smithville Highway, US 70. And down by Gum Springs. What road is this? Franks Ferry Road. You guys all need to be in your tornado safe space here. Okay, that's... Again, there's your area rotation. Not seeing like a full CC drop in here. Still seeing some lower values that are a bit concerning. But I think we're getting a bit of hail contamination. You can see it doesn't look that different than the rest of the storm. We can see a bunch of lower values kind of scattered randomly across this whole storm. So I think it's just some hail contamination right now. I don't think it's showing a defined CC drop like we did earlier. But either way, let's take this one seriously, because you're not going to see it coming very good. It's going to be like the other storm that was near Shady Grove. It's going to be a somewhat rain-wrapped tornado. And again, this is coming towards Sparta, Hickory Hills, Doyle, Gum Springs, DeBrill, Simpsons, Lost Creek. So, a busy day for Central Tennessee. There's been actually quite a few storms there that have gone severe. Checking on our storm here near Avard and Waynoka. Circulation is still in there between Avard and Waynoka. It's lifting a little more north in this warning box, so especially Tacoma and points north in this warning. That is towards Alva, Knoll, Hopeton. You guys definitely need to be in your safe space. Luckily, there's not many towns, I don't think, out here between Waynoka and Tacoma. All right, let's see. So again, that traffic cam that we're seeing there, that is from the Oklahoma City area on I-35 at 66th Street, I think, 65th Street. So we're looking back towards OKC. Again, sunny, clear skies. It's very deceptive outside for Oklahoma City. It looks like a very nice evening if you're just getting off work. But you're in a PDS tornado watch for the Oklahoma City Metro. Let's check on our storm to the south here. This is now east of Mutual, coming somewhere between Mutual and Fairview. Again, at the moment, not seeing any communities out there, so that's one good sign, but it is approaching the 281 corridor. And this actually looks like better rotation on radar than the storm to its north. So this storm is actually looking pretty strong here. We also have a really strong hail core that's coming up close to 412 and 281. And then your tornado is sitting in this little notch here. So we have our inflow notch with the warm, uncontaminated inflow. We have our rain-cooled outflow. And our tornado's up in there in the updraft. Similar to the cell to the north, we can also see our updraft has nice ventilation. You can see the flaring out of these high clouds here and the feathering on the radar presentation. That shows a really nice ventilation to the storm. So it's getting warm, moist inflow on the low end, and it's bringing that up, cooling, and then its cool exhaust is essentially blowing off. That's how you get the anvil-shaped clouds of the tall thunder clouds. So it has a really nice radar presentation. We can also see that and verify that. Got a strong hail core, but I also wanted to see the echo tops. So this storm is showing at 52,000 feet. So this is above commercial airlines. The commercial airlines are usually 38,000 feet to 40, 41,000. This is some of the private jets, I think, go up to like 45, 50,000 feet. This is starting to be even higher than jet flight. So that's a pretty powerful echo top. And yeah, you can see again, it has its updraft, and then it has its blow off of these high clouds. So that's one of the things that is the reason for the PDS tornado watch is the atmosphere is pretty loaded for tornadic development and healthy storm development in this area. Not liking the look of this storm near Letty. Let's just or Leedy. It's starting to rotate too, so I wouldn't be surprised if this gets a tornado warning. It's again got its inflow pretty good. It's got a bit of a hook on it. You can really start to see it's presenting really nicely on radar. So at the very least, even if it's not imminently tornadic, it's going to help grow this hail core. So if you're out ahead of this, Taloga, Putnam, Oakwood, time to start thinking about going inside, getting away from windows. And eventually, I wouldn't be surprised if this gets a tornado warning somewhere in this area too. So you guys got to be ready to go to your safe space if you're out ahead of that one. And definitely be ready to go to your safe space if you're in Fairview and Clio Springs. This is still radar indicated, but it's got a pretty strong rotation on it. It's a tight area rotation. It's not crazy strong at the moment, but it's a fairly tight area rotation. This storm is actually weakening a bit. The one on the north side, it's going to get replaced for a little while here with a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning as it comes up towards Alva and Burlington and Cherokee in Oklahoma. You can see it's not quite as healthy looking as it was earlier. It may be starting to get cut off a little bit from the storms to the south, because its inflow would be in here like this, and this storm that we were just talking about is starting to move a little bit into that inflow region. So right now it's probably not as big of a tornado threat as it is a hail producing threat. And then we are starting to get a lot more of the wind reports out of this area here along I-80 and point south. York, Hebron along US 81, Geneva, Deschler, Shickley, Sutton, Hardy, all in Nebraska. This is going to be a big severe thunderstorm warning for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And there's certainly some areas here where there can be maybe even a little larger hail in there. Edgar here, these pinks and purple colors. Also the areas here south of Nelson near Superior along 136. Those right along the Kansas border have a pretty good hail core. And then still watching strong storms here along 156, Kansas 156, Ellsworth. Severe warn right now. And then another severe warn storm near Silva and Stratford. And another storm here near Luca and Pratt. That one has a little bit of rotation in it near Pratt, so that's one to watch. The one near Silva has more of a wind threat at the moment. You can see it's bowing out a little bit here as it surges towards Silva, so that's some strong winds, possibly Silva towards Abbeville. And then we have our tornado warn storms down here in Oklahoma right now. We're popping all over right now. Let's go back to Nashville, check out those storms here in the Nashville area and point south. So good news is our storm here near Sparta has dropped its tornado warning. Here's that rotation that was warned here near Shady Grove. And it looks like after we left it, it broadened out. Yeah. That's a good sign as it's coming across the areas here near Sparta, Yankeetown, Shady Grove, Doyle. Still, this is a thunderstorm with some large hail potential near Shady Grove and also in this area near Sparta. So if you're out ahead of this, Yankeetown, Ravencroft, Pleasant Hill, Spencer, Doyle, you need to take it seriously. Be inside, away from windows. Lowest level interior room if you can. And then still watching this storm that has drifted southeast across the 480 corridor south of Franklin, and now it's south of Murfreesboro along US 24. Still has a pretty good hail core on it. Looks like it maybe picked back up that hail core. That's near Fudge Around. Add that one to the interesting town list. Yeah, you can see the hail core on the CC too, those blues and greens in there. This one had a little broad rotation. It doesn't look any stronger than it did earlier. So yeah, this is a pretty good hail core along. It's now at least east of 24, but it's along State Route 280, coming eventually towards Midway, New Union, Shady Grove, Tennessee, headed southeast at the moment. Had a couple new storms near the Memphis area. They're not severe at the moment. But there's also a pretty good cluster of severe storms here near Greensburg. South of Greensburg towards Simpsonville, Woodruff, Clinton, Lawrence, Union, and Carlisle in South Carolina. Some hail and gusty winds. All right, so let's check back on our storm here in Fairview. Still seeing pretty good rotation here near 281 and 412. It's gonna generally lift along 412. So especially if you're in A-Line, Leo Springs, and Fairview, those look to be the next towns that are out ahead of this. But if you're west of those places along US 412, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space. In addition to that, it's got close to 2-inch hail, so a pretty strong storm here showing up. See if I zoom in. There's oh yeah, that town was on the time display earlier. Froso, Cheyenne Valley, Orietta, Togo, and this is south and east of Boost Junction right now. I mentioned those towns earlier, but Putnam, Taloga, and Oakwood, you guys are now in a severe thunderstorm warning. 2-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So if you're out ahead of this towards Oakwood, you guys need to be getting ready to get into a space away from doors and windows. Broad rotation, not imminently tornadic, but I wouldn't be surprised if this eventually gets there. It still has a nice inflow notch here. And there's your hail core sitting up here. This is headed towards the 183 corridor between Taloga and Putnam. And then really interested in the back building here. We're seeing a little bit of development back further towards Elk City and Cheyenne. But if we get development down, especially south of 40, in this area here towards Childress and Memphis, Texas, and the Oklahoma state line, this is the area to watch for development that would move towards Oklahoma City. So we need to really watch this area: Memphis, Childress, west of Altus, Oklahoma, south of Elk City. This is our area that we really need to watch for development that would affect the Oklahoma City, Norman, Moore, Edmond area. So right now, down to just one tornado warning. That's our storm in Oklahoma. We have a really broad area of possible severe weather right now. Luckily, there is no severe weather ongoing right now in our severe thunderstorm watch up here in the Dakotas. There are no tornado warnings in Nebraska right now. There's still a line of severe thunderstorms with damaging winds and some small hail. That's between Grand Island and York, Nebraska. Eventually headed along US or I-80 here towards Lincoln, probably into the Omaha area. And let's see. Right now moving east at 30. So that puts it into Lincoln in about 2 hours. But I wouldn't be surprised if this line picks up in speed a little bit too. And then the areas around Valley, about 168 minutes. Let's watch that. I wouldn't be surprised if it starts picking up a little bit of speed. Let me look at this a different way. So it's about 102 miles southwest of Omaha. It's probably going to be about 2 to 3 hours. If it starts picking up speed and gets closer to, 50 miles an hour, then it could be a, 2.5 hours. I wouldn't be surprised if this cluster starts picking up a little bit of speed. Then we have a bunch of severe storms in central Kansas right now. Ellsworth, Lyons, Sterling, Pratt all have severe thunderstorms. Hail and damaging winds are the primary threat. Large hail is the biggest primary threat with these storms at the moment. We can take a little deeper look at these storms. The Ellsworth storm doesn't seem that impressive at the moment. Some small hail in there. Can also check it for some rotation. Maybe a little bit, but not impressive that way either. Further down, we have storm near Lyons with some small hail. Mitchell up to Little River. The storm near Huntsville has ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's also near Sylvania or Sylvia. That's the one that has a decent wind threat in it. It's probably producing those 60-mile-an-hour winds, especially around the Huntsville area right now. You can see that's kind of pushed out a little bit near Huntsville. And then a storm that's lifting north of Pratt right now towards Preston, Tehran, Langdon. That one has a little bit larger hail core and a little bit of rotation in it near the Preston area. And that one is being warned for ping pong ball-sized hail. Wouldn't be surprised if that has a little bit larger hail in this area near Preston. These are all right now well west and northwest of Wichita. And from Wichita, they're about 60 miles west-northwest of Wichita. Different than the threat to Omaha, though, in that line. These ones are moving a little more northeast. You can see if I roll back the frames here. So the storms right now that are severe warned from Pratt up to Sterling and Hutchinson actually are likely not a threat for Wichita. They're going to slide north, maybe towards the Newton, Kansas area, Hutchinson for sure, and then up towards McPherson and Salina, Kansas. Wichita has to watch for any storms that develop here back towards Medicine Lodge. Our tornado possible storm is still up in here near Alva right now. And rotation really looks like it's decreased with this one for the moment. So right now that probably doesn't pose much of a tornado threat. Likely some small hail, though, still in here near Alva. This storm to the south, though, that's tornado warned, does have some decent rotation in it. It hasn't been able to tighten that rotation yet. So it's had a tornado warning for radar indicated rotation for a while. That's generally lifting along 412 towards Clio Springs. And again, Fairview, Clio Springs, and a line need to be getting ready to get into your safe space here. If you're not already. Let's see. This storm is moving east at 40, so it is going a little quicker. I'll take it from the lead of the hail and a little bit down towards the rotation. So this will give people a little bit of a heads up. You won't be running out into your storm shelter in the hail. 3 minutes until that hail core gets to you in Cheyenne Valley, and about 15 minutes to Orietta, 15 minutes to West Clio, and about 20 minutes to Clio Springs. So Clio Springs, it's time to start getting into your safe space if you haven't already. Especially West Clio, people on the west side of Clio Springs, to your 412 and US 60. Fairview, it's good to be in your safe space if you're in Fairview. This is likely going to slide a little bit north. But Fairview, you're in the tornado warning, so still good idea to go into your safe space and let this storm pass. The rotation should slide just to your north along 412. But if it makes a hard right turn, it could head towards Fairview, so it's good to be in your safe space. Especially a day like today, you're in a PDS tornado watch. And then watching this storm too. This storm hasn't had the rotation like the other storm to the north, but this one is definitely picking up its hail core. And it's crossing the areas here around 183 between Putnam and Tologa. This is also generally headed towards the Oakwood area. So if you're in the Putnam, Tologa area, and then in between and out towards Oakwood, you guys need to be in away from windows. Lowest level into your room if you can. And also, storms like this that have large hail, wind-driven hail, is not good for mobile homes either. So if you're in a mobile home out ahead of this, like Oakwood area, Canton, Oklahoma. You need to get to a sturdy structure if you can. Checking its rotation, it's had some broad rotation on it. It hasn't tightened that up yet. I just saw a comment. Thanks, Cynthia. Yeah, this has been a pretty crazy tornado season. This is the first. Let me zoom back out and we can take stock in what we have right now too, in case there's some new people tuning in. This is our current high risk area for right now. This is by the Storm Prediction Center. Came out with this earlier today. But there's a moderate risk that stretches to essentially the Joplin area. Includes Tulsa, Oklahoma City, Moore, Norman, all the way down to the Red River, Altus, Oklahoma, up to Woodward, and back up to the areas here near Hutchinson, north of Wichita. This is your moderate risk area. Earlier this morning, the Storm Prediction Center upgraded a big chunk of that between Wichita and Oklahoma City, essentially the I-35 corridor between Wichita and Oklahoma City. This is your high risk area. There hasn't been a high risk for tornadoes and severe weather since over a year ago, since March 2023. This is a pretty rare event. There's usually only a couple high risks a year. And this is a tornado-driven high risk. There is a possibility for large hail and damaging winds in here, but this is a tornado-driven high risk. If anyone's just tuning into, this is a good recap point because we're a little bit, we're okay right now on the tornado warnings. They have expanded this this risk here, this enhanced risk. All of the Kansas City metro up to the Omaha metro is in this, as well as Lincoln, southeastern Nebraska, back towards Dodge City, pretty much along the Texas and Oklahoma state line here, down into North Texas, Wichita Falls area, and then out into eastern Oklahoma near the Fort Smith, Arkansas area, northwest Arkansas, Springfield, up to the Kansas City, near Columbia and Jeff City. That is your enhanced risk. It's definitely for the expectation that the northern part of this is going to develop into a QLCS and travel across much of Missouri and eventually close to daylight into western Illinois. And that's also why you see this bulge in the slight risk that goes out through the St. Louis area and areas of Quincy, Hannibal, close to the Quad Cities and up towards Des Moines. Because there's the expectation there's going to be a pretty strong QLCS bow echo situation that develops out of those northern storms. It's going to kind of move through the enhanced risk and slight risk area like that. Particularly like southeast Oklahoma, areas along the I-40 corridor, Fort Smith, northwest Arkansas. That area is an interesting area. Some of the models had more of a line segment moving through there, but other areas had a few like discrete cells that popped up in southeast Oklahoma and moved northeast through there, like the Fort Smith area. So we have to watch for a few renegade supercells, especially later this evening, according to the models, when sunset happens, the low-level jet kicks in a little stronger, and there's definitely a possibility of that in northwest Arkansas, southeast Oklahoma. We've seen a few severe warnings up here in the slight risk, sliding to the north a little bit here in the areas here in South Dakota. Even actually when we first came on the stream, the preview stream now, kind of mid-afternoon, there was even a tornado warning with a tornado on the ground here north of Rapid City, well north of Rapid City. But right now hasn't had much severe weather up in that area in the last couple hours, so that's good news. Most of the severe weather has been south of I-80 here in Nebraska. And then we can see this other area of that the Storm Prediction Center has added over the day or so for just mostly general thunderstorms, but there is a little bit of a risk area here for central Tennessee and the western parts of the Carolinas. And we have seen that verify. There's been some larger hail in some of these storms and also some wind damage, and we've now seen a confirmed tornado in the Smithville, Tennessee area. There it is. Smithville, Tennessee earlier had that confirmed tornado. So that is slowly going to die off, the storms here. But there are still some severe storms here near Sparta, west of McMinnville, and some stronger storms along 40 west of Nashville. But the general number of severe storms here in the Tennessee and Carolinas is decreasing here as we get into the evening, so that's a good sign. Our focus is really going to shift back into the enhanced area, the high area, and the moderate areas here, especially as we get into the evening. So it's also very important, if you haven't seen severe weather yet, Kansas City, Wichita, basically the I-35 corridor, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Springfield, Joplin, all this area here. It does not mean that the severe weather risk is decreased just because you haven't seen severe weather yet. It's actually just starting. The models until this morning basically showed development starting late afternoon, and then the models late last night into this morning showed development starting a little earlier into the afternoon, which is why we went live at 2:30, I think, 2 o'clock or 2:30, because we already had severe warned storms and a tornado warning. But the models basically showed this kind of development wasn't going to originally start until late afternoon. So we're actually kind of right on time for what the original models were thinking. This stuff fired a little bit early. It fired back in here at around 2 o'clock, and you can see it's left a decent history of large hail and some damaging winds, but a lot of large hail up in here. And it's only going to continue here as this goes on. So primarily the northern mode from the I-80 corridor down to I-70, primarily this is going to develop into a damaging wind threat, and the models were kind of showing this as the QLCS that develops and heads kind of like that. So we'll see if that verifies. Right now you can kind of start seeing the clues that it might. It's starting to bow out here west of Lincoln, so. And then the areas here near the moderate and high risk down in Wichita, Oklahoma City, this is more the area that we have to watch for those individual cells. And we're seeing that. We have an individual cell here, one there, one or two there, one there, there, and a new one looks like back here. So we have 3 or 4 cells individually in Kansas, and then we have about 4 individual cells right now in northwest Oklahoma. And they're moving a little more kind of northeast, somewhat like this. Whew. So these are the ones we have to really watch out for the tornado threat, especially the ones down here in the moderate and high risk areas between Wichita and Oklahoma City. So I guess my long-winded point here is this is not over. This is just starting. And yeah, if you're along the I-35 corridor, Des Moines, Kansas City, Wichita, Oklahoma City, just because you haven't seen severe weather yet does not mean that there's not severe weather coming, because all this is coming your way eventually. And the biggest question mark, I guess, if you had to guess, it would be this area between the Red River and I-40. That area is the biggest question mark if there's going to be development there. The further north you are in Oklahoma, the more likely you're going to have severe weather. And unfortunately, that more northern areas have some of the bigger cities in Oklahoma. Oklahoma City area, then Tulsa, Stillwater up in here. Those areas, unfortunately, have a bit higher risk than, say, some of the areas that had the tornadoes a couple weeks ago. But if we do see development along the Oklahoma-Texas Panhandle border here, then places like Altus, Vernon, Texas, Wichita Falls, Norman, and down 35 towards Winwinney, and some of the areas that we had tornadoes a week ago, Ardmore, Ada, McAllister, Sulphur, those could easily be in a severe weather event again tonight. We just have to really watch this area here, the Texas Panhandle and Oklahoma border, for development. That's a little bit of the recap of meteorology. I don't know if that was Cynthia's comment about how wild and crazy the tornado weather has been so far, but that was my long-winded comment about this being a pretty extensive severe weather event with a very rare high risk. This high risk area hasn't happened in over a year, so definitely worth taking seriously. We got a new tornado warning for the extension of that cell. There's your tornado risk categories. So you can see it's well into the high risk, but also there's a larger hatched area of significant tornadoes possible from essentially the western Kansas City suburbs, Joplin, Fayetteville, just into northwest Arkansas, and then a lot of this area here that I just mentioned along the Red River. You guys are in a hatched area, so there is a significant tornado risk for a larger area than just the high risk. So if you're especially in a tornado warning really any time tonight, you definitely need to take it seriously. We had a confirmed tornado with a debris ball and a CC drop in this area here, this like 2% risk in the Nashville area that I've just circled. So this is like a 2% risk. And we've had already a confirmed damaging tornado today. That 2% risk for tonight actually includes Dallas, St. Louis, Springfield, Illinois, Davenport, Iowa. So the 2% risk in the Midwest is actually extensive. We had a 2% risk here and it had a tornado. The 5% risk includes areas like Omaha, Des Moines, east side of Springfield, Columbia, Jeff City, north side of Dallas-Fort Worth, is that Denton, Texas, areas along I-80, Lincoln. So there's actually quite a bit here. And then the 10% risk includes the entire Kansas City area with the hatched area just to your west, all the way down to Springfield, Fayetteville, northwest Arkansas, eastern Oklahoma, Fort Smith, Arkansas. So there's a large area of tornado risk tonight. And then there's a large area of damaging winds. This area has gotten expanded. This is the anticipation that there's going to be a cluster of storms developing with damaging winds, somewhat like this. And that's going to develop and move kind of east-southeast. The damaging winds hatched area now includes Kansas City, much of northern Missouri, through the Columbia area, Joplin, northwest Arkansas, eastern Oklahoma, Tulsa, Wichita, and that area actually has a high risk for damaging wind. These could be up to hurricane force. These could be easily 60, 70 miles an hour or more. Areas here, the Wichita, Tulsa area, these could be like 80 plus. So, I mean, especially if you're in a mobile home, that's just another reason that you need to make sure you have a alternate plan for tonight and take any warnings seriously. And then we have a damaging hail threat. That is primarily along the I-35 corridor from the areas north side of Dallas up through west and central Oklahoma, Wichita, areas west of Kansas City, and around the Lincoln area. And we've seen here, you can see all these hail reports on the screen. All these hail reports here for damaging hail have happened basically in that same area. So the hail out east here in the Carolinas and Nashville area hasn't been as large, but there has been a couple larger storms out there. Real quick before we get back into our current weather, there's a large slight risk. That includes areas here in eastern Illinois, southeast Missouri, Nashville, back in a risk for tomorrow. Louisville, Charleston, West Virginia, areas around Cleveland, Detroit, even up towards Lansing. Basically all of Indiana, Indianapolis, down in southern Indiana, Evansville, all of Kentucky, Louisville, Pikeville, Paducah, and Bowling Green, Kentucky. And then there is now an enhanced risk here for Columbus, Dayton, Fort Wayne, Lima, Ohio, Findlay, Ohio. That area has an enhanced risk for tomorrow, so that's been updated a bit. And then an even larger area, general thunderstorms is possible, even out into the Carolinas again tomorrow. So we're not done with severe weather after tonight. And then tomorrow is actually a bit of a lull between two systems. There's already an enhanced risk. This is likely going to expand again, but this enhanced risk goes into the Arklatex, Memphis, Nashville, Louisville, Cincinnati, Indianapolis, Springfield, St. Louis, Springfield, Illinois, Springfield, Missouri, St. Louis, Paducah, Evansville, all in a slight risk for day 3. This is a day 3 slight risk. This is for Wednesday. So if you're just tuning in or just kind of taking a look at a few, while we have a minute, we're taking a look at a few meteorological events for this week. We have a larger slight risk that goes out for a lot of places that have a slight risk tomorrow, but essentially Kansas City, Tulsa, Dallas, down to Waco, Shreveport, northern Mississippi, Huntsville, northern Alabama, even northwest Georgia, Knoxville, Charleston, West Virginia, Columbus, Ohio, Dayton, up to about Fort Wayne, and then Bloomington in Illinois, all has a slight risk for severe weather on day 3. I wouldn't be surprised if day 3 has a moderate risk. If it would be, I think it's somewhere in this area here, Memphis, maybe over towards Louisville, and over towards St. Louis. Somewhere in here, I think could get an upgrade to a moderate risk. We'll just have to wait and see. But I'm not an NWS meteorologist, so not an official forecast. But if there's going to be an upgrade, it's going to be somewhere in this area for a moderate risk. Would be St. Louis over to Louisville and down towards the Memphis area. That area is, I think, the most prime for severe weather on Wednesday. I also wouldn't be fully surprised if some of this gets trimmed back a little bit. Maybe push the slight risk a little further south and east, away from the Kansas City area. It just depends on the exact track of the low pressure system that comes out. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bit more of a sharper gradient somewhere. Something like this could get cut out a little bit, the Kansas City area. Either way, that's a couple days out, so we'll get more information on that in a few days. But again, if you're just tuning in, we got the high risk area here in Oklahoma and Kansas, and a larger moderate risk in Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, just into Texas along the Red River, and then just into Missouri along the I-49 corridor. Let's go take a look at our new tornado warning. It's just an extension, I think, of our storm near Clio Springs. So radar indicated still tornado and golf ball sized hail. Rotation is actually just near Clio Springs now, so this is coming now towards Ringwood, Lahoma, Carrier, and Enid is also in this warning now. Goldtree, Helena, Hillsdale, and Nash. So this is in the, at least in the high risk area. I think Enid is the largest city that's been in a tornado warning in the high risk for today so far. So if you're out ahead of this, Helena, Lahoma, Enid, Nash, and hopefully Clio Springs, you're already been in your safe spot. You were in the original warning. But you guys all need to be in your tornado safety space here. Let's get a idea. Ooh, that's not rotating as much as it was earlier. I was actually surprised. I thought we would see something different. All right, yeah, I'm actually pleasantly surprised at the moment. The rotation has actually backed off a bit. So we can see it back here near Togo and Cheyenne Valley. And it's now quite a bit more broad here, right near the Clio Springs. Between Clio Springs and A-Line. Yeah, the storm doesn't look as healthy either. The hail core has come down a bit. That's coming up towards A-Line, Helena, Carmen. And then also in the new severe thunderstorm warning, Cherokee, Lambert, Nescatonga. Hopefully I'm saying that right, and Jet. You guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning. Carmen up to Jet and Cherokee. But yeah, the hail core has come down a bit, and also the rotation has really broadened and weakened. So at least for the near term, this is probably not a tornadic threat. Although we still need to take it seriously if you're in Enid, Lahoma, Clio Springs, Nash, and Helena. It could easily tighten back up. I was not expecting that. I'm pleasantly surprised at the moment here that I thought I was going to turn on velocity and see something, but let's see. This is moving northeast at 45 over Clio Springs right now. So taking it out east, northeast, kind of like that. That puts it to Helena in about 12 minutes. Goldtree about 20 minutes. Carrier 30 minutes. And then North Enid about 40 minutes. So you have a few minutes to walk, don't run to your safe space if you're out here by Enid, but you guys do have to start getting safe space ready. And then checking down here at this storm near Oakwood. Still is a tornado possible, still is ping pong ball sized hail. Let's check on its rotation. It's still rotating, but it hasn't pulled that together yet either. The storm near Leedy also showing some broad rotation and also some hail. And then watching these storms here if they pop up and form near Elk City. Still not seeing anything south of 40 yet, so that's right now at least good for Oklahoma City, but that doesn't mean that it can't. And checking on our storms northwest of Wichita. These are well north and west of Wichita, but we have some ongoing severe storms there. Mostly a damaging wind threat at the moment. There's some hail in there too, but particularly that south side there has a little bit of hail on that storm that is near Abbeville, probably moving up towards the Hutchinson area, and then some hail in here near Windham and Little River. But 70-mile-an-hour winds is what this storm is being warned for, so I would say that's probably true. This storm also has tornado possible. There's actually a couple areas of rotation here. Little River, and then there's one south of it. Actually, maybe even 3. There's a couple areas of rotation along a Boeing line segment here. This is where we're gonna have to watch in northern Kansas actually quite a bit later tonight. Is we're gonna have to watch these little line segments with these little bow echoes. And if they do form into a big QLCS, then we're gonna have a heck of a time watching all these little QLCS spin-ups. So yeah, there's 3 areas of rotation. I don't see any CC drops at the moment, but they're generally lifted up towards McPherson, Kansas, so be on the lookout for this. You could get a quick spin up. Little River over to McPherson, Kansas, and 70-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail. Good news is as the QLCS wind and QLCS tornado threat increases, the hail should slightly decrease. That's one of the reasons why the wind risk for tonight, the hatched wind risk goes well out into Missouri and the Kansas City area versus the hail risk for the damaging hail. The hatched area actually stays back well west of that, west of the Topeka area. So that's one of the reasons is while they're kind of individual, that's when their hail threat is the biggest and also their tornado threat. But yeah, as it moves east, the damaging wind threat is actually going to grow as the hail decreases. Yeah, watching a couple areas there near McPherson. There's an area here. There's another little area right there, and then there's one up here near Little River and Windham. Wouldn't be totally shocked if this area gets a tornado warning. It's got a tornado possible tag on it, but there's actually some pretty tight areas of rotation in there. This one in particular, the one on the south is broadened a little bit. Also, this one near Little River is pretty tight too. Not seeing a defined CC drop, but they're definitely... They can be quick spin-ups that you don't even see between the CC scans. So you definitely have to watch this area. If I was out ahead of this towards McPherson, I would take this like it's a tornado warning and get to your lowest level interior room, away from windows. Lowest level interior room. Let's see how this is actually traveling. If this is going more east, yeah, this is going kind of straight northeast actually. So, especially this southern area of circulation is headed almost center line up towards McPherson. So, you guys need to... if I was in McPherson, I'd be in my tornado safe space. This one is probably going to slide north of McPherson, but what are they saying this is traveling at? Northeast at 50. So yeah, as this gets into a bowing line segment, it's also going to increase its forward momentum. So I'm taking this just out ahead of those areas of circulation. Wyndham, it's like now 1 minute or less. Hilton, 15 minutes, and McPherson, about 16 minutes. So McPherson, you got about 15 minutes to get into your tornado safe space. I would. It's severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes, essentially. It's tornado possible, hail, and 70-mile-an-hour winds. There's maybe another circulation up here. Let me just check that area. Yeah, I can see that too. So yeah, there's an area here near Little River and Wyndham, an area here southwest of McPherson. There was a little area down here too, but that area looks like it's weakened a little bit. But this area here near McPherson, little area near Little River, and an area north of Little River. These can be quick spin-ups that can happen pretty quick. So if you're out ahead of this, Marquette, Lindsborg, and McPherson, I'd kind of be in your tornado safe space. And then some hail and wind up here in northern Kansas. Those storms don't look quite as severe at the moment. Coming up towards Clay Center. And then there are severe storms that are coming into southeast Nebraska here. These are pretty strong. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. York upward towards Seward. Brainerd, Ulysses, Rising City, Stromsburg. This area here between Stromsburg and York could have some small hail in it too along US 81. And then further north, there's storms coming up towards Columbus, Clarkson, Schuler, Humphrey, Madison, and Newman's Grove, all with damaging winds as a threat. Hail up to 1 inch and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's all a couple hours from the Omaha area. And yes, we were just talking about them for like 5 minutes. And that area is going to get a tornado warning. Actually, no, this is a new storm. Sorry. This is that area near Miltonvale. I thought it was going to be that storm that we were just talking about for 5 minutes. It's actually not. It's, okay, yep, I see it. It's here near Miltonvale. Especially just a scan or two back. There it is right there. As it's come across here north sides of Miltonvale. And it's still in here. We have winds kind of surging out like this, and then our inflow in here. So our area rotation is just right up in there. We can also see if there's anything on here. I don't see any CC drop at the moment. So that's a good sign, but this is a radar indicated rotation. Capable of producing a tornado 4 miles northeast of Miltonvale, moving northeast at 45. So, yeah, it's stuff like this tonight that it's going to be a quick spin up. It's going to go from, like, not looking much to having a, you know, pretty defined area of circulation. Let me take this up a little bit further. Hold on. And get a read on this. Okay, yeah. So the storm, this line is kind of moving a little more east-northeast. This area rotation is moving a little bit more northeast. We're going to take it out like that at 45. St. Joseph, 7 minutes. Clifton, about 15 minutes. And Lynn, about a half hour. So 15 minutes to Clifton and about a half hour to Lynn. Yeah, and your area rotation is moving northeast like that. And it's right up in here between Clifton and Miltonvale, in this little area here. So Clifton, safe space. Clyde, safe space. Lynn, Miltonvale. You guys all need to be in your tornado safe space. There's still areas of rotation showing up in this cell. I thought this was going to be the one that gets the tornado warning, but there's still 3 to 4 areas of rotation showing up. There's 2 north of Little River. There's one that's generally lifting towards McPherson, and then there's one north of Hutchinson. But areas earlier that I mentioned, Marquette, Lindsborg, and McPherson, and Canton, you guys need to be inside, away from windows. Fallon and Asaria are also in this warning. Areas south side to Salina. Yeah, this is a pretty nasty cell. Alright, I want to go check our storm here near Clio Springs. It's trying again. It's trying to... You can see the hook a little more clear here. There's your inflow. If I back it up a couple notches here, when it was near Clio Springs, you can see it's not much of a hook. It's more of a line. So it really wasn't wrapping itself up. To get that tornado genesis, you need that little rear flank to hook itself around a little bit. That helps create that localized vorticity, that rear flank downdraft. And here it just doesn't really have that. It's this little, like a P shape. So that's not the sign of a healthy tornado genesis. And when we looked at it, it didn't have much rotation. Back further, see, it has that hook. It has that stinger. That was looking a little healthier, and then it weakened and broadened out, and then it wasn't really any rotation. Now it's picked that back up. If we fast forward, now it has a nice little stinger again. You have your inflow in here. You have your rain-cooled air wrapping back around. That creates the tornado genesis right in this little notch here. And that's where we're seeing a little bit tighter rotation now. Let me clear out the mess. Yeah, we're seeing a little bit tighter rotation right in this area here. So this is looking better. It's going to try again. I don't think it has yet. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of... That's all clear inflow contamination. But if it's going to try, it's going to try pretty quick here. So this is coming up towards Hillsdale, Goultry, Carrier, Helena. You guys all need to be in your safe space. Ringwood, this should go north of you guys. Enid is still in this warning. Enid and North Enid and Lahoma. Good to be in your tornado safe space. A-line, this is now past you, and Clio Springs, this is past you guys. So good to go, Clio Springs and A-line. If you're already in your tornado safe space in Ringwood, just stay there another couple minutes, let this thing pass. But this is going to go well north of Ringwood. It's going to be up along State Route 58 between Ringwood and Helena, and generally headed towards Goultry, Carrier, and Hillsdale. But now it's definitely looking, yeah, that's going to probably be close to producing a tornado here. We've really started to see this wrap up here. We have a nice tight area rotation. It's right in that little stinger. Still think some of that's clear air wrapping around. This is clear air wrapping in like this. But looking for a CC drop, it'd probably be in this area here. So let's take a look at it. We've probably got a tornado developing live on the radar here. This is actually a great radar example of what we just walked through, showing it near Clio Springs is not really a tornadic threat, and then how quickly, just a few scans later, you can get it to wrap up and become a pretty good tornado threat. So this is quickly, that's a pretty tight couplet here now. Let's see. Still not seeing a CC drop. But this is a pretty tight couplet. Goltree, Carrier, and Hillsdale, Lahoma, Enid, North Enid. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space here. This is wrapping up pretty tight. Likely have a developing tornado here west of you guys along Oklahoma 58 between Helena and Ringwood. And again, if you're in Helena and Ringwood, this is probably going to split the difference between you. But if you're already in your safe space, just stay there. Especially Helena on the north side of this, you're going to be in the hail core. Yeah, Helena, you're going to want to definitely stay in your safe space because you're going to be in the hail core. Ringwood, it's good to stay in your safe space another few minutes. If you do leave your safe space, or if you're not there yet, just stay indoors. Don't go out and try and see this, and definitely don't drive up 58. Yeah, between Helena and Ringwood, that's where this circulation is. Oh, okay, hold on. They actually just cut this back, so I didn't want to say it myself, but the National Weather Service looks like it's pretty confident it's not going to go towards Ringwood, Lahoma, and Enid, North Enid out of the warning area. So this is narrowed down a little bit. It's becoming a bigger problem for Carrier, Hillsdale, and Goltree. Those are the towns I've been focused on out ahead of this. Again, Helena, the circulation is going to go to your south, but you're in the hail core right now, so let's stay indoors and in your tornado safe space here for at least a few more minutes. Again, not seeing that CC drop yet, but that is a pretty tight area of circulation right in there. I'd be interested to see if there's any chase. There's probably chasers on this. It's a high risk day in Oklahoma, but there's your area rotation right here near Carvile. Yeah, Carvile. Along, let's see, E0370 road and approaching N2660 road. That's also approaching Highway 58. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a tornado on the ground and we're just not seeing it on the CC. Because even though it's not super strong, it's pretty tight right in here. There could be like a weak tornado that's just not picking up the CC. Yeah, we're decently close to the radar too. So we're seeing the winds going away from the radar, and we're seeing the winds go towards the radar, and they're pretty much right in there. And I'm not seeing that CC drop, but okay, it's moved a little bit. So it's now right over the N2660 road. It's real close to getting US, or not US, but Oklahoma 58. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a tornado on the ground. Yeah, it's going to go observed. Okay. Weather spotters confirm the tornado south of Helena. So we got a tornado on the ground. This is south of Helena, between Helena and Ringwood. It's just east of Carwile. And this is moving up towards Goltree, Carrier, Ituna, and Hillsdale. It's right over N2660 road and Highway 58, Oklahoma 58, and also East 0370 road. There it is right here. Let's see if it's got the CC now. It's a little messier now. Let's see. This might be it right in here. There's a little bit of a CC drop in here. The CC might just be a slight bit behind. But basically, you got reflectivity, you got our velocity, and you got a slight CC drop. So I think this is it. We're just not seeing it at a super high level right now, but that is a likely tornado on the ground here. Well, it's not likely. It's on the ground. It's been, sorry. It's been confirmed by the weather spotters in the area. So it's likely we're seeing the CC drop from it now. That's going to be it right in there. So this is another confirmed tornado here. Let me take a minute here to get some of this warning out. I believe this is our first warning, confirmed tornado in Oklahoma anyway today. So I think it's our first tornado in the high risk area today. All right, let's back up. Goldtree and Hillsdale. This likely will slide south of Goldtree, but we need to be in our safe space. All right, just wanted to make sure we warned everyone. Well, we basically watched a tornado genesis happen here on radar, so that was very interesting to see. But we got the rotation. We really started to see it wrap up here near Carlisle. You can see again earlier when it was near Clio Springs, pretty flat hook. There wasn't really a hook. It was just this, it wasn't really getting its rain-wrapped rear flank downdraft to create that tornado genesis. I kind of diagrammed that earlier. So if you want to watch that again when the stream eventually ends, this would be a good point to go back. We may actually clip that out. We can clip that out after the severe weather events and actually put it on our on the YouTube as a separate clip too. But we essentially saw near Clio Springs and east, there's the hook starting to wrap itself. Its rear flank downdraft rain-cooled air wrapping itself around the inflow and the warm moist inflow coming over Carlisle. Then we see that stinger reform. I like to call it a little stinger. The storm has always had this nice little outflow off the top here. So it's had nice ventilation. We really started to see it wrap up here and then produce the tornado probably just east-northeast of Carlisle up towards the Highway 58 corridor. And just as we saw it really tighten up is when it also got the observed tag, and it was confirmed not just by us and on the National Weather Service, but we confirmed it, looks like via weather spotters, which was good because it hasn't showed a lot of CC drop. It's starting to broaden back out a bit now, though, so you can see just a scan ago with the velocity, and then maybe a little bit lower values of CC right in there. But it hasn't had a debris ball like we saw in Smithville, Tennessee today. Yeah, it's definitely broadened back out. I'd be interested to see if it's on the ground still, but still could be. Let me see if there's any okay, so the chaser that's seen it, I guess it just kind of just tickled the ground. So that would be why we didn't see a lot of CC drop on this. It's actually got a pretty good base. It's got a clear base. So the storm chasers that are out on this, they can visually see the rotation pretty good. But this is south of Goldtree. Goldtree, you need to be in your safe space. Hillsdale, Carrier, Helena, this is sliding south of you guys. You guys will be out of the warning pretty soon. But it sounds like, according to the chasers there, that the condensed part of the funnel didn't even go all the way to the ground. It was a funnel in the cloud, and then some swirls of dust and grasses and dirt and stuff in the field. So good news too is we haven't had this likely didn't hit anything. So this is one of the tornadoes that a lot of storm chasers like to chase. It's a picture in a field, and we haven't had any significant damage likely. Now, that does not mean that we're out of the woods. We are in a high-risk area in a PDS tornado watch. This cell that has now dropped its first tornado, I think this is this cell's first tornado. This could be one of those cyclic supercells. And if it is, there are some vastly more populated spaces in between the high-risk area and the PDS tornado watch and this cell. So we need to really watch this if we're north of 412. This is a cell that could eventually affect Ponca City, Bartlesville, maybe points along the Kansas and Oklahoma border. This is a cell that I think we've diagrammed earlier is likely a problem for areas north of Tulsa. This is probably not a Tulsa problem. But yeah, if it keeps going east-northeast, this is more of a Ponca City, Bartlesville problem. Stillwater, Pawnee, Tulsa, you guys have other problems. You guys have these cells back here, and one of them has just recently gone tornado warned. I do want to check the one other tornado warning that we had earlier, and it's still radar indicated. It's over here near Clifton and Lynn. And there it is. The rotation's lifting between Clifton and Lynn. So if they re-extend that, this would be coming up towards Lynn, Washington, and Hanover. And there's still some decent rotation in here, so I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if this gets extended towards Lynn, Washington, Hanover, maybe towards Waterville. Some strong winds coming through McPherson and Lindsborg. It looks like none of those cells really panned out for rotation. And then watching a little new cell here around Anthony. This could be an issue for Wichita and especially south of Wichita if that one continues to upscale. But I also want to really check on these cells that are south of our tornado-warned storm near Goldsby. And just by the look of it, I wouldn't be surprised if that one's going to try again. I think the old rotation has weakened, but it looks like a bit of new rotation here on the end of this hook. This would be just south of Goldsby, so watch out for that. We'll check on, we'll come back to that cell here in a minute, but I just want to check on our other cells here. Strong cell between Lawndale and Okeene. This is coming also near Hitchcock. And it's rotating, so it's definitely a tornado possible. And 2-inch hail. That is also coming up toward between Lawndale and Okeene along Highway 51. And then the rotation is likely just north of the Hitchcock area between Hitchcock and Canton, Oklahoma. We do have a new tornado warning storm for the cell around Putnam and Oakwood. Canton is actually in the tornado warning for this new cell too. So Canton, you guys need to be going to your safe space. And then Putnam, Oakwood, anywhere in between. Let's take a look here and see what we have. Ooh, we do have some pretty good rotation here. And that is co-located with the hook. So the good news is, yeah, if there's going to be tornadoes on the ground out here in Oklahoma, we're going to quickly get spotter confirmations. And the tornado warned storm here near Goldsby is going back to radar indicated. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets back on the ground, though, in a little bit. This Putnam cell is looking pretty strong, so we definitely need to take it seriously. And it is going towards Oakwood in general. Let's get its movement here. East at 40. East at 40. That's headed towards Oakwood, Canton. Eventually, maybe over towards Watonga and Hitchcock. So again, Watonga and Hitchcock are not in the warning right now. I'm going to put them in the mileage calculator here and see. Oakwood about 15 minutes, Watonga 40, and Hitchcock 45. So again, Watonga and Hitchcock not in the warning yet, but you guys need to take this seriously. It's likely going to hold together. Oakwood about 15 minutes. And then we're starting to get some back building cells here down near Elk City. So these ones we're gonna have to watch here too. Let me just take a quick break for a second and get a refill on the water. I'll leave you guys with the radar here for just a minute, and then we'll get right back to it. Okay. Woo. That was an adventure. Let me just check my audio again here real quick. That sounds good. Okay. Actually moved studios. So I pulled that off without hopefully you guys just noticing we had to move a bunch of equipment and stuff. But computer, microphone, side monitor, lights, camera action, all got moved between the studio and my temporary setup there. So that was an adventure, but it looks like everything's worked out. Okay. So let's go back to, we right now are down to 2 tornado warnings. It is now 6:37 Central Time. So I do want to go back to our setup here. I have to get the DOT cameras reset. Looks like it was the DOT cameras have been the one casualty here of the of the move to the, and the clock. The clock has somehow died. All right, let me get the clock back first. Let me see what's going on with the clock. All right, just bear with me here while we get kind of reconnected to the clock, I guess. Let's see. Do this over here. Hmm. Okay, well that's a little frustrating. I don't know why the clock didn't go through. All right. I'm not worried about the clock right now. Let me get back to the radar here. We finally have a tornado warning for the middle storm, the one near Okeen. yeah, it's starting to tighten up its rotation quite a bit. So again, we're starting to see the same thing. We're seeing the inflow notch here. We're seeing that rain-cooled air on the backside, and then our tornado likes to sit right in the little notch, and that's where we're getting our rotation, right in here. That's pretty close to producing a tornado, so that's coming up just south of Okeene. It's coming towards Hennessy and Waukomis in northwest Oklahoma. We also have our cell that's near the Oakwood area and Eagle City. That is right between Oakwood and Eagle City here. Let's check some of these cells here. They're starting to rotate here near Butler and north of Clinton, south of Putnam. And also a little broad rotation near Elk City. So these are storms we're going to have to watch. And also, we finally are seeing some development here between I-40 and Altus. This is that area that I highlighted a long time ago, actually multiple times, between Memphis, Childress, Texas, and the Elk City and Altus area. If we started seeing development down this way, that would be development that poses a threat more towards the Oklahoma City area. Because these storms are moving east-northeast. So unless they make hard rights, they're not likely going to go straight for Oklahoma City. But it's this stuff in here that if it moves east-northeast would pose a threat if that continues to develop. So we do have to watch that very carefully here as we go through the evening. Make sure the everything's lined up pretty good. Side of the desk. It's kind of in the frame. There we go. That's better. But right now, no tornado warnings in our northern tornado watches. The one that, and also no severe thunderstorms currently in our watch area. A couple strong cells along US 12 near Lemon, Lamone, along the North Dakota, South Dakota state line. Otherwise, most of our severe weather has been south of I-80. There still is some storms here west of Omaha that are worth watching. The storms seem to be decreasing in intensity as they're coming into Lincoln, so that's a good sign. But then strong storms here south of Nebraska. Marysville, Blue Rapids, Clay Center, Junction City, eventually over towards Manhattan. These are areas that are going to have to watch. And then we also have a tornado warning that's now for this cell. This is that cell that has had some rotation for a while, as it was near McPherson. We're starting to see more of that QLCS notch situation, looks like, developing here. We're seeing the inflow like this, and then we're seeing the surge of winds on the south side towards Holland. And that's probably moved a step. But this is more of that QLCS threat coming up towards Abilene, Chapman, and eventually towards Junction City, Kansas. That's a new warning there. Wichita has been quiet for the moment. Still seeing some cells south of Wichita that we're going to have to keep our eye on. And then I want to repost that camera that's above here. We got to get our cameras working again. Okay. Okay, let's get this camera up. Okay, perfect. Got a camera. And then this camera is going to go here. Live production. You're seeing live production. Perfect. Okay. Thanks to everyone joining the stream. We'll get to you guys in just a minute here. Okay. Both cameras there. Traffic is definitely picking up in the OKC metro. Okay, that camera looks good there. Now let's play around with our Kansas camera. All right, that looks good. Woo! Okay, cameras are working again, so that's good. Still no clock. That's a little frustrating. Okay. Right now, 4 tornado warnings, 1 in Kansas and 3 in Oklahoma. So let's get back to the tour of the radar. We also have 10 severe thunderstorm warnings. Almost all of those are in Oklahoma and Kansas. I do want to check on our friends in Tennessee. Just, again, the storms should be downtrending here in Tennessee. And yeah, I only see a couple severe thunderstorm warnings still in Tennessee. So there's one near Johnson City up here, basically in the Smoky Mountains. That's near Telford and Bumpus Cove, coming towards Irwin. Likely some small hail, gusty winds. Yeah, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then that one cell that's still ongoing, far south of Murfreesboro. This is towards Beersheba Springs. Likely also 1-inch hail, 60 winds. This is a storm I think that we've followed for quite a long time this afternoon. Yeah, pretty sure. South of McMinnville. So storms do seem to be on the downtrend in the Nashville area and in Tennessee. We'll have to worry about you guys in the next couple days. There's severe threats in Tennessee tomorrow, but also Wednesday looks even more severe, especially for northwest Tennessee. So right now, all of our severe thunderstorm warnings are expired in the Dakotas and also in Nebraska right now. So some strong thunderstorms, some gusty winds, especially this area that bows out, like this area from Norfolk down to Columbus, eventually headed, looks like, over towards the Fremont, Nebraska area. That area is an area of gusty winds. Another one here kind of bows out towards Lincoln. But right now, non-severe thunderstorms moving through Nebraska. So good news for areas that were hard hit by tornadoes in April. Severe thunderstorms still ongoing. A line of them from the Nebraska state line all the way down to McPherson, Kansas. They have some hail, but hail is on the downtrend for these storms. Their primary threat is 60-mile-an-hour winds, and then also some spin-up tornadoes. And there's an area of rotation here near Abilene, Oklahoma, or not Oklahoma, Kansas. Abilene, Kansas, headed up towards Junction City. That area is, I believe, still radar indicated. And yeah, it's up here along I-70 in this little notch. We're going to play Whack the Notch all night here with these storms. There's going to be new notches that pop up, and then notches die, and it's going to be a QLCS tornado threat. So we're going to continue to watch that as it moves towards Manhattan, Junction City, Topeka, eventually towards Kansas City. Damaging winds, some small hail, and a QLCS tornado threat. Wichita, our top cameras from Wichita, you can see there's actually a bit of a, on the very top of the screen, there's a bit of a little sunset going. It looks actually like a nice, it's still really humid looking though, but there's some storms south of Wichita. They're not severe right now, so that is a good thing. So quickly we're going to get down into our tornado warned storms. Storm that produced a tornado earlier still has rotation in here between Kremlin and Pond Creek. Doesn't look imminently tornadic at the moment, but Jefferson, Pond Creek, Hunter, Kremlin, and Hillsdale are still in this warning. This is that storm that produced a quick spin up near Helena. The storm to its south, though, has an observed tornado. So we have a confirmed tornado 5 miles east of Okeen. This is the one that I said was about to produce a few minutes ago. Damaging tornado and tennis ball-sized hail. And it's a confirmed via broadcast media. So there must be a media truck on this. Let's see. It should be in here. It looks like there is maybe 2 areas of rotation near Parvin. Interesting in that second area of rotation, but yeah, there it looks like it at least was. The CC just updated. There may be a new area of tornadic development forming on this, but there's an area here in the notch, and then there's also this area just south of there near Parvin. That's the one that I think the Parvin area, we're seeing a few CC drops in there anyway. But I think it's that area just north of Parvin that had the tornado. Because, yeah, we can back it up and see the CC drop in there. And there it is there. There's our debris ball. Right in there. So, and that's a very tight spinning storm. You can see the storm on the reflectivity spinning. The warm air is already swirling in here like that. It still could be on the ground. It just could be in a field, and we're not seeing it. But there's actually 2 areas of concerning rotation. One is in the clear air, though, at the moment. Could be some contamination, but that one is interesting. This one still could be on the ground. I'm seeing a few lower values in here that could indicate that there is a tornado still in progress. Either way, if you're in this area here, this area east of Okeen, between Okeen and Hennessy in Oklahoma, that's coming up along Highway 51, Lacey, Caddo, Bison, and Wacomas. You guys are all in this warning. You need to take this seriously. It's a tornado likely on the ground or just was near the areas here, Parvin and Lacey. And yeah, 2 areas of rotation that are interesting. This still may be in here because there's still CC drops right in here. And the CC will update, or the reflectivity will update in just a minute. Yeah, I think it's still on the ground. Because the CC just moved a little bit, these couple lower values. And then the reflectivity also moved. So, likely still tornado on the ground here. So let me take a minute here. We got to send this out to people. So, yep, I definitely want to get this out to people if we can. As many people as we can. This is it's a dangerous storm here. Again, this is it's about 7 o'clock Central Time. This is headed up towards Hennessy and Wacomas. And just north and east now, Parvin. You guys all need to be in your tornado safe space. Parvin up to Lacey, Cato, and over towards Hennessy. And up also Jax is in this warning, Bison, and Wacomas. Oh wow. Okay, so this is probably somewhat accurate here, what we're seeing on the radar. There's a storm chaser shot west of Hennessy just a minute or two ago, and it is a large rain-wrapped mesocyclone. So you are not going to see this if there's a tornado back in there. You are not going to see it if you're in the areas here east of this. Lacey, Cato. The only way we're going to see it is if there's a CC drop on this, and I think there still is. I think there's still a tornado on that south side near Parvis. See that CC drop in here? So I think this is still on the ground here. And then there's a new area of circulation that's really ramping up here north of that. This may be on the ground too. Seeing some interesting CC drops in here. Yeah, this is a bit of a donut hole. Anyway, you can see this whole meso from places like Hennessy. There's some storm chasers out in this area here near Hennessy looking back, and you can see the donut. It's all rain wrapped. I'll post it on our Twitter. We can't share it here on the live stream due to, rights and stuff like that, but we can retweet stuff. So go to WeatherCastUSA, and you can see the shot that was just put up by one of the storm chasers. And yeah, you can see exactly what we're seeing. It's this giant meso mass of rain, and there's likely a tornado still ongoing back in there. Getting a little bit darker in Wichita. There's some showers and storms headed for this camera. So we may see a little bit of rain, but nothing severe on that camera right now. Oklahoma City still looks sunny, and definitely some traffic headed out of the city this afternoon. But yeah, this thing is a beast looking on radar, but also on the ground. It's just a big rotating mesocyclone, and likely still a tornado, I think, in there. Yeah, near Lacey. That is likely a tornado on the ground in there. That's right along Route 51. And And then there's maybe another one up here. Let's see if we can get a CC drop on that one. I don't know if that one's on the ground, but the one near Lacey is likely on the ground. There's its CC drop right there. This is along Oklahoma 51, just west of Lacey. This is approaching. Well, all of a sudden the roads aren't pulling up, but just in this Lacey area, this is likely a tornado on the ground along Oklahoma 51 here. Yeah, still seeing the CC drops in there. If you're out ahead of this, Lacey, Cato, Hennessy, Jax, over towards Wacoma, so you guys need to be in your tornado safe space. This is a really dangerous cell, and it's not like the tornado that we saw in the storm earlier that had a really clear base and a little wispy funnel that came down. This is a HP beast in here. So that's that tornado, likely still on the ground. We also have a tornado warning for this cell from Oakwood over towards Hitchcock. It's riding more north. So Watonga right now, this is going to be north of you guys. And yeah, there's rotation up here near Hitchcock along 51A and Route A. This is going to be for Hitchcock, Loyal, and if it holds together, Dover and Kingfisher could be in the next warning. But this area here is it's a bit broad at the moment, but it could easily tighten back up. It's in this area here, just west of Hitchcock, and riding along 51A and Route 8 out there in western Oklahoma. Watching these cells here back toward Elk City, they're starting to rotate a little bit, and then we're also really paying attention to some of this new development, and if it can develop further back towards Mangum, Childress, this area here is areas that we need to watch for development if it goes towards Oklahoma City. Most likely these storms here are not going to be affecting directly Oklahoma City. They're moving east-northeast, so they're going to be issues for Perry, Pawnee, Hominy, Cushing, Stillwater, and eventually over towards Tulsa. Again, you guys aren't in any warnings yet, but these are storms that are generally headed your direction. Checking Kansas again real quick, because the Kansas storms are going to be just interesting spin-ups. Seeing a pretty good surge of wind here. Abilene, Holland over to White City, Harrington, and Junction City. That is likely some damaging wind coming down I-70 there. So also some large hail in here too. Only being warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds, but I wouldn't be surprised if this gets an upgrade. We're seeing 63, 63, 67. So there could be some gustier winds than that. And then also watching areas like this there, this little notch, this little surge. We have to watch areas like that for areas of rotation. So this whole line is going to have areas to watch like that, and as one area surges out and notches up, another area will decrease in intensity. So we really have to watch that area coming towards Manhattan. Again, Wichita right now, you got some storms in the area. We're seeing that on the traffic cam, but nothing severe at the moment. So that's good. And I don't see as many cars as we did earlier, so hopefully a lot of people are taking this seriously in the Wichita area, and hopefully they are just staying inside and just watching the news and weather, and hopefully watching us a little bit. But that is a dangerous storm. So let's get back down to Oklahoma. Just want to double check. We got 3 tornado warnings. They're all in Oklahoma. The one is observed. That's in Garfield and Kingfisher County coming towards Hennessy. Yeah, this is that storm that's still in the Lacey area. Not seeing the Not seeing the CC drop like we did earlier, so that's one good sign here. But this is still a pretty tight little couplet here near the Lacey area. This is riding right along Oklahoma 51. If that continues, it's going to be into the areas here. Hennessy and just points north of Hennessy on US 81. So that's a dangerous cell. Double checking everything. Let me just double check my audio again. We're good. We got audio. We're good. I'm gonna mess stuff up too much, but okay. Yeah, this is a massive rotating mesocyclone that's headed generally towards the 81 corridor, with a couple areas of rotation that are notable. But the one that is near 51, that's the area that's been producing the tornado. I don't see it showing up on CC at the moment, but it could just be cycling. This is likely going to get extended out too. So if you're south of Wacomas and towards Hennessy, you guys need to be in your safe space. Covington and Marshall, Douglas, you guys all need to start thinking about where you're going to go. Well, hopefully you have that plan already, but you guys need to start thinking about taking your tornado safety plans. Covington, Marshall, Douglas, because this thing is generally lifting north-northeast towards you guys. So, again, not trying to scare people, but you have to know that this stuff is coming towards you. And you're going to get a ton of rain and hail and wind ahead of all this tornado threat. So, especially if you have like a storm shelter and it's outside of your house and you have to go to it, it might be beneficial to go to it sooner rather than later. That way you're not going out into the rain, hail, lightning, and wind. But yeah, we have a rain-wrapped tornadic circulation just over the areas here between Hennessy and Cato. That's at Oklahoma 132 and Oklahoma 51. Looks like it's tightening back up again too. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's still on the ground. We're just not seeing the CC drop on it. It's still listed as observed as of 7:07, and it's 7:09 right now. So this is still a damaging tornado. Broadcast media confirmed. So likely one of the news stations out here have a TV crew, and they're watching this thing as it comes generally east-northeast. Hennessy, you guys really need to be in your safe space. This is a legit tornado here on the ground. And it's a massive mesocyclone. The whole thing is spinning. It's all rain wrapped. It's a big mess. So you're not going to see it coming. That's over the Cato area or Cato area right now. 132 and 51. Still seeing rotation near the Hitchcock area. Doesn't look as strong as earlier, but still, if you're over here by Loyal and Oneida, you guys need to take that seriously. And then behind there, there's a big severe thunderstorm warning covering this new storm near Putnam and Oakwood. That also includes Canton, Lawndale, and areas just west of Hitchcock. That's for large hail, damaging winds. Also have to watch rotation on that picking up. And then the storm here near Butler, Arapahoe, and Clinton also has large hail. Yeah, you can really see the hail in that. Also has some rotation. So both of these cells, the one near Butler and the one near Oakwood, are worth watching here for rotation. We also have new severe thunderstorm warnings. A couple of tornado possible tags. one with large hail. But the one up here, there's new severe thunderstorms. I mentioned them earlier towards Fremont, Wahoo, Fremont. This is north of the areas that had tornadoes a couple weeks ago. But there is a couple of notches in here. Prague up to Wahoo, Fremont, North Bend. You guys need to watch out for that storm. And that's eventually coming up towards Hooper, Webster, Scribner, and North Bend. Okay, how's that sound? Just kind of adjusted the mic a little bit. Just tweak the mic. Okay. Still sounds good, so that's good. Okay. That's good. If you guys can hear me, then we're good to go. Go back to our observed storm. This is that storm near Hennessy. Big mesocyclone still on this thing, but it's organized quite a bit here. It's a bit broad at the moment, but based on the picture that we saw a minute ago or a few minutes ago, you're not going to be able to verify this much unless you're like going into the bear's cage. But there's, even without a tornado, some very strong winds in this meso. So we're seeing 62, 63 outbound. And then also seeing, or inbound. And then we're seeing 75, 77, 80, somewhere in there, outbound. So that is a pretty powerful meso there. Where is the radar, too, that we're seeing this from? We're just seeing it just north of this. So we're seeing a pretty low level meso, too. We're seeing the rotation at a pretty low level here. So, which is good news that we're seeing the CC then from a decently low level. And we're not seeing that big debris ball like you might, although I wouldn't be surprised if in a couple scans we see it. That's a pretty strong meso. This is lifting here along 81 between Wacomas and Hennessy. Hennessy still needs to be in your tornado safe space. This is a dangerous storm. If you're just south of the Wacomas area, you guys also need to be in your tornado safe space. But especially if you're along US 81 between Wacomas and Hennessy, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space. And this should get extended out in just a minute or two towards Marshall and Douglas and maybe Covington. So Covington, Douglas, Marshall, you guys all need to start thinking of where you're going to go and start acting on your tornado safe plan. Because it's good to act on that now before you get into all this rain and hail and mess in here. So, and this thing is beast mode. It's really wrapping itself up. So this is a really dangerous storm here. Yeah, we're seeing over 70 on the inflow, on the outbounds, and 60 on the inbounds. You can also see all this wind coming up. This is all inflow. that we're seeing here, all this inflow wind spiraling into the storm, and then we're seeing outflow wind like this. So we're also seeing a bit of an outflow surge here. That's going to be some damaging winds coming towards the Hennessy area. That's why you just need to treat these all with a lot of respect. That is likely going to get extended within about a couple minutes here. Still rotation showing up around Hitchcock. It's a bit broader than it was earlier, so that's a good sign for the Hitchcock area. Likely, though, but around O'Keene and Hitchcock, there's some hail in this storm. So, good news at the moment, not seeing that super strong rotation there near Hitchcock. And then this area here near Putnam and Oakwood is starting to pick up in its intensity here. It's already severe warned, but we're seeing a rotation strengthening here. It's still broad, but it's an area of strengthening rotation. And then I'm guessing the same might be going on here. And not seeing it as well, but there's still some rotation in this storm here between Butler, Arapahoe, and Clinton, Oklahoma. And then again, very carefully watching this area here, south of Elk City, for any further development. This whole mass of storms outside of the tornado warning section is going to get a severe thunderstorm warning. It's actually for the cell that's behind the tornado warning storm. So it's for this hail core that's also coming up towards all these areas. And also the areas here from Enid, Garber, Covington, and Marshall have also the hail core of the tornadic circulation. So there's a couple big threats here for severe weather beyond the tornado that's ongoing here near Hennessy. And this was just at 7:07, confirmed damaging tornado, lifting northeast at 30. This is about to cross US 81 here near Bison. So if you're in the Bison area and US 81, you need to really take this seriously. E0550 road, N2880 road. I think we're starting to see some CC drops in here. Probably on the ground again, or still. We're starting to see those CC drops with that circulation. There might even be two. I think the velocity is a step behind the reflectivity, but there's two areas of circulation actually in here. That may be a tornado right there. Oh, that could be clear air, but we'll have to see. I'll have to wait till the next scan. It looks like the velocities and the CC. This is from 718. CC is from 718, but the velocity is from 719, so it may have moved a bit. But either way, whether this is on the ground or not, there's some very strong winds in there. All coming towards the areas here north of Hennessy up towards Bison. Let's watch this area a bit more here and see if there's a more CC drop. A very interesting area rotation. Yeah, I think it's ongoing. I just again, could be the clear air. Either way, if this is not on the ground, it's very close to being so. It could be one of the situations where basically the whole mezzo is kind of just scraping along the ground. This whole area is rotating pretty significantly here. This is a big circulation. Coming across the areas right here near Bison, Oklahoma, along US 81. We're also going to get a new warning for that area. This is capable of producing a tornado near Bison, moving east at 25. Tornado and golf ball size hail. So I guess the Weather Service is probably seeing the same thing that we are. And you can't really confirm it on the CC. There's no defined debris ball, but there's this big, the puzzle pieces are all there. It just happens to be just this massive area of rotation. So for the moment, it's going to go back to radar indicated, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's still in there. It very well could be. This isn't a particularly tree-filled area, so it could just be picking up leaves and twigs, and we're not seeing it much, but it's crossing US 81 at the moment. Whatever's in here is crossing US 81. It's headed up towards Douglas. So if you're north of this, we called you guys earlier. Fairmont, Douglas, Wacomas, up to Hennessy. I'm surprised Marshall isn't in this. I'd be very careful if I was in Marshall right now. But especially Wacomas, Fairmont, Douglas, Covington, and north of Hennessy, you guys are in a pretty good tornadic storm there. Still seeing that rotation between Hitchcock and Loyal. Doesn't look as impressive right now. And still seeing some rotation here near Oakwood. Also watching for rotation near Arapahoe. Yeah, there is some rotation in this storm near Clinton and Arapahoe that we have to watch for. And then still watching, here is our dry line. You can start to see that right now. So still watching for any storms that develop along this dry line right here. So right now we have essentially 3 tornadic storms. The one is a kind of a duplicate warning. But so I want to take things, it's now 7:25. So let me just let me see if we can get this clock back on. Okay, we may have the clock coming back. So let's see here. I think I just need to adjust it just a little bit. And then we should be good to go. Let's see. Let me Okay, better than nothing. We got the clock back. All right. Let me double check my audio again. Okay, sounds good. All right, camera's back, clock back. I think we're good to go. Double checking things here. Still no severe storms in our northern severe thunderstorm watch area. That area has really quieted down since earlier in the day. We have a number of severe thunderstorms here, though, in Kansas and Nebraska. One with pretty strong winds coming from Wahoo up to Fremont. This is all northwest of Omaha, Hooper, Scribner, North Bend, Prague, Wahoo. Some strong storms coming through Lincoln right now, but non-severe. Some more storms here near Philly and Rockford. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds on those. That's in southeast Nebraska. And then jumping down the line, we have strong severe thunderstorms coming into the Manhattan area with up to 70-mile-an-hour winds. That's 70. You can see these areas surging out here towards Ogden. And another one here between Greene and Oldsburg. So that's some damaging wind coming into Manhattan. We're having to watch this area here also for any quick QLCS spin-ups. Some rotation with this storm near Holland is worth watching, and also some sizable hail probably in there. That one may get a warning soon, at least for a severe thunderstorm warning near Holland. In central Kansas. And then we're watching Wichita. Still looks a little darker there right now, but there's some storms in the area, but non-severe at the moment. Right now, the majority of our severe thunderstorms and tornadoes are in Oklahoma. There's one quickly approaching the I-35 corridor and Ponca City eventually. This is that storm that came across near Pond Creek. It produced a tornado back north of Clio Springs, and between Clio Springs and Gulftree, it produced a quick spin up. It's now near Lamont and Deer Creek. And still has some broad rotation, but it does not look as imminently tornadic as it was earlier. So the good news there for the moment. The big beast of a mezzo is still here between Wacomas and Hennessy, and it's approaching the areas around Douglas. We haven't still seen the CC drop, but it's at the very least a big, massive, low to the ground mesocyclone that could drop a tornado at any time. This is eventually coming up Douglas, Fairmont, Covington. I would also be a little weary of this if I was in the Marshall area. It's probably coming up more towards Douglas, but Marshall, it's a little close. Beyond that, there's some large hail coming up between Fairmont and Wacomas right now. There's a pretty good hail core sitting in here north of the tornadic circulation. So that tornadic circulation will be coming up more towards Douglas and Covington, and the hail core Wacomas up through Fairmont. Hennessy, stay in your safe space here. The tornadic circulation is definitely passing to your north, but Hennessy also has some rain and hail here between Hennessy and Okeen to deal with still, and also likely some damaging winds south of this mesocyclone. There's a bit of an outflow dominant situation going on at the moment. That's going to produce some damaging winds. That could also be coming to the Marshall area. So Marshall, hunker down. You may not have to go to your super safe space, but I would go away from windows, doors, lowest level, into your room sort of thing. And then back further south, we've lost the tornado warning for that storm near Hitchcock. That looks a lot weaker. There's not really much rotation in here. I'm still watching the storm to the south, though. The one near Oakwood has some rotation in it. Likely some damaging winds. And then also the one near Arapahoe also has some rotation in it. Coming up through Arapahoe, Custer City, Thomas, Weatherford, Clinton area. That one could be a potential here down the road. It may actually have a hook on it, and we just can't see it very good. I don't know if that's actual reflectivity or not. It may have a rain-free base hook. And then also watching, again, for that development that would be south of Elk City, towards the Mangum area. That would be affecting Oklahoma City if it develops. So good news right now is we have only 2 tornado warning storms. The one near Garfield County, Oklahoma, and the one in Grant and Kay County. And good news is actually this storm doesn't look as tornadic right now. It's actually more of a damaging wind threat, and you can see it's starting to bow out a bit. This is some pretty heavy winds coming from Deer Creek over to Blackwell. I would also be nervous about driving a semi on I-35 right now. This is some pretty strong winds about to run along I-35. So that is not a great situation for travel there. Just scoping these out. This is 60, 70, even close to 80 mile an hour winds here. And also large hail. This storm has some large hail, golf ball size hail. This is quickly approaching the Bremen, Blackwell, and Tonkawa area. And if I were you guys, I'd also, I mean, it's a tornado warning, so hopefully you guys are in your safe space. But if there's 80 mile an hour winds coming down, you're going to want to be in your tornado safe space anyway. So if you're along I-35 here between Tonkawa and Brahman, you guys are going to want to be in your tornado safe space. And if this gets replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And that would probably cover Ponca City, Newkirk, Blackwell, Caw City. If you're out ahead of this, you're going to also want to be in your tornado safe space, away from the windows and in a sturdy, stable structure. Because if there's 70 to 80 mile an hour winds coming your way, that's hurricane force winds. And that's not good in a non-sturdy structure anyway. That storm I mentioned earlier near Holland is going to get a severe thunderstorm warning. It actually has some rotation on it that's worth watching here. North of Gypsum, Kansas. This would also be coming up towards Holland, Acme, Enterprise, Abilene, and Detroit, Kansas. So 1 inch hail, 70 mile an hour winds, but wouldn't be surprised if that continues to look like it does, it's a healthy looking storm. Manhattan, Kansas, we were talking about the notches, and there's one here now developing just on the southwest side of Manhattan, Kansas, so please be in your tornado safe space. If you're out ahead of this line, if you can get to your lowest interior room, like Blue Rapids, St. Mary's, Flamingo, even up towards Seneca, it's good because the tornado warnings up here are going to be very fleeting. So we're not going to get a lot of advance warning on these. Yeah, you can see there is more of a shear line and then quickly has spun into a circulation here. This is near Eureka Lake along Highway 18 coming just into the west side of Manhattan, Kansas right now. Kansas 412 and 113 Anderson Avenue. What is that? Child Road and Fort Riley Boulevard. This is one of those quick spin up QLCS notches, and it's moving so quick it's probably even a step behind or a step ahead. Looking at the reflectivity, it's probably up towards 113 now. Still not seeing anything on CC, so that's a good sign. But it's coming up here just on the west sides of Manhattan, Kansas. From Manhattan up towards Rocky Ford. Swamp Angel, that's a new town name. We'll have to add to the weird town name list. So if you're in Manhattan, Fairmont, Rocky Ford, Swamp Angel, Flush, and Living Water Ranch, you guys all need to be in your tornado safe space here. The circulation will be just over this north and west side of Manhattan. So again, Manhattan, Kansas, coming up here, northwest sides of Manhattan especially. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. That includes downtown Manhattan, Kansas, Rocky Ford, Swamp Angel, Flush, Living Water Ranch. We just got a new tornado watch. It covers this area here, basically from where the Nebraska watch picks up. Yeah, this is going to be for the areas around Sioux City. And then let's see how this goes. The old watch had a couple of these counties along the Missouri River. So essentially that's the new watch area. It covers Des Moines, Ames, and Sioux City. And it's valid until 3 a.m. Central Time. So right now it is 7:41 Central Time. So this is going to be an overnight threat for the areas here, Sioux City, Des Moines, much of central and western Iowa. In addition to that, our friends to the south are not out of this. The Storm Prediction Center is 95% sure that the watch is going to be issued basically in western Missouri, northwestern Missouri. So probably something like this. I would think it's going to basically extend down from somewhere around where this watch leaves off. So probably along 63. Again, this is not officially put in yet, but 95% chance of the Storm Prediction Center saying that there's going to be a watch. That'll include the Kansas City area, St. Joseph, and probably over towards the Mizzou, Columbia, Jeff City area. So if it's like the same time frame as this other watch, it'll probably go till about 3 a.m. But that should be getting issued here in a few minutes, so we'll see about that. Big time severe weather warning for 1-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, including the tornadic threat here near Manhattan, Kansas. Maybe another circulation up here near Tuttle Creek Lake. But also still seeing circulation here in the Manhattan, Kansas area. That's probably surging to the north. These are so fleeting, but I'd watch this circulation too. The one up that near Tuttle Creek Lake and Living Water Ranch. So a couple quick spin-ups possible there for the areas around Manhattan, Kansas. And then going back here near Ponca City, very concerned with about 70, 80-mile-an-hour winds coming across I-35 right now. There's a pretty good amount of winds here between Bremen and Deer Creek. The tornado threat looks a bit lower with this storm than it had earlier. So I guess good news, bad news is even though there might be not a tornado imminent here, there is pretty strong winds coming through Bremen, Blackwell. That'll eventually head over towards Kildare and Newkirk in Oklahoma. Yeah, they're going to issue tornado possible and then 1.5-inch hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. That's going to include just those areas I said: Blackwell, Newkirk, Caw City, Ponca City, up all the way to the Kansas state line. This is a dangerous cell. It should be listed. It's probably a destructive warning. Yeah, considerable threat, severe thunderstorm. So this is, treat it like it's a tornado warning. If you're out here, Ponca City, Newkirk, and Caw City, you guys need to treat a destructive severe thunderstorm like this as a tornado warning. So lowest level, into your room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And also, if you're in a mobile home or a camping trailer or a garage structure, if you're out there working, you need to be in a stable, sturdy, permanent structure. This is a pretty good amount of 70-mile-an-hour winds, if not a little higher than that. This is essentially hurricane force winds coming down at you at Blackwell, Newkirk, Caw City, and Ponca City. Back down further, we still have this HP beast here in this area near Douglas and Marshall and Covington. It is just this massive spinning mesocyclone. We have not seen a debris ball with it, but it's gotten pretty tight at a few times, like here near Wacomas and Hennessy, and there were some CC drops. And we saw it have a little tornado near Lacey. Yeah, Lacey. It did have a little brief debris signature for a few scans. But since then, we haven't seen it produce any large-scale debris signature. But this thing is still rotating. It definitely has damaging winds. It's also going a bit more east. So if you're out ahead of this towards Douglas and then Covington and Perry, this could be going more towards you guys. It seems like it's going a little more east than northeast the last couple scans. Right now, it is radar indicated, and it is moving east at 35. So I want to take this out here a minute. So east at 35, Covington in about 10 minutes or less. I'd go a little on the less for that one. Hayward, 15 minutes. And Perry, about a half hour. So Perry, about a half hour. Morrison, about an hour. Morrison's way out here. But Perry, about a half hour. And Morrison, about an hour. So about a half hour to the I-35 corridor as well. That is a dangerous storm. It's likely gonna, it may be cycling at the moment. It doesn't look quite as impressive as it did a few minutes ago, but it's still there. I mean, you can see the inflow, you can see the outflow. The bit outflow dominant at the moment. You can see the outflow pushing all the way out towards Marshall here. But it's a rain-wrapped beast, and it could put down a tornado at any time, even though we haven't seen it on the CC. This is generally lifting towards Perry and Morris and Covington. More severe storms: O'Keene, Hennessy, Ames, Oklahoma, down towards Watonga and Hitchcock. Seeing a bit of a wind surge here too. Bowing out here near Hitchcock. And then also some circulation down here in this storm still near Arapahoe has a tornado warning on it. We called that earlier. It had I think maybe a rain-free base with some circulation, but it's capable of producing a tornado over Arapahoe, moving east at 35. So it's right up in here between Arapahoe and Custer City. And don't think it's on the ground yet, but it could very well be pretty soon. Also, some larger hail coming up between Custer City and Thomas, Oklahoma. That's gonna, if you live east of Thomas, you need to watch out for that. Luckily, I don't think there's much towns out here. Let me get the warning to see what it says. Yeah, location impacted is Custer City. So once this gets through the Custer City area, it's gonna have a few minutes here without much population, which is a good thing, or I guess at least no town names. There are farms and stuff out here. These are all farm roads in a grid pattern, so there are people that live out here. So if you are east of Custer City and north of Dead Woman Crossing, that is a creepy town name. That's a weird one. That is a weirder town name than Swamp Angel. Anyway, if you're out here near Custer City and points east in these rural farm roads, you guys need to take this seriously and get into your tornado safe space. This actually has a pretty good circulation on it, at least from the level of radar that we're seeing it on it. This is north of I-40, so that's a good news is it's north of I-40 right now. This whole area could affect some of the northern parts of Oklahoma City, especially the Kingfisher, Guthrie, and those type of areas. If it does, it'd be in about 70 to 80 minutes for Kingfisher. And then about 2 hours for the Guthrie area. So, something to watch. These are generally moving kind of east, just a little bit northeast of east. So this one is generally coming up towards Kingfisher, Guthrie, maybe as far south as the Edmond area, Calumet. That would be some areas that need to keep an eye on that storm. It's over Thomas right now and Custer City. But it's moving east northeast at about 35. This storm did get an extended warning. So yeah, we called them earlier Perry and I-35. You guys need to start taking your tornado safety precautions here. I want to check this storm here, but Blackwell. Yeah, that's some wind. That is some heavy wind. Arkansas City, Newkirk, Blackwell, Ponca City, Caw City. That is 70, 80 mile an hour wind, easy. So that's coming into the Newkirk, Blackwell, Caw City, Ponca City areas pretty quickly. And then look at this. This thing is an incredibly large, powerful mesocyclone. The whole thing is spinning. It was tighter earlier though, and even back further when it produced that tornado near Lacey. But you can just see the spin on the radar as I put it into motion. This is coming into the areas here near Covington along Route 74 and Highway 164. This is eventually over towards the Perry area. Radar indicated rotation. And it's basically over the Douglas area, just east of there right now. So Covington, Douglas, Perry. Hayward, Callahan, Lacine, Gansel. This is along Highway 164 between Covington and Perry. You guys all need to take your tornado safety precautions. If you haven't already, Covington to Perry along 164, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space here. This is a powerful thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado any minute. And it could be already. It's hard to see what's going on in this mesocyclone right now. There are some areas here where there's some CC drops that could be scraping the ground right now. This whole meso, we put a picture of it by one of the storm chasers that were on it earlier. It is a powerful mesocyclone. So let's see. I'm trying to get any updates from the Storm Prediction Center. Still the high risk, still the moderate risk in place. It's been cut away just a little bit on the west side of this, just essentially west of the this tornado watch. It's been cut away, but still have the high risk ahead of that. Still have the moderate risk. That still extends down into the Oklahoma City area, the high risk. Still have the enhanced risk that goes up to the Iowa border. That includes all of Kansas City metro, northern Missouri. Still have the slight risk that goes all the way out to the St. Louis area, western Illinois for the overnight QLCS threat. And then just a few minutes ago, there was a mesoscale discussion by the Storm Prediction Center for a continued uptick in tornadic development potential expected through and beyond 9 p.m. And go back to the reflectivity, but essentially, let's see, that area includes areas around Elk City, Oklahoma City, like this, up through Stillwater. They basically kind of drew a little box around this area and said that area is expecting a continued uptick in strong tornado potential through and beyond 9 p.m. So, again, if you're down here in the Oklahoma City area, you guys haven't seen any action yet, but the Storm Prediction Center is still warning people out ahead of this that this is a real threat here in the high risk. And yeah, watching for any development back down here near Elk City. That would pose a direct threat for the Oklahoma City metro. Some of the models had a storm. There were some models that have storm developing kind of in this area here near Altus and Elk City and just riding right across the Oklahoma City metro. So haven't seen that develop, and it'd be nice if it doesn't. But we still got to watch this whole area. While we're watching these threats here, I do want to go back up to Kansas. We have a couple tornado warnings here. The one near Manhattan doesn't look like it poses much of a tornadic threat for the moment. We still got to watch it though. And then also watching that cell that I think I mentioned earlier near Abilene. That one has a tornado warning on it now. That is for Abilene, Acme, Detroit, Kansas, and Enterprise, Kansas. This is also along I-70, so anyone traveling I-70 tonight, that is not a good night here. And yeah, this is coming up towards Detroit, Enterprise, Abilene, and eventually Chapman, Kansas. Taking a look at the rotation here, it's in this area near Sand Spring and Abilene. And actually a decently tight area rotation in here. Don't think it's on the ground yet, but this very well could be close to producing another tornado here in central Kansas. Right now, there's been new storms developing south of Wichita. Yeah, you can see the last few scans now. There's the strong line of storms with the damaging winds that's riding along the Oklahoma and Kansas line for 70, 80 mile an hour winds. But there's also new storms that have developed here from Cedar Valley, Granola, and Moline. Those are producing gusty winds and some small hail. Yeah, 50 mile an hour winds and a half-inch hail. We may start seeing a bit more of an organized cluster in these cells. Once again, Ponca City, Newkirk, Kaw City, Arkansas City. You guys need to treat this like it's a tornado warning. There are some very strong winds in here. Also, what is this? There may be a let me go back and see. There may be a circulation here near Winfield. Yeah, I don't like the look of this. A couple scans ago, it wasn't much. It's actually tightened up pretty quickly near the Winfield area. If you're in Winfield and points north and east of that, I would consider taking a tornado safety precaution. Let's see. It's broadened back out a bit, but this is one of those quick QLCS type threats that we're gonna have to watch all night, as that tightened up very quickly, and then within a scan now it's broadened back out. So a very interesting little part of the line there. This is going to go back to being an observed tornado near Covington and Douglas. 7:56 here, just a couple minutes ago. Confirmed tornado near Covington, moving east at 25. That's confirmed by emergency management. So that is, yeah, right in the Covington area. You can see this whole thing is spinning, but probably right in that area near Covington, Callahan, Hayward area. And yeah, there's some CC drop in here too now. That could be some hail up in here too. This whole area is still rotating. It's a bit outflow dominant. You can see this outflow surge through Marshall. But if there's a tornado right now, it's up in this area near Covington. We also need to watch, though, that the outflow doesn't tighten back up a new... Clear off a little bit of this. There may be an ongoing tornado right up in this notch, but as this outflow surges out, inflow's curling in, you need to watch the edge of this so that another circulation doesn't form further south. So this very well could be cycling at the moment. Yeah, there's still something, I think, in here near Covington, but again, you can start to see it a little bit. You can see the outflow winds and the inflow forming a bit of a shear line here. And that needs to be watched as a new circulation can form out on those. Still have an ongoing tornado warning in this area near Thomas and now east of Custer City. There's not many towns out here right now, so that's a good sign. But that's a dangerous looking cell here, eventually coming up towards Greenfield, Oklahoma. This should be south of Watonga and north of Bridgeport. So again, that one's not affecting too many people at the moment, so that's a good sign. I also want to go back up to Kansas. Kansas in the Abilene, Kansas area. That's a pretty tight area of circulation here, right over the Abilene area. And I can't see a CC drop to really confirm that. But this is probably close to producing a tornado. Still just radar indicated. This is lifting right over Abilene, and then especially a threat here along I-70 towards Detroit and Chapman. And maybe as far north as Moonlight. If it goes a little bit further north, it looks like it's been hooking a little bit further north. Let's see. Yeah, this is going... The area of circulation is going a bit more north-northeast, so Moonlight, Chapman, Detroit, even up towards Buckeye, I would start to think of your getting into your tornado safe space here. We also have a new warning now northeast of Manhattan. It's for this area near Westmoreland. Oh no, Westmoreland had an EF3 tornado last week. We saw that one on the radar with the debris ball, and unfortunately it was a fatal EF3. But yeah, there's a bit of a circulation here now, just north and east of Westmoreland. That's coming up towards Wheaton, Nolan, Duluth, and Ononga in Kansas. Maybe another circulation south of Westmoreland. This is one of those quick spin-up situations here. We need to watch that whole section of the line. So two kind of different cells here in Kansas. There's more of the line segment, quick spin-up tornadoes. That can be dangerous too. Just because they're quick spin-ups doesn't mean they're not powerful. And then there's more of a supercell near Abilene. There's also a new line of storms that's back building along the dry line here. That's an area to watch for some strong winds. Yeah, they've upscaled over the last little bit too. That's going through again Concordia, Glasgow, Delphos, Minneapolis, Kansas, Beverly, and Tescott. And seeing more development back down to the south too. There's also strong storms now southeast of Wichita, around the Winfield, Douglas area, Eureka, Severy, Howard, Moline, Granola, Cedarville, Arkansas City. Primarily wind and some hail, but there is this area around Winfield still that I don't like the look of. It's broader than it was a few minutes ago, but this area here is lifting up towards New Salem and Tisdale. If that holds together, that could be worth a tornado warning. Arkansas City, Newkirk, Blackwell, Ponca City, Caw City, all in severe thunderstorms for damaging winds and some hail. And then we're starting to see that shift. It's organizing a new meso. So we've seen an observed tornado near Covington. May still be in here. Let's take a look. Hard to see on the CC if it's still in there. but also need to watch rotation on the south side of this. It's broadened out for a little bit, but as this surges out, we need to watch it develop a new circulation. Either way, we still have a potential tornado coming towards I-35 and Perry from the Covington area. And if that reorganizes, Red Rock, Perry, Morrison would be in the line for that storm. Even if it doesn't reorganize, that's a damaging wind threat. Like the storm to its north, that is probably producing some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Even close to 75. That's coming all towards the Perry area and along 35. So that's going to be perpendicular winds hitting any, trailers that are going up and down 35. So that could be a dangerous situation here on 35. Not seeing anything right now back towards Wacomas as far as tornadic circulations and Hennessy, but some gusty winds and small hail likely in there. Same for the areas around Watonga. Still seeing some circulation here in the cell between Thomas and Weatherford. That's a tornado warned storm. Radar indicated right now for Blaine and Custer counties in Oklahoma. And then we also have to watch some of these storms that are out ahead of this line. They're starting to get little kidney beans. So we need to start watching some of these new storms here. They have a little bit of rotation in them already. So we do need to watch those. Those are coming up and moving a little more north. Yeah, they're moving a totally different direction than those storms earlier. So we also have to watch in points where those interact with the line of storms. There's another one over here near Cushing to watch. But as these are moving north, you have these more supercellular storms moving east-northeast. So where those interact could be localized stronger areas of vorticity. Let's see here. New mesoscale discussion was mentioning the interesting situation that's developing here in Kansas. We have more of a QLCS damaging winds and tornado threat. And then on the southern end of this, we have more of a tornadoes and large hail supercellular threat. So there's the ongoing QLCS, but then there's a supercell here, and then a supercell tornado warned between Abilene and Junction City. So these are the larger hail and tornado threat. And then up here is your QLCS tornado and damaging wind threat. So multifaceted severe threat continues for northern Kansas. That is also quickly approaching some of the more populated areas in Kansas. Manhattan, Topeka, and eventually the Kansas City metro could be in on some of this multifaceted severe threat. Not much rotation in that cell over Manhattan right now. There is rotation here in that cell between Westmoreland and Onaga, but I'm increasingly concerned with the storm here. I mentioned you guys earlier, Moonlight needed to be in their tornado safe space. Moonlight definitely needs to be now. They're in the tornado warning. Buckeye, mentioned you guys earlier, also now Upland. Chapman, Milford, and Wakefield all need to be in your tornado safe spaces. This does not include Junction City right now. It looks like it might slide to the north of you guys. This is more of a problem for Milford, Upland, and Moonlight, as this storm is leaving the Abilene area and coming up towards Moonlight. Good news is the circulation should be north of I-70 right now, but this is quickly tightening circulation here, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's a tornado on the ground. We might get confirmation of this in a minute. There's a few CC drops here. Right in the Moonlight area. So this is quickly becoming a pretty dangerous situation for that town. This is quickly also coming up towards Upland. Train spotters reported a funnel cloud 1 mile east of Abilene. So this is at 8:06. That was about 7 minutes ago. Abilene, Chapman, Wakefield, Milford, Milford Lake, Moonlight, and Junction City. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space, especially northwest side of Junction City. Buckeye, you need to be in your safe space. You guys are going to get the hail core up along Kansas 15, up towards Upland, Milford, Milford Lake. Let's see, it's moved a little bit. It's now right over the Moonlight area. We'll have to wait for the reflectivity. Give it another minute here and we'll see if can't confirm anything yet, but I wouldn't be surprised. It's a pretty tight area of circulation. This storm, if it's on its current path, should go north and west of Manhattan. Can't confirm anything on the CC. So that's, I guess, good news right now. Sutphen, Upland, Milford, and Wakefield are all in this warning. It's a pretty tight area of circulation. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a tornado on the ground, especially if they said there was a funnel cloud a few minutes ago. This is along now Kansas 18, just north of Moonlight. I'll check back with that storm in a minute. There's been that curious spot near Winfield. It's still in here. It's near the Tisdale area, coming up towards Burden. That one's worth watching. Yeah, there it is right here near Tisdale. Nothing showing on CC, but that's a interesting area. Some of these storms are probably going to go severe pretty soon. I don't see a lot of wind in them yet, but there's some hail in there. And then really watching these cells here near Pawhuska and Fairfax. They've had a little bit of rotation, but also some small hail likely in those. Let's see some of those purple hail cores. Right now, Wichita has still been pretty clear. And then back down here, there's still the radar indicated rotation near Perry. That is coming across now the areas here right near Perry. Again, that's kind of your old circulation. Looks like it's trying, if it can tighten up this area here, it would be a new mesocyclone. So you got the old one there, and a new one maybe trying to form there. Even without that, though, there are some damaging winds coming across I-35 right now. Perry, those are going to head towards Red Rock and Morrison and Marlin, and eventually over towards Pawnee. So if you're out ahead of this, treat this like it's a tornado warned storm. This is a damaging severe thunderstorm headed eventually towards Morrison, Pawnee, Cleveland, Blackburn. It's got large hail in it and likely damaging winds, 60 plus. Still some gusty winds, Hennessy down to Dover. Not seeing any tight circulations there, so that's a good news. And then there's still a rotating thunderstorm here south of Watonga coming towards Greenfield, but the rotation has broadened, so right now it's not tornado warned. But it's one to watch if you're over here towards Okarche and Greenfield. And then still watching for any development back here towards Vernon, Altus, Elk City. There are a couple, let's take a look at these. You can see our dry line actually right here showing up. There are a couple echoes here. We'll have to watch those, see if they develop. There's a couple blips, but nothing imminent here. There are some cells that are upscaling here near Cushing. And those are the ones that are up also near Pawhuska and Cedarville now. Watching a little bit of circulation in those cells. And then back up to our storms here in Kansas. The one ongoing tornado warning near Onaga. Sorry, Wheaton and Ononga. That one doesn't look as impressive at the moment, but it could tighten back up. There may be a new circulation developing down here. And then this cell near Moonlight and Sutphen is pretty close to producing a tornado. Still not seeing a CC drop on it right now, so that's good news. It's right over the Sutphen area. It's headed up towards Upland. This one is a moving more northeast at 50, so it's moving pretty quick. I'm going to take this out at 50. Upland, you got 3 minutes or less until the circulation is getting you. There's going to be hail and wind and thunderstorm out ahead of this. So Milford's almost in the thunderstorm, but Milford about 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes until the circulation is getting to you guys. And then if you're further south between Upland and Milford on Milford Lake, if you know anyone out there, you need to make sure they are aware that there's a tornado producing thunderstorm that is, a couple minutes away. This is quickly coming up towards Upland now. So the reflectivity is a step behind, but Milford, Upland, you guys are next in line for that. Further up, severe thunderstorms, Concordia, Glasgow, down to Lincoln and Ellsworth in Kansas. Severe thunderstorms, Seneca, Kansas, up through Auburn, Nebraska, Nebraska City, Syracuse. And then also severe thunderstorms coming into Omaha. They are down towards Weeping Water, Ashland, Papillion, La Vista, Omaha, Bennington. Good news is for Omaha, a very tornado-battered area for the last couple weeks, is not seeing a lot of circulations in this. There may be a little bit down here near Nehaka and Union to watch, but again, not seeing a ton of circulations. So that's a good news right now for Omaha. That doesn't mean they can't get quick spin-ups. We'll certainly, I think, start seeing more quick spin-ups. There's also, between Omaha and Sioux City, a ton of general thunderstorms, but not seeing anything there. We are seeing more tornado warnings now outside of the tornado watch near Sioux Falls. There is another area of notching. as this has come across this. Oh yeah, you can definitely see it here. You can see this area here near Larchwood. And it's lifting across I-90, pushing towards Garrettson, Jasper. This is radar indicated right now, but hard to confirm there. This is now Beaver Creek, Hardwick, Jasper, Sherman, and Garrettson. That's with that area rotation. There's also one near Brookings. This is coming up Metairie, Aurora, Bushnell, Volga, Brookings, and Bruce, and White along I-29. That is an area of circulation right here. And then a new tornado warning for this area here near Dell Rapids and Garrettson. That's going to lift towards Fondreau, Pipestone. So we have 3 areas of QLCS spin-ups, a little further north, honestly, than I was expecting. But we're also pretty close to the radar site, so we're getting a decent low-level look at these. But there's, let me zoom out so we get a little better look. There's one here. There's one here near Dell Rapids, and then there's one up here along I-29. This one's going to kind of ride I-29 up towards the Brookings area. This one here near Dell Rapids is headed up towards Pipestone, and then there's one northwest of Luverne. That's in Minnesota. Yeah, we're right here, Minnesota and South Dakota. So one right now here near Dell Rapids, South Dakota, one just west of Luverne, Minnesota, and then one south of Brookings. These are very quick, fleeting QLCS spin-ups, so they may be there in one scan or two and not there in the other. I don't see any CC drops. There may be another one here south of Luverne too. Just glancing at things, that may be another notch that's forming south of Luverne, so we got to watch that one too. But that is an area that is worth watching here. This is going to continue up towards Watertown, South Dakota, Marshall, Minnesota, here in extreme southwest Minnesota and eastern South Dakota. Interesting. The storms are very disorganized south of there. So through Sioux City, Sioux Center, and north of Omaha, there's very disorganized mess of storms. But there's a bit of a better QLCS line segment here in South Dakota and coming up into Minnesota. So this is starting to get busier now. We also have a new tornado warning here for that storm I mentioned earlier around Auburn. It's far from the radar, so it's going to be really hard to confirm this one via CC, but that's coming up towards Johnson, Auburn, Brock, Julian, and Peru in southeastern Nebraska. Still have our ongoing cell down here near Onaga, with some rotation near Havensville and Onaga. Still have our more of a supercell structure. The storm between Upland and Milford. Still just radar indicated, so that's a good sign. Yeah, not seeing the CC drop on that storm as it's coming up towards Milford. If you're in Milford, Wakefield, Upland, and Milford Lake, in the areas around Milford Lake, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space. Dangerous storms, severe warned right now. West of there from Concordia, Glasgow, down to Ellsworth, Kansas. A big mess of severe warned storms here, south and east of Wichita. That's in Eureka, Severy, Howard, Moline, Granola, Cedar Val, Winfield, Cambridge, Arkansas City. there are some damaging winds in here, pushing out from Winfield up towards Cambridge and Granola. We have to watch for some quick spin-ups in that area. Wouldn't be surprised if we get some quick spin-ups there. There are also two kind of smaller supercells that have some rotation. One near Granola, right on the Kansas line, and one near Shidler in Oklahoma. Those are worth watching. Right now, they're just posing a gusty wind and hail threat. The storms have backed off quite a bit in the Newkirk area, so that is good to see there. That severe tornadic warned storm that went through Perry is now gusting out a bit. It's more of a line threat with damaging winds through Marlin, Red Rock, Perry to Morrison, Pawnee, Blackburn, Cleveland, Fairfax. We mentioned you guys earlier. You need to treat this like it's a tornado warning, though. This is should be a considerable, yeah, it's a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm with 70-mile-an-hour winds. So if you're in this area from Marlin to Red Rock over towards Morrison, Pawnee, Blackburn, Cleveland, and Fairfax, treat this like it's a tornado warning. It's got 70-mile-an-hour winds, pretty easy here. There's some areas that are showing up even higher. Some that are showing like, that must be a glitch in here, but there's easily like 75-mile-an-hour winds showing up, even 77, 79. So there could be hurricane force wind in here. And then same down here near Perry, 79, 73, 74, 77, 65, 77. This is all coming up towards Morrison, Pawnee, and Blackburn. That is a dangerous thunderstorm, even though it lost its rotation for a little bit. It could try and reform its mesocyclone too down the road. Gusty winds and some hail in here towards Marshall, Covington, Hennessy, Dover, Kingfisher. Watching a little bit of rotation south of Kingfisher. And this storm here still near Thomas and Weatherford back on the tail end. Watching, it was tornado warned earlier, but watching a little rotation still in that storm. It's north of I-40 right now, so that's a good sign for Oklahoma City at the moment. And then also watching any development back down here towards Elk City, Hobart, Magnum, as well as any development further south. Right now, not much here along the Red River. I don't want to leave our people here that might be watching from the southeast. I know it's been a big severe weather day on the in the plains, but there are still a couple ongoing severe thunderstorms in the Greenville area down towards Lawrence and Clinton. That is for small hail, gusty winds. Don't see any spin-ups in there. But overall, the areas in the Carolinas are downtrending. Also some gusty winds coming here near Tusculum, South Central, Camp Creek, Telford. Yeah, there's some strong winds in this storm too. 60-mile-an-hour wind. That's in northeast Tennessee. And there's still some storms in kind of east central Tennessee near Sparta that are producing gusty winds and maybe some small hail. Yeah, not seeing anything developing east of the current area. That storm I mentioned earlier near Pawhuska has some rotation in it near Shidler, and the other one near Cedar Vow. That's going to get a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. It's moving northeast at 50. And it's 4 miles south of Foraker. So that one is a storm to watch here. It has a decent area rotation on the south side of this. I wouldn't be surprised if this If this tightens up, it would get a tornado warning pretty soon as it comes northeast. That's coming up towards Foraker, Ewens, and Elgin on the Kansas line. Also another area near Cedar Valley that's worth watching. Yeah, still seeing it on this radar too, on the Wichita radar, and seeing both storms on the Wichita radar. The one in particular near Foraker is close to being tornado warned, if I had to guess. There's also the storm near Cushing and Oilton. Not seeing much in rotation with that one yet, but there is some small hail in there. Could be worth a severe thunderstorm warning if that continues to upscale. This is a dangerous area here that's surging out from Ponca City to Perry over towards Pawnee. That is a destructive severe thunderstorm. And then I still want to check, we have our tornado warned storms in Kansas. The one is right over Milford Lake, approaching Milford. Still seeing circulation in here, but it's hard to tell if there's anything on the ground. I think the 32 maybe a bit disconnected from that, so that's good to see that that hasn't produced anything. There's still a radar indicated tornado for this area near Auburn, Nebraska. Still seeing a little broad rotation in there. Again, Omaha, not much right now in the Omaha area as far as tornadic threat. You guys have some damaging winds coming into town. Have to watch notching like this area here near Papillion and La Vista. That could be a quick spin up developing if that tightens up here coming across Omaha. Again, nothing tornadic right now, but that's worth watching. And then the storms are a bit of a mess from Omaha north to Sioux Falls. But north of Sioux Falls, we get into another tornadic situation here. We have multiple areas of tornadic circulations here. There's one coming up towards Brookings along I-29. There's one now northeast of Del Rapids. It's going to be in the areas around Flandreau and Pipestone coming northeast. And then the strongest one that's been holding together the longest, I think, is that one that was near Laverne. That's coming up now east of Pipestone towards Edgerton and Chandler in Minnesota. Let's take a closer look at this one, though. The one here near Hardwick, Jasper, Trotsky, Hatfield, Woodstock in Minnesota. So again, you have your inflow notch here, your outflow notch, or your outflow is here, and your rotation is sitting right here. Yeah, not seeing CC. This is leading edge clear air. Yeah, so that's not CC drop. The CC drop would be right there, and we're not seeing any CC drop at the moment. That doesn't mean that's a pretty tight area of QLCS rotation here. And the other thing that these little circulations, the QLCS circulations do, is they enhance the wind. So you're going to get probably 60 to 70 mile an hour winds in this little area. Especially the area that's generally south, the surging outflow part. That's coming up towards Trotsky and Edgerton. Your inflow part's right here. Yeah, that's a dangerous little cell. And then same up here for the areas around Pipestone. Not seeing a CC drop at the moment. But some of these quick spins, I think I said earlier, some of these quick spins are so quick that they can drop a tornado between the CC scan. The radar scans every 3-4 minutes. But some of these QLCS tornadoes are literally like 30 seconds to a minute long. So there's potentially scans that we don't see, or tornadoes that we don't see in these QLCS situations. There is that other area that I'm I was watching earlier south of Luverne that is also worth paying attention to. Wouldn't be surprised if this gets, if this notches up more. Wouldn't be surprised if this gets its own tornado warning near Luverne and Magnolia. That would lift towards Kenneth and Lismore and Leota. But out of the three that are warned, this one on the south side, Jasper, Trotsky, Hatfield, Woodstock, Lake Wilson, Pipestone, Edgerton, is the one that's held together the longest, but also the one that is most impressive looking. And again, not seeing it on the CC, but that is a potential tornado there. Checking Omaha again, not seeing that tighten up, so that's good news right now for Omaha. A big batch of severe thunderstorm warnings from Omaha south to areas here near Manhattan. And good news is that area near Milford Lake has now gone severe warned. It looks like the rotation has broadened and weakened. It could still tighten back up, but right now it's just a severe thunderstorm with some hail. And the hail size is 4-inch in diameter. That's gorilla hail. That is softball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Emergency management reported softball size hail in Upland. So if you are north of this storm, even though it doesn't have a tornado warning, you need to be in your safe space here. Leonardville, Bala, Riley. Especially away from windows. Away from windows, into your room, lowest level, and yeah, and not in a mobile home either. That is, I think, the biggest hail. At least there may have been some storms warned for that we may have missed, but I don't know if we have. I think we got them mostly all. That is likely the biggest hail we've seen all day. So that storm I mentioned over by Pawhuska has gone tornado warned. It was the one near Schindler and Foraker. That one had a pretty good area of rotation on it, and it still does. It's sitting just east of Foraker in north central Oklahoma. That's a pretty good area of rotation, actually. So not seeing a CC drop, but we're a little further from the radar. But this is an area that's moving more north. If it continues, it'd be across the state line here into Kansas, into Ewings and Elgin. And then also still watching that rotation near Cedar Valley. That area is a big mess of storms. Granola, Moline, Howard, Severy, Latham, Beaumont, Cambridge, Winfield, Arkansas City. And then near Ponca City, down to Morrison. That is the area of really strong winds coming towards Pawnee, Blackburn, Fairfax. Watching another hail core developing here. Not seeing a lot of rotation with that storm. Oilton, Jennings, that would be up towards Sand Creek and Cleveland. And then a big massive severe storm from Perry back through Hennessy and back towards areas here in Kingfisher County, Watonga. Still watching a little bit here in this cell near Weatherford. Still seeing some rotation here now northeast of Weatherford. It's not to the level that would need a tornado warning. This area was tornado warned earlier, that storm. Most of this should slide north of Oklahoma City. It's all north of 40 right now. This could clip some of the areas like Edmond. And then also Guthrie, Langston, Crescent, and Edmond. This may go north of you guys in Oklahoma City. So right now we have 17 severe thunderstorm warnings. It is 8:42. 17 severe thunderstorm warnings, 4 tornado warnings. And one of them is in Oklahoma in our high risk, and 3 are in South Dakota and Minnesota. This one here is a pretty strong area of circulation near Foraker. It's actually looking pretty impressive. So I'm kind of seeing if there's a CC drop in here. I'm not seeing it at the moment. So that's good. I want to go check our northern storms, though. Yeah, the tornado warning for that Auburn storm has been allowed to expire. There's still some rotation in here near Julian. And then there's still a little rotation in the Omaha area near DeBolt and Briggs. That's severe thunderstorm warned for those two areas, but the areas up north here in the Sioux Falls area and points north still showing the Brookings one has lined out. You can see that here. It's more of a line of wind. The areas here to the south still showing some circulations. There's one north of Pipestone and Flandreau. The one here that's going on the longest between Jasper and Edgerton. And then there's still that one that is unwarned. It's been unwarned for a while near Laverne. That one's lifting up towards Leota and maybe Chandler. The new warning here has been extended for basically the Minnesota and South Dakota state line. Elkton, Lake Benton, Tyler, and Verde in Minnesota, Ward and Elkton in South Dakota. This one near Trotsky is coming up towards Hatford, Hatfield, Pipestone, Woodstock, Edgerton, Lake Wilson, and if it holds together, Holland and Ruthven. And I'm surprised with how the other ones have been warned. I'm surprised that one hasn't gotten a warning yet. If that continues to go, it'd be Kenneth, Leota, Lismore, Hartwick, and Chandler. Maybe as far west as Edgerton in Minnesota. And actually, if I was out ahead of this, if I was in Leota or Chandler, I'd start to think about my tornado safe space here. That's a pretty tight area of circulation. In fact, this one actually may be on the ground. The unwarned one. That might have been the unwarned one right here. It looks a little bit more broad in the last scan. But if I pull it back, it's so hard to tell because they're so quick, but that may have been on the ground for a second there. Good news is that as soon as it's not as looking as tight as it was earlier. But this one has also weakened a little bit, coming up towards Pipestone, Edgerton, Hatfield, and Woodstock. And then this one coming up towards Verde, Lake Benton, Tyler, and Elkton. If that one tightens back up, though, it could use another warning. So a big area of severe thunderstorms. I want to move back to the radar indicated tornado near the Kansas and Oklahoma state line near Foraker. This is a pretty tight area rotation here. Still not seeing a CC drop on it, but it is definitely trying. Let's see, what radar are we using? We're using the Tulsa radar. It's kind of right between two radar sites. It's between the Tulsa radar and the Wichita radar. Not seeing a CC drop on either. But that's a pretty dangerous area of circulation. If it holds together, it's going to be moving north-northeast towards Ewens and Elgin in southern Kansas. Also, Layton, Osro could be in that. Surging winds here coming through Fairfax and Pawnee. Some hail over by Cleveland and Hominy with that separate cell. And then a big damaging wind threat coming through Perry, Marshall, Crescent, Kingfisher, with some hail back towards Weatherford. Still some areas of rotation showing up in that tail end Charlie here, near south of Watonga. That's an area to watch. It's trying to tighten back up. There's also a bit of rotation in this area here in the storm that's over Kingfisher, but the rotation is west of Kingfisher. Let's see what the Storm Prediction Center says. Okay, we should see it here in just a second. Yep, there it is. We have what I mentioned earlier. We have a new tornado watch that covers basically the western half of Missouri. This covers St. Joseph, Kansas City, Excelsior Springs, Chillicothe, Kirksville, Moberly, Marshall, Sedalia, just on the west side of Columbia and Jefferson City. This covers Lake of the Ozarks, Lebanon, Springfield, Joplin, Pittsburgh, Kansas. It also covers Warrensburg, Nevada, Grain Valley, the Kansas City suburbs, Lawrence, Overland Park. If I didn't mention it, Kirksville, Missouri. And then, yeah, just to the areas here west of Columbia, Boonville, Pilot Grove, Versailles, Stover, Osage Beach, Lebanon, Marshfield, Springfield, Mount Vernon, over towards Carthage and Joplin. That area, basically western Missouri, is a few tornadoes possible, isolated hail up to ping pong ball size, widespread wind gusts up to 75 likely, and it is valid until 4 a.m. Central Daylight Time. So, western Missouri and also much of the south and central parts of Iowa have these new tornado watches that have gone out in the last hour or so. This one was till 3 a.m. and then this one is till 4 a.m. So it's going to be a late night for a lot of Missouri and Iowa. And a new tornado warning is just coming out for Iowa. Four miles southeast of Glenwood. And moving northeast at 50, 14 miles southeast of Offutt Air Force Base. This is that storm, I think, that was in... Was this the Auburn circulation? I don't remember if it was the same circulation. No, it probably wasn't. It's a new area of circulation. Yep, there it is. It's right here. It's a pretty tight area near Hillsdale, Iowa. Wouldn't be surprised if it's on the ground, actually. It's actually a really tight area of circulation. And there may be a CC drop in here. It's another leading edge one. Let's let's back this up and see. Yeah, okay. You can see how quickly this happened. Broad area of circulation that really wasn't even circulation a few minutes ago. And it's quickly now in 3 scans moved very quickly, but it's now towards, not even past Hillsdale, it's now towards Balfour. Likely with a tornado on the ground. That's likely the CC drop there for it. Yeah, that is on the ground. I'm going to call that a confirmed tornado. There's your signature, and there's your CC. This is on the ground here near Balfour. Coming up towards Silver City, Henderson, Macedonia, Carson, Taylor, Oakland, and Hancock in Iowa. That's a pretty tight area right along 34. And that's moving up towards Carson, Macedonia, Silver City. That one's probably on the ground. Let me just take a minute here to send that one out. All right, that one is. Let's check into it again. It's probably moved. Yep, there it is. Okay, it's just north of Balfour. Still seeing some suspicious CC in here. And yeah, that's still probably on the ground. And now it's probably cleared. Let's see again. Moved again. These are moving so quickly. In this area here. May have lifted. Yeah. Not seeing it as much here as it's coming up towards Silver City. We're waiting on another scan of the velocity data, but it could still be in here. This could still be it right in here. I bet that actually is. This CC drop right in here, this is still on the ground, I think. The reflectivity and the CC have updated. And now the velocity has too. It's definitely weaker on the velocity, but there may be something still in here as it's lifting up towards Silver City. So that's going to be the kind of night that this is there's nothing there, and then all of a sudden there's a tornado on the ground. And speaking of tornadoes on the ground here, what is all this? There's 3 tornado warnings still in Minnesota. And I think they finally warned that one near Laverne. getting an update here for the radar. Starting to get dark. And a new warning actually going out here from Minnesota. Yeah, there's a bunch in here. Let's see. So there's that area here. Still basically 3 main circulations here in southwest Minnesota. But there's the one near Edgerton and Leota, Chandler, Lake Wilson, Hadley, and Woodstock. I mentioned you guys earlier, if it held together, it would get a tornado warning. It likely did. And there's this one that's now moving north of Pipestone towards Holland, Ruthven, Florence, and Tyler. And there's one up here near Verde and Lake Benton, moving towards Arco, Ivanhoe, Tyler. And so there's 3 areas of circulation here at the moment, moving north-northeast pretty quickly here in southwest Minnesota. Yeah, wow. That is this one actually the southern one still looks particularly strong. The one near Edgerton and Chandler. This is the one that we saw the quick CC drop on for a scan or so. This one still doesn't have anything definitive yet, but yeah, that's a clear air. And then let me check the one near Holland. It's a bit more broad. Not seeing anything here on that scan. And then the one near Verde, now up towards Lake Benton. Also a bit broad, not seeing anything on that scan. The one near Edgerton was the one that I thought we saw the CC drop on for a scan or so. It's also the one that looked the most suspicious here. That's coming up towards Chandler, Lake Wilson, Hadley, and Woodstock. Again, not seeing a CC on that yet, but wouldn't be surprised if that one drops another one. Let's check a couple other areas here. Not seeing a ton. We are getting the severe storms that were in Omaha are now pushing east of Omaha. There could be a couple spin-ups on this here as that goes on. Good news is the one near Silver City seems to be broadening. So that one is probably on the downtrend. There's a new one here near Malvern, though, to watch. So watch as that one lifts up between Malvern and Griswold in Iowa. That's near the Hastings, Iowa area right now. If that tightens up, it could be worth a tornado warning. That whole area is just a QLCS threat for most of the evening. Still watching that severe warning storm that had the 4-inch hail near Olsburg. It's not rotating like it was, but it's being warned still for some large hail, still for destructive thunderstorm near Tuttle Creek. Still for baseball size hail. So that's still, it was having softballs earlier. There are other storms here, non-severe at the moment, but likely have some small hail. And not showing any signs of rotation. So right now that's good for those storms. Still a mess of storms here in east central Kansas, now east of Wichita, Eureka, Toronto, Yates Center, Madison, Burlington, Waverly, Ottumwa, Severy, Howard. The tornado warning storm that has come out of Kansas. This is the one near Foraker. It's now near Ewens. I mentioned them earlier. Hopefully you guys took your tornado safe space. That's coming up towards Sedan, Grafton, Hale, Peru, Chautauqua, and Elgin and Longton, Moline. There's also another tornado warning for this area near Caw City. And there's a new tornado warning we'll get to in just a minute, but there's actually two areas of circulation. There's one near Newkirk, and then the tighter one near Caw City. Maybe something in there, I don't know yet. Don't know for sure. These are going to be rain wrap messes up in here, so you're not going to see these tornadoes. This one's coming up towards Longton. Another area of circulation coming up toward Moline. Yeah, there's actually two circulations in this warning area. There's a circulation near Moline coming up towards Howard. And then there's the circulation near Sedan coming up towards Longton. So both of these pose a tornadic threat. Not seeing CC drops, though, at the moment. They're both rain-wrapped messes, so you're not going to be able to see those coming. And then that storm that we were watching a while back, the one with the hail signature near Cushing and Oilton, that started to rotate a little bit, but the last couple scans here that's come across near the Cleveland area are starting to be really impressive here. So let's see. This is lifting north of Sand Creek near the Osage. Yeah, and there's a pretty good couplet in here right over Osage. Not seeing any CC drop at the moment. It would be in this area here. This is clear air. So if you see that big blue area near Osage, that's clear air. We'll have to watch this a scan or two as this lifts up. This is pretty close to producing a tornado. That's going to be up near Hominy, Morgan Center, Nichols, Barnsdall, Wolcott, Avant, Woolarock, Nalagany, Persing, and if I didn't say them, Nichols. So if you're in Terrellton or Oak Grove or Westport or Sand Creek, this is past you guys. It's now right over the Osage area. If you're in Cleveland, stay in your safe space just a few more minutes. Let this pass. It's a little close for comfort. But this is going to miss, the circulation is going to miss Cleveland. It's headed basically northeast from Osage. And this is northeast at 40. Once again, I'm going to take this from the circulation part. Let's widen out a little bit, and we'll take this from the circulation northeast at 40. Galand about 30 minutes, Barnsdall 30 minutes, and Wolco about 35 minutes. Yeah, this is over the Osage, just a little bit east of Osage, and probably a little north of Osage now. It looks like the reflectivity has moved a little bit, or the velocity has moved a little bit north of Osage. But our CC and our reflectivity have lagged. So rotation should be kind of right in there. But the CC and the reflectivity are a step behind. All right, so we'll let those catch up. That's a nasty looking cell though. And then also the cell that I was watching a long time ago, the one that is was coming out of the Weatherford area, lost its rotation for a while, but it is now back, and it is back pretty good. Let's see this. We saw it here starting to redevelop its rotation near Greenfield, and that has picked back up. Yeah, as it came across the Greenfield area, we saw it really start to pick up its rotation again. Now in here, generally coming towards the Okarche area. Moving east at 35. So there's your rotation right in here. I'm going to take this out from the area of rotation. 35. Okarche in 20 minutes. So 20 minutes to Okarche. Thinking something's wrong with our camera there. The Oklahoma City camera looks very sunny, and the Wichita camera, it's getting dark. It should be getting dark. The Oklahoma City camera is still sunny. So let's that one might need a refresh. Actually, let me see if we have any cameras that are out that way towards the storm. Okay, yeah, here's a good one. Woo! We're gonna have a light show on this camera. This is a camera on 344 right here in kind of the area between Yukon and Edmond. So pretty certain we're looking northwest. So we're looking towards this storm. So we are looking towards that tornadic storm. That is a great view. All right, cool. Yeah, I think we're looking towards that storm. Yeah, I don't see any storms south and east that would be creating lightning. So we should be looking northwest from the camera in the Piedmont area. That storm near Okarche is looking nasty. It is starting to rotate pretty good. Not seeing a CC drop, but that is getting close to producing a tornado. This is coming up towards Okarche. Okarche was about 20 minutes, a couple minutes ago, so I'd say 15 to 20 minutes tops. Okarche needs to be in your safe space. Let's check this storm. It was close to producing a tornado too, near Osage. Nope, that's clear air. I thought it was, but it's in this area here that's clear air. Yep. So if we had a CC drop, it would be in this area here. And not seeing one at the moment doesn't mean it's not on the ground. It could just not be picking it up. There are a couple values that are a little lower in here. So there could be something in there, but not seeing it immediately. That's coming up again towards Harmony and Barnsdall. We still have a mess of severe warned storms and tornado warned storms here in Oklahoma. This storm is now out of the warning. It's near Granola and looking a lot weaker, but there's still rotation here near Sedan and coming up towards Grafton and Hale. Not seeing a CC drop there, so that's good news. There was a rotation also up near Moline. It looks like that's weakened. There is a large area of damaging winds, though. It looks like between Eureka, Severy, and Fredonia, and Toronto, and Yates Center. We've called those areas so much lately. This area in southeast Kansas has had a ton of rain, storms, and the storm modes have been a lot messier in that part of Kansas over the last couple severe weather outbreaks. Still have that large hail storm. It's thankfully going not over Westmoreland that had the EF3 last week. Luckily, it's going to miss them, and the hail core looks like it's coming down on those. Big mess of severe thunderstorms, northeast Kansas, northwest Missouri, and now pushing into southeast Iowa. A couple of these have had tornado warnings. This one is a tornado warned storm near Shelby, Minden, Tennant, and Harlan. Minden had that tornado a week and a half or 2 weeks ago now. I'd hate to see them get another one. Pretty tight area of circulation. Kind of just to the east of Minden. There may be something in here. There's a couple CC values that are lower. That may be on the ground just east of Minden. These CC drops here in the green and yellow. It would be right in here. I'm pretty certain that's on the ground. We'll give it another scan, but this is coming up towards Shelby, Tennant, Minden, Avoca. You guys need to be in your safe space. Up towards Harlan, especially Shelby, Tennant, and Harlan. This is coming pretty much straight northeast towards you guys. So that is a rapidly moving area of rotation, possible tornado. Yeah, it's moving northeast at 60. This, I think, is our fastest storm of the day so far. Northeast at 60. Shelby, less than 4 minutes. Tennant, about 10 minutes. And then Harlan, about 15 minutes. And if that holds together, that's a pretty strong area of circulation just to the east of Minden. And yeah, that is producing a tornado. That is a tornado on the ground. That is actually a big QLCS tornado. So unfortunately, Minden, Iowa looks like I've gotten hit again, or just east of Minden. So this is a confirmed tornado likely here near Minden, Iowa. And that is going to be now headed up towards Tennant and Harlan. Yeah, that is pretty strong CC drop there. This is quickly crossing I-80 here near Shelby. Surprised this is still showing radar indicated, but this is an ongoing tornado here. So we saw those couple CC drops here, just to the east of Minden. This is a clear air right there, so that is not it. But it's this area here, that's just east of Minden, and then it moves north and east. You can see the difference between the clear air because the clear air is actually moving straight north. And then quickly, it goes from those couple green values by the DEN in Minden to a pretty good debris signature here near Shelby. And it's still in here near Shelby right now. This is a damaging tornado here between McGill and Shelby, up along M16, F36, F66. Going to quickly be coming up towards Tennant and Corley, F58 road, and 59, US 59. Good news is the rotation seems to be broadening a bit, but this is likely still on the ground here. Yeah, between Shelby and McGill. Yeah, it's gone observed now. So confirmed tornado over Shelby, 11 miles southwest of Harlan, moving northeast at 55. Damaging tornado radar confirmed. So we got that here. Good. The National Weather Service made my eyes feel good. So we saw it here, just developed just in the Minden area, hopefully just to the east of town. And then it's now ridden up and hopefully split the difference between Shelby and McGill. And yeah, that's a damaging tornado. Still here north of Shelby. This is north of Shelby. Coming up towards Harlan. And we got to jump back down. We got to jump down to the Barnsdall storm. This tornado has a debris ball. Yeah. Oh, geez. Yep, big CC drop. All right, this is that storm that was close to producing a tornado around Osage. This is quickly now, as it's gone east of Harmony. You can see here it is really tightened up, and this is approaching Barnsdall. Barnsdall, you guys need to be taking your tornado safety precautions if you haven't already. Barnsdall, Avent, east of Winona and east of Harmony. You guys need to be taking your tornado safety precautions. We have a damaging tornado. That is one of the nastiest ones we've seen so far. That is a damaging tornado headed towards Barnsdall. That is a very dangerous storm. All right, that's another one there. So we got two damaging tornadoes on the ground here. One is near, let's see, this is 2130 coming up towards 2240. If you're in Galand, Nichols, Barnsdall, Wolco, Avant, and points north of Barnsdall, Woolarock, east and south of Nelgony, Pershing, Winona, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space, especially Barnsdall, Galand, and Nichols. This is a damaging tornado with a debris ball right here showing up on the radar. So once again, sorry for the pause in the commentating, but just wanted to get this out to as many people as we can. But this is a damaging tornado here, and we can isolate this one a little bit. This is a different than the QLCS ones. This is a storm here that's the discrete supercell. Again, we can see the debris ball basically showing up, and then there's your velocity scan. This is also headed kind of center line for Barnsdall. So this is a very dangerous situation coming towards Barnsdall, Oklahoma. Yeah, debris ball showing up here in the CC. This darker red in this hook echo really highlights the debris ball. You don't find hail in this part of the storm. Your hail core is up here. So this is a damaging tornado headed towards Barnsdall, Oklahoma here in northeast Oklahoma. Hominy, especially north and east side of the Hominy, you guys, I want you to stay in your safe space a few more minutes. Hominy, like west side, you guys are technically out of the warning, but if you want to stay hunkered down a little bit longer, you also have severe thunderstorms coming in from your northwest. But this is a dangerous situation here for Barnsdall, Oklahoma, and areas around there. So that's Galand, Nichols, Wolco, Woolarock, south sides of Nelgony. This is a pretty this is probably the strongest one I think we've seen yet. But right in here is your debris signature, and right in here is your velocity. Or yeah, that's your debris ball and the reflectivity. We can also check that on our correlation coefficient here. And unfortunately, seeing a very deep CC drop right in this area here. The blacks indicate like very deep CC drops. These blues, this is what we don't want to see. We're looking right in that same part of the storm. So this is coming up towards Barnsdall in the next couple minutes here. Barnsdall, Galand, and Nichols. You guys need to be in your safe space, away from windows, lowest level into your room, away from windows. If you have a basement, a storm shelter, that is a better option than lowest level into your room. But if you don't have a basement or storm shelter, you need to be in an interior room, a hall closet, a bathroom, something without windows, something as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is all lifting up here towards Barnsdall. I want to check because we may have multiple damaging tornadoes at the same time here. I want to quickly leave the Barnsdall, Oklahoma storm. I want to very quickly go up to this area around Cedarville. Still just showing radar indicated. There are a couple areas of rotation here. That one near Elgin is also lifting up towards Cedarville. But I want to go up to our tornado warned storm that is in Iowa right now. That was the damaging tornado coming up towards Harlan and Tennant. Still maybe something in here. Let's backtrack and see. That could also just be debris that's still lofted in the air. So this is the one that we saw near Minden. We saw it right in here with the blues and greens near Minden. And then quickly a debris ball there, a CC drop pretty deep. It broadened a little bit here near Shelby. We saw it here near M16 and Shelby. Looks like it's weakened a bit. Okay, that's a good sign. It's just back to radar indicated. So that storm is still a dangerous storm, though. It's coming up towards Harlan, West Philly, Kirkman, and then also Defiance, Erling, Irwin, Panama, and if it holds together, Manila. I want to quickly also look at the storms here. Okay, they've weakened. It looks like in the areas here near Marshall, Minnesota. Yeah, not seeing as many circulations in there, so that's good. So dropping back down into Oklahoma, these are the storms that we really have to pay attention to. I quickly want to check our storm here. Radar indicated rotation near Okarche. Coming into Okarche right now. At least quickly glancing at it, I'm not seeing the area of rotation there, but could still be on the ground. Or quickly spin back up. So that's good there. No. And then this area here near Elgin still has decent circulation, but not seeing a CC drop. So that's good right there. It's this storm here near Barnsdall that looks like it's the only ongoing tornado warned, or tornado on the ground. And unfortunately, still seeing a big CC drop here. We're probably just getting an update, yeah. That is not good. It's still in here. The reflectivity hasn't updated, but the CC and the CC and the reflectivity have updated, but the velocity is still just a step behind. Sorry, working a light malfunction there. But this is a damaging tornado headed up to Barnsdall, Oklahoma here. Observed tornado. Let's see when this was the last update. This was updated just 2 minutes ago. It confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. 5 miles southeast of Winona, moving northeast at 40. This is actually a PDS tornado warning. So this is now a PDS tornado warning here for Barnsdall, Oklahoma. Oh, that is not good. This is not good. Hopefully they took warnings. If anyone was watching here, I know he called out Barnsdall a long time ago when a storm went tornado warned. Or hopefully they're watching their local weather or one of the other, pretty professional, credible streamers on YouTube. A night like tonight, it's good to have multiple ways to get warnings. So if you're watching us on stream, watch the weather and then local news. We do have a pretty good amount of people watching us, so thank you guys tonight. But yeah, if you're especially in this area, you need to watch a streamer, but also you can watch the local news, watch the weather channel. However you guys want to get it, you need to have multiple ways to get warnings. Hopefully you have your alerts turned on your phone, and hopefully a high risk day. Hopefully there are people, in trailers and mobile homes and structures like that have hopefully moved to sturdy shelter well before this. This is still showing a deep debris signature here, and it's about 4 minutes or less from Barnsdall. So if you're not in your shelter right now in Barnsdall, you have 3 to 4 minutes to get into it. Yeah, this is not good. It's still showing up here. The deeper reds here is a bit of a debris ball signature. Very nasty storm. This is about to come into Barnsdall. If it holds together, and you can start thinking about this out ahead of this, start getting your tornado safety precautions ready. Dewey, Bartlesville, and Ochaleta, because this is most likely going to get extended anyway. Even if it lifts, it's not just going to dissipate in 2 seconds. The tornado may lift, but the storm is looking particularly intense. This is not good. Barnsdall, Oklahoma. And that's a big debris ball. And it's not even in the town yet. It's actually over the reservoir. This is about to take a direct path into Barnsdall. Unfortunately, I think the next radar scan is not going to be very pretty here. Waiting on the next scan here. We still have a damaging tornado. Here's the town of Barnsdall. And there's the tornado on the CC, on the velocity, and on the reflectivity. This is going to be a PDS extension here for the tornado 3 miles south of Barnsdall. This includes Bartlesville and Dewey. So we told you about this earlier. If you're along US 75 from Copan, Bartlesville, and down to Ochaleta, you guys need to take your tornado safety precautions. This is a PDS tornado warning, particularly dangerous situation. That's Ochaleta, Bartlesville, which is a pretty good sized city, and Dewey in northeast Oklahoma, and also areas around Coppin, and Coppin Lake along US 60 and along US 75. You guys all need to be taking your tornado safety precautions now. Torpedo, Fight, Okessa, Woolarock. This is a damaging tornado coming into Barnsdall. The velocities are holding, and now we're starting to see CC drops in Barnsdall. This is a particularly dangerous situation here. Seeing about 90 on the outbound and close to 60 inbound. And yeah, it's This is unfortunately doing damage in Bartlesville. It's actually going to be upgraded. It's upgraded now to a tornado emergency. So and I'm checking on my phone too, but this is unfortunately a tornado emergency over Barnsdall. So if you're in Barnsdall and up towards Woolarock on Route 123, Matoka, Torpedo, Fight, Ocassa, Bartlesville. If you're in the Bartlesville area, up to Dewey and Copen. And if you're far south as Ochaletta, you guys need to be all taking your tornado safety precautions. All right, sending that out to people too. Unfortunately, this is a damaging tornado emergency, and it's center lined on Barnsdall. This is it's over Barnsdall. It's over Route 11, Route 123. It's over 5th Street, Main Street, Bird Creek, Anita Bryan Street. I mean, that's the problem here. This is these are streets with people. So hopefully they got their warning. Hopefully they took their warning. Here's Main Street. You can see these gray cubes are structures. So it's on the latest CC, it's now north. It's on 123 Frank Phillip Memorial Highway. If you're out here on Frank Phillip Memorial Highway, Route 123, you guys need to all be in your tornado safe space. This is coming towards Woolarock, Matoka, Torpedo, Fight, Ocassa, Bartlesville, Hog Shooter, Glen Oak, Dewey, up towards Copen, and down towards Ochaletta. You guys all need to be in your safe space here. This is a sizable debris ball. The debris signature probably isn't quite that big, but this part of it is. Let's see. Once again, a tornado emergency is in progress here for Barnsdall, Oklahoma, up through Woolarock. It moved again, but the debris ball is something about a mile wide. Let's see. This is still on the ground here. It's coming up towards 123 between Barnsdall and Woolarock, Matoka, Torpedo, Bartlesville. You guys are up next. Dewey. Once again, this is a tornado emergency. I just want to pull out just a minute here and just double check everything else. Some new storms here west of Oklahoma City are going to want to be keeping an eye on that. We're seeing the lightning from the storm that's in Kingfisher County. Has some rotation, but not severe warned at the, or not tornado warned at the moment. And also northern parts of Oklahoma City, Yukon, Edmond are all in the severe thunderstorm warning there. Right now, there are tornado warnings here. I just got to check in on real quick. Near Denison, Manila. So this circulation that's come up through Harlan and Shelby and Minden has held together. Yeah, producing a possible tornado near Manila. And then up towards Manning, Denison, and Breda. All right, so yeah, we're going to focus back in on Bartlesville. This is where we have an ongoing damaging tornado here in Bartlesville. And if anything, it might even be a little stronger now. We're seeing 117 and actually getting a bunch of contamination. Yeah, that's not good. So this is approaching Woolarock. Yeah. And along 123, we're getting also CC readings that aren't showing up there in the pink. And the velocity scan was a big mess with readings that aren't showing up here in this pink. This is a significant tornado, I'm pretty sure. And this is also headed along 123 towards Bartlesville. So if you're in the Woolarock area, along Frank Phillips Memorial Highway, you guys need to be in your safe space. Along 2145, 2175, towards Matoka, Torpedo, and then up along 123 into Bartlesville. That's 14th Street, Tuxedo Boulevard, Frank Phillips Boulevard, US 60, Pierce Road, Hillcrest Drive. If you're anywhere in Bartlesville, up to Dewey and the south sides of Copan or Coppin. If you're in Matoka, Hog Shooter, Glen Oak. If you're in the areas here on the northwest sides of Ochaleta, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space. Lowest interior room, away from doors and windows. If you have a place you can go in Bartlesville that is a storm shelter or a basement or below ground, get there. I know right now in Bartlesville, in Dewey, it's raining, it's storming, but if you can get below ground, take it. This is coming up here near Woolarock towards Matoka, Torpedo, and Bartlesville with an ongoing damaging tornado. Don't want to really relive this much, but we saw the debris signature show up north of Osage and east of Hominy, and debris ball on reflectivity show up here with a well-defined hook, and also a CC drop and a CC drop and velocity match. We see the debris ball actually intensify and deepen going into Bartlesville or Barnsdall. And unfortunately, see the CC drop and the debris ball over Bartles or Barnsdall. And actually, the debris ball signature grew as it came through Barnsdall, so that's not good. Still has a debris ball on it, still has a CC drop, and still has velocity here as we're here in the Woolarock area. And yeah, getting some readings here that aren't actually showing readings. It looks like we have 60 to 70 to almost 80 inbound and 90 to 95 to 100 outbound. So this is winds going towards the radar. And these are winds going away from the radar, and our tornado sitting right in here. And it'll probably move in just a second here, but this is a center line towards Bartlesville. Or Bartlesville. This is an ongoing tornado emergency. If you're just joining us, tornado emergency for Bartlesville, Oklahoma. Confirmed large and dangerous tornado. This was just 5 minutes ago. Located 4 miles northeast of Barnsdall, moving northeast at 50. So Woolarock, it's basically now. You need to be in your safe space now. Torpedo, about 5 to 8 minutes. Bartlesville, you still have about 10 minutes. And Dewey, about 15. So Dewey and Bartlesville, if you're not in your safe spot yet, go to your tornado safe spot. Lowest interior room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have helmets or mattresses or pillows, take those and cover yourself with them. You need to go to your tornado safe space if you haven't already. If you can get below ground, so if you can get to your tornado shelter, a basement, your neighbor's tornado shelter or basement, and you have worked out your tornado plan, you need to take that now, even if it's raining, pouring, storming, hailing in Dewey or Bartlesville, you need to take that. North and west sides of Ochaletta up to Copen. This is a tornado emergency. Right now, it's one of 2 tornado warnings. We have a couple up in Iowa that are radar indicated QLCS tornadoes. So hopefully if you're in Shelby, Iowa, Crawford, Iowa, and Carroll County in Iowa, please be taking your tornado safe space and to your tornado precautions. We're trying to cover as many storms as we can and bounce around when there's, kind of equally strong tornado warnings, but this is a tornado emergency here for northeast Oklahoma and Bartlesville, Oklahoma, with a damaging tornado that's come through Barnsdall. We're starting to see the interaction here between the line of storm that's coming through Pawhuska is quickly catching up to the storm. So we're about to see how this storm interacts. You can see here on the last couple scans, the line of storms coming through Pawhuska, the severe warning storms, is now trying to incorporate this supercell, but there's a damaging tornado in here. Still showing up on the CC or the velocity, and there's still readings that aren't showing in here, which is really concerning, these pink colors. But we're seeing 22 on the outbound and about 30 on the inbound. So we're still seeing winds of 150 or so that we're seeing basically earlier too. Still seeing a big CC drop. This is coming into Bartlesville. This is a tornado emergency. Torpedo, Bartlesville, you guys need to be in your safe spot. Matoka, Fight. You guys all need to be in your safe spot. Woolarock and Barnsdall and Galand and Nichols. If you're still in your safe spot and your safe spot is good, I would just hold there because you also have the line of storms moving east. So just if you're in this area and you have a safe spot and that hasn't been fully affected, let's just wait here. Unfortunately for people that have been affected in Barnsdall, there's now the severe line of thunderstorms hitting them. And this still looks like a damaging tornado here coming up towards the Bartlesville area. Let me get a refresh on the radar. Yeah, that's kind of worst case scenario here that this this has gone through some pretty populated areas here. Yeah, we're still seeing it here. So that's not good. This is quickly coming into the south side of the Bartlesville. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado 4 miles south of Bartlesville Municipal Airport, moving northeast at 50. This is a particularly dangerous situation, and you are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles are likely. Complete destruction is possible. This is a tornado emergency for Bartlesville. And yeah, still coming into Bartlesville here, south side of Bartlesville. We'll pull up the... Ooh, that's not good. So here's your debris signature just along 123. This is coming into Bartlesville. So Dewey, you're up next. Dewey, Bartlesville, Torpedo. You guys all need to be staying in your safe space here. If this gets extended, then it could be up towards Ruthdale, Copen, Wan, Cotton Valley, Noxie, Lanapaw, and Elliott. But right now, the big concern here is Bartlesville, Oklahoma. That is not good. Yeah, this is basically this is coming into Bartlesville right now. So we should get an update here. The signature looks weaker than it did earlier, but this is still likely on the ground. There's also a bit of rotation up here along 60. That's interesting. Probably some interaction with the line of storms that may be sparking a new area rotation. But either way, this is still a damaging tornado coming into Bartlesville and Dewey. This is wow, we are getting a light show on that camera out of the Edmond area, out of the north side of OKC. But yeah, this is south side of Bartlesville right now. Unfortunately, we're already getting the tornado reports. East of Hominy, the police department reported the tornado east of Hominy. Luckily, it missed the town of Hominy. But this is a dangerous situation here coming into Bartlesville right now. Let's just reload the radar. Okay. Looks like we have a bit of a handoff. We have a new area of circulation. Still an ongoing damaging tornado, though, in Bartlesville. That's not good to see. All right, I'll put the... Yeah, unfortunately, this doesn't look like it lifted. It looks like it's come into the south and east side of Bartlesville. It's along US 75 right now between Bartlesville and Dewey. So if you're up along 123 east 0170 road, this is over 75, US 75 and Frank Phillips Boulevard, South Adams Boulevard, Northeast Washington Boulevard. This is not good. I want to take a look at their reflectivity here. It is broadening. That's one good sign. There's also a new area rotation. That could have something in it too. But your main area here is near Bartlesville. This is quickly getting incorporated into this line of storms. Okay, new scan coming in here. So right in here is your rotation still. I'll check the velocity. it's lifting more north now with that area of probably quickly into the Dewey area. It's lifting a little bit more. It's kind of coming southwest and pulled more north because of that interaction with the line of storms. Also looks like there was a tornado report earlier. Possible tornado near the state line in Ewan. That was that storm earlier that went up through Foraker and Ewan's area. We're getting a new tornado warning. It says radar indicated severe thunderstorm with strong low-level rotation that could produce a tornado at any time, located over Dewey, moving northeast at 50. So they're going to drop the tornado warning from the PDS to a radar indicated. Even if this is not on the ground, there's a ton of debris, so you got to be in your safe space for all this debris that's up in the clouds here by Dewey. There's a massive amount of CC still showing up in here as this thing came across Bartlesville and may have just lifted between Bartlesville and Dewey. That's the hope anyway. There's still a lot of CC in here, but I think what they're looking at is the rotation is somewhat not now where the CC is. So the CC is showing here, and the rotation is showing here. So I think the first tornado has come up like this, and then somewhere in here is lifted. Its debris is still up in here. And then there was that new area rotation that we saw develop kind of northeast of, or northwest of Bartlesville. That is the rotation that they're warning for here near Dewey. So we have a bit of a messy situation with the with that stuff. Yeah, see? Here's your tornado. Here's your new area rotation. Your tornado still in Bartlesville, and your new area rotation here. Quickly as it's going through Bartlesville, you can see it's starting to broaden. We still have our new area rotation here near Dewey, and still up in here near Dewey, and then the tornado's likely in here along 75, but that's broadened out, so we have our new rotation still holding back here by Dewey. So hopefully that tornado is done. With the new area rotation here by Dewey, there's still a bit of rotation, you know, where the old tornado was. And there's still debris up in the clouds. So this is still a dangerous situation. There could be debris falling here in the Dewey area. So you definitely need to be in your tornado safe space. This is coming up towards Copen, and also the state line, Owen and Caney and Tyro and Cotton Valley along the Kansas and Oklahoma state line. That was unfortunately very intense. That was a damaging tornado coming through the Bartlesville area. We also have other tornadoes. One near the Garfield area earlier that was reported near Hennessy. One that was an emergency management report near Covington. That was that big ground scraping mezzo that came across that way. A little bit of damage here. Snap power lines in Noble County. So, well, with the tornado emergency done, I think it's time to take a quick stock of what we're dealing with at the moment here. So we have thunderstorms from South Dakota and Minnesota, from eastern South Dakota, southwestern Minnesota, western Iowa, southeast Nebraska, pushing into northwest Missouri, the Kansas City metro, eastern Kansas, northeast Oklahoma, all the way down through north central Oklahoma, and finally some back building also down towards the Red River. So we have a large area of possible severe weather. We have tornado watches in Iowa and western Missouri. They go till 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. And then we also still have a cluster of strong to severe storms with hail and damaging winds in the Carolinas, particularly in the Piedmont and in the Appalachians. The storms seem to be dying along the coast, but back here it looks like there's some damage and also some more severe thunderstorms. So I will quickly look at those in case we have anyone watching from the Carolinas and wondering why that they're being missed. It's because we have the ongoing tornado outbreak and damaging tornadoes in Oklahoma right now, but these are strong to severe thunderstorms here with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds in Mount Airy, North Carolina, Pilot Mountain. They're headed into Virginia towards Martinsville, Rocky Mount, Stewart, and Meadows of Dan. We also have storms here near High Point, Thomasville, and Lexington with 1-inch hail, damaging winds. And then also some more storms in the Appalachians, producing some gusty winds, maybe some small hail. And still have some ongoing strong storms in Greenville, Spartanburg area in the Carolinas. We had 2-inch hail today south of Nashville. We also had a damaging tornado with a debris ball on radar in Smithville, Tennessee, with emergency management and social media confirmed tornadoes. And we'll have to check on the tornado report for that tomorrow. And then we have ongoing tornado warnings here. We saw the damaging tornado near Minden, with the tornado coming across the Shelby area and Minden. We also have high wind reports out of there. We have an ongoing tornado warning near Brenda in northwest Iowa. As part of this line of storms, we now are starting to see the QLCS situation here. This is what the models were showing. We have a line of damaging winds. Looks like a lot of 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's all pushing out into central Iowa now towards Ames and Des Moines, Iowa. So you guys are going to be under the gun in a few hours. Tornado possible, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and maybe some small hail. Really in this whole line. They're going to warn this whole line in Iowa from Storm Lake, Fort Dodge, Manson, Rockwell City, Carroll, Jefferson, Audubon, Guthrie Center, Greenfield, Creston, Lenox, and Bedford. This is all eventually pushing towards I-35 in Des Moines. But this is 70-mile-an-hour winds and tornadoes possible with those quick QLCS spin-ups. Yeah, there's a couple little areas here along the leading edge that could pose a QLCS spin up here. We have ongoing strong storms. I'm surprised they're not severe warned near Tarkio and Hamburg. This is in along the Missouri River here, Nebraska into northwest Missouri. That looks like a pretty strong storm near Tarkio along 29. I would not want to drive that right now. Into Kansas City and Lawrence. We have severe storms moving through Lawrence right now. Tonganoxie, Leavenworth, Platte City. Kansas City, you're in the severe thunderstorm warning. There's a little area of rotation here near Linwood. That's worth watching. These are all 60-mile-an-hour winds and tornado possible tag. That includes the Kansas City metro. I just want to check and see what the trend line is like on that. Yeah, there's a bit of a hook right in here, a notch. That's come east of Lawrence now and up here near Reno and Linwood. This is lifting generally towards Fairmount. If that gets a little tighter, might need a tornado warning. Otherwise, we have other little notches here towards Paola, Ottawa, Garnet. These are all coming like northeast towards more of the Kansas City populated areas. We have a long line of general severe thunderstorms: Humboldt, Chanute, Parsons, Independence with a tornado possible tag on this storm. Yeah, there's a little area rotation, looks like near Independence. We now have, looks like the parent supercell that caused the damaging tornado from Hominy up to Bartlesville. You can see the last bit of it here. This is the coming into Bartlesville with a damaging tornado and then lifting north. That has gotten fully incorporated into this line of storms. So we can see that again. Here's the damaging tornado near Bartlesville. That moves through and starts to hook north. And what's left of it is basically nothing, but it's up here between Copen and Coffeyville. Again, not a tornado warning, but it's just a bulging line of winds. So this is going to be a severe windstorm. Hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a little more coming out towards Nowata. That area is bulging out quite a bit. Tulsa, the whole Tulsa area, Claremore, Tulsa, Bixby, Broken Arrow, all under a 70-mile-an-hour wind. Moving east at 50. And yeah, we can see that wind here coming into the Tulsa metro. Right now, the severe storms are along and northwest of 44, but this is an ugly drive on 44 at the moment. Cushing, Stillwater, Chandler down to Edmond. Our camera, you can see our camera is still up. Our camera in Oklahoma is still up. I'm going to try and find another camera, maybe out of the Tulsa area. That'll give us a look at those storms. Get the update for the radar here. Yeah, those storms are just sitting north of our camera right now. There's also a flood threat that's developed with the training thunderstorms. This part of the line isn't moving as much. So this area from Pawnee over to Stillwater, north of Edmond, south of Enid, flash flood warnings are up. Okay, new traffic cam. This is out of the Catoosa area, just on the east side of Tulsa. So one camera, the top camera is from Catoosa. That's, I think, I-44 right there on along the bridge. Those are northbound I-44 traffic. So once again, these storms here north of Edmond are not really moving towards Oklahoma City. They're actually just kind of training more east. So Oklahoma City may get some wind, and Edmond area may get some wind out of these storms. But the main threat of this is going to be Edmond north towards Chandler. We do have to watch here along the dry line. Some storms are going up. They're already getting special weather statements for nickel-sized hail, 40-mile-an-hour winds. That's what I was saying a while back, is we need to watch anything that develops over here. And some of these do have a little bit of circulation in them. Nothing right now that, you know, requires a tornado warning, but particularly these, the top two are a little more discreet. This is a bit of another line forming. So we do need to watch that area. We also need to watch these storms here. These are storms like we saw earlier that produce tornadoes out ahead of the main line. So we need to watch storms like this near Tahlequah and Muskogee. Not seeing any rotation in those yet, but those are worth watching as the night continues. And those are lifting more north-northeast. Down to one tornado warning right now. That's this storm here near Breda. The tornadic part of the storm is actually lifting up towards Auburn and Lake City. So it's actually leaving this tornado warning. You can see those strong winds, though, coming through Guthrie Center, Greenfield, headed along I-80 towards Des Moines. And then a big mess of severe thunderstorm warnings near Kansas City. One has a little area of rotation here near Tonganoxie, lifting up towards Leavenworth and Platte City. So that is an area to watch here towards Fairmont. A few other little kinks in the line are worth watching. And then a big, heavy area of wind now coming through the areas here around Tulsa, Newada, Claremont. We may see the camera start to shake. This is pointing north. Our new Tulsa cam is pointing north, so I've seen a few lightning flashes. The show of lightning is down in the Edmond camera. That is almost constant flashing of light. So that is an impressive storm that storm is looking at. That storm is just off to the north of that camera, north of Edmond. And also, this is probably going to be a new tornado warning here. This is quickly starting to spin itself up here between Edmond and Guthrie. Our camera is down here looking northwest. So we're actually looking at the storm towards Kingfisher with a lot of heavy wind in that storm. But this does not look good here for Guthrie. Yeah, we've seen, it looks like this storm has latched itself onto a bit of an outflow boundary. Some rain-cooled air here, and it is starting to spin. Right in this area here, along I-35 near Lakeview. Yeah, pretty broad as it came across Seward. And it's starting to tighten up here near Lakeview. N323 road, east 80 or 840 road. If those continue that way. Here's your area of rotation right here. And there's your hook echo. Not seeing any CC drop at the moment. But this is going to be coming across towards Meridian, Fallis, Kearney, or Kearney. I know, Kearney or Kearney. This is moving pretty much east. Yeah. It's going to be moving east towards Kearney, Fallis, or Fairness. Maybe Meridian. If I was in this area here, I would be in my getting ready to go to my tornado safe space here. This is a rapidly strengthening area of rotation here, south of Guthrie and north of Edmond. Probably our next tornado warning, if it's not one of these storms out here. Still some broad rotation showing on that storm. New severe thunderstorm warning for this area near Tahlequah and Wagner. Wagner got hit with like 80-mile-an-hour winds the other day. Not seeing any rotation in that storm. And luckily not seeing much in rotation here. Let's see, new tornado reports coming in from Bartlesville. Damage near the Hampton Inn at 75 and Tuxedo Boulevard. So we called that area, we called Tuxedo Boulevard and 75. I hope people paid attention. Unfortunately, it looks like Barnsdall, multiple reports of structure damage. Multiple chaser photos and videos of a tornado in and near Barnsdall. That's not good. Let me see here. I can grab a break real quick from looking at the radar and posting out the reports, but let me see if we can find some of that. Oh wow, yeah. There's either a drone or a tower photo of it. It was basically a wedge in the light, in the flash of lightning. Yeah, that's so yeah, we have to watch these cells that are out ahead of this line. Also, these Boeing segments here, this is going to be 70-mile-an-hour winds. We need to watch for the quick spin-ups and isolated storms. The storm that had a little rotation here now west of Oklahoma City is going to get a severe thunderstorm warning. We have to watch that one. That's isolated from the line of storms. We have a flood threat quickly developing back here in north central Oklahoma. We also have to watch areas like this in Coffeyville. This is the remnants of that supercell. But comma heads like that can be areas of rotation in those QLCS spin-ups. New tornado warnings here in Iowa for those areas. Speaking of QLCS spin-ups, there's a few areas here. There's one there and maybe one down there. All lifting towards Lake City, Rockwell City, Colander, Churden. Let's see if they even listed. Yeah, 6 miles east of Carroll. So it's this area here near Giddon. But there's a little bit of an area here near Lindale, the Giddon one. All these in this whole area can lift up into those areas north and east. Yeah, there are. Unfortunately, there were chasers on that storm, and they're reporting massive destruction in Barnsdall. So that's not good. Hopefully they got their tornado safe spaces. And then I want to look at Bartlesville. Bartlesville, the tornado likely lifted on the northeast side of town, so at least it didn't plow right through like it did it did for Barnsdall. Yeah, I'm increasing. We saw kind of the CC develop around here, and then it pretty much plowed up 123, and then somewhere in there kind of lifted as it actually kind of turned a little more towards the north. So somewhere in east side of Bartlesville, it likely lifted. But Barnsdall, this thing was an express freight train just rolling right through town. There are reports of damage in Bartlesville. But I think we're only just starting to, I think, see the picture of what has happened in the Barnsdall area. So I think the tornado took a path somewhat like that. I mean, we'll see when the National Weather Service goes out, but it started somewhere northeast of Cleveland, south of Hominy. Luckily, just missed Hominy, and then pretty much straight northeast and a line from Barnsdall up to Bartlesville. Some of the damage I'm seeing from Barnsdall was mobile homes thrown on top of each other. So hopefully people that are in mobile homes took the advanced warning of, really the whole day of the weather community and of the National Weather Service and everything. So hopefully all that planning and preparation, hopefully people didn't stay there. I know it's difficult because it feels like home. It's home. It's cozy. It feels like safety. But if you live in a mobile home, it is not a safe place to be in a severe thunderstorm or a tornado, especially a destructive severe thunderstorm. Still surprised this actually hasn't gotten a tornado warning. It's an area southeast of Guthrie, south of Meridian, towards the Fallis and Kearney area. This is a storm with a hook embedded into this cluster of storms, and it has a pretty decent area of rotation on it. It's been pretty tight. It's held together here through I-35 and generally headed towards Kearney and Fallis. So if you're out ahead of this Kearney-Fallis, get ready to take your tornado safety precautions. I assume the National Weather Service is just seeing if this holds together or if it tightens up in its rotation. If it tightens up at all, it is probably going to get a tornado warning. And I'm not seeing anything that's on the ground right now, but there's a little bit of a CC drop in here, but I think that's just a little bit of a weak echo. But this area is definitely an area to watch here for tornadic development between Meridian and Fallis and Kearney. And we're getting a new scan, so maybe see what this looks like. It's a bit of a storm that kind of lapped itself on this outflow boundary, a rain-cooled boundary, and it's had a hook for a little bit. Tulsa right now, really strong winds are coming through that. We might see the camera start to shake on our Tulsa camera. And then watching these likely 60, 70 mile an hour winds coming towards the areas here in northwest Oklahoma. I also want to check our one tornado warning. Still ongoing for the areas around Lake City, Rockwell City, Colander, Gowrie, and Cherdan. Yeah, there's this part of the radar is lagging behind, but this is up towards Lake City and Rockwell City now. That shows you how fast this part of the line is moving. This is also quickly approaching Des Moines. So within a little bit of time here, Des Moines is going to get 70-mile-an-hour damaging winds and tornadoes possible. This is about an hour away from Des Moines. It's about 40 miles and it's moving at 40. So that area is quickly gusting out Creston up to Greenfield, Guthrie Center, Jefferson, Rockwell City, Manson, and Pocahontas. Again, about an hour out of Des Moines. Kansas City has severe thunderstorms at the moment. Still seeing that area of spin now north of Tonganoxie. It's kind of up east of Lawrence and west of DeSoto. Not quite tight enough for a tornado warning, but it's one to watch. And this is going to keep lifting up north sides of KC towards Platte City and Smithville, probably towards the airport. If that tightens up, it could use a tornado warning. There are more thunderstorms back in Manhattan. They seem to be weakening a little bit. There was also a looks like a tornado report in that Manhattan storm earlier. So otherwise, gusting winds all south of KC right now, bowing out towards the Missouri and Kansas state line. Pleasanton, Mound City, Paola, Fort Scott, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then watching these storms here, especially watching the embedded supercell that produced the Bartlesville and Barnsdall tornado, has kind of made this part of the line a bit of a calm ahead. That can also have its own circulation. And then below that, it's really forcing the winds out. So we're watching about 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds come across the Tulsa area. Seeing some of the lightning on the Tulsa cam. Again, the camera here, this is your Tulsa cam. And then below that is your Edmond camera. Still watching this storm. Starting to get its act together, starting to get a little concerned here. There's some rotation starting to show up near Wagner, and you can start to see this has the look of that Bartlesville storm. This is what happened earlier. That storm kind of ran ahead of the line, and that really started to flourish it. So we're starting to see that in here. This is a storm to watch. Coming up towards Locust Grove, Salina, Langley, Jay, Adair, Pryor Creek, and eventually Veneta and Afton and Grove. That storm is starting to get its act together here along US 69. Not a ton of rotation now, but it's starting to develop that inflow hook. The storm down towards Muskogee also has a little bit of rotation on its end. So we really have to watch these two as they move kind of north-northeast. And again, they're out ahead of this line, so that's another area to watch. Also, a growing thunderstorm west of Oklahoma City towards Binger, Gracemont, and Eakley. Showing some large hail and not much in the rotation right now. Also have storms now developing down near Frederick. Not much in rotation for those storms right now, but they're ones to watch. This one, even if it doesn't produce rotation, is starting to grow its hail core headed towards Oklahoma City. And then checking in on our storm here near Flawless. It doesn't look quite as yeah, the rotation has really fallen away. So I guess good for them not to produce a tornado warning. It was starting to look really good, but it's now outflow dominant. You can see the outflow surging out here from these storms. They're actually kicking off a few storms over the Edmond area. Yeah, it tried to latch onto that outflow boundary and spin pretty good for a few minutes as it went south of Lakeview and up in this area. And then it's quickly lost that over towards Shiloh. You can see again here it was spinning pretty good. And that scan south of Meridian. This scan looking pretty good. I was thinking, okay, next scan is going to be a tornado warning. And it's just completely fallen apart in the last two scans. So that's some good news. We'll see if it can pull itself together. It has a chance, but right now it's just a severe thunderstorm. Otherwise, hail and gusty winds up through Guthrie. They're going to continue out the warning for pretty good size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds, $half size 60. But the line is only moving east at 25 in that part of the line. So if you start getting a lot of heavy rain and storms, you're going to stay in it. Still watching these storms. So that's kind of a look at the line and kind of what I think we're expecting with the models are showing a large bowing segment here moving into Missouri. There's actually really two kind of QLCS situations here. There's the area from Kansas City down through north of Oklahoma City, and then there's also areas in southwestern Minnesota and back through Iowa. So there's right now kind of functioning two bowing echoes of storms. We're going to see an extension of a lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings here. Right now, the severe thunderstorm warnings basically go to the Missouri state line and through Kansas City, just west of Joplin, and then north of Kansas City, we're starting to see some severe thunderstorms into Missouri. Pushing through the areas here around St. Joseph and Cameron. Watching the Des Moines metro quite a bit. Also coming towards Rockwell City. Yeah, there's still a couple areas of circulations in here. There's one there, and there's one moving northeast. And then good news is they're not strong storms now into Minnesota. So we're seeing less severity here in the Minnesota storm. Once again, basically eastern Kansas is wall-to-wall severe thunderstorm warnings. So there's severe thunderstorm warnings that cover basically every county along the border with Missouri. That is an impressive amount of severe thunderstorms. That is about 200 miles of severe thunderstorm warnings straight. We have a new oh wow, yeah, there is a lot of damage in Barnsdall. So yeah, the Storm Prediction Center, the latest discussion is about this Boeing segment with the embedded rotation from the original supercell, and it's gusting 70-mile-an-hour QLCF. The discussion is essentially for southern Kansas and northwestern Oklahoma, about a ongoing supercell may pose strong to intense tornado threat, and a growing QLCS threat to its west will pose a threat for severe gusts and embedded tornadoes. So again, we're still watching kind of these individual cells out ahead of the line, and they're moving more north-northeast, and then our line is moving more east. So we're seeing that interaction between the two. And that created a destructive tornado here between Hominy and Bartlesville earlier. We're hopefully don't see that again, but kind of keeping an eye on these storms near Locust Grove and Holbert and Tahlequah. We're also starting to see some hailstorms here. These are upscaling thunderstorms, unfortunately down 44. Binger, Apache. The one here on the north side is already severe warned. A little bit of broad rotation, but nothing significant rotation-wise at the moment. And then same for these storms. Not seeing rotation yet, but you never know. And then also you can see the dry line here extending all the way back into this is out of the Frederick radar. You can see that dry line. It is moving though. It's moving east, southeast. Once the dry line clears you, you should be good to go. So Altus, Childress, Elk City, Clinton, you guys are in much better shapes for the evening. It's 10 to 11 basically. And then also Woodward, Enid now on the north side. Wichita area should be pretty good to go for now. So Wichita got lucky today. That was one of the second times I think Wichita has been in a higher risk area, moderate or high risk, and basically got skipped over. And then areas, yeah, down Russell, Hayes, Great Bend, Salina, McPherson, you guys are all clear for the night. Good news is we haven't had much in the way of tornadoes back in Nebraska today. So Hastings, York, Lincoln, Fremont, Omaha, and points in southeast Nebraska got a lot of damaging winds and some hail, but at least as far as I know, only one kind of damaging tornado near Minden. Unfortunately, again, near Minden. And already seeing damage here to residences, power lines down, power poles snapped. So unfortunately, that area from Minden up to Shelby had another damaging tornado. We saw that quickly on the CC start to develop just east of Minden, and then had a debris ball that kind of carried its way just kind of north and west of Shelby. A bunch of areas here in eastern Nebraska and western Iowa have 50, 60-mile-an-hour wind reports. And that, at the least, is moving towards the Des Moines area, if not a little higher. Likely going to see 50, 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds here in the Des Moines area within about an hour. Storms strong to severe going through Kansas City right now. And then more strong to severe storms down through Pittsburgh, Kansas. Probably the strongest part of this QLCS is the comma head near Parsons, and then the trailing QLCS down towards Veneta. Also watching a little area of circulation there coming towards Miami. And then this is some pretty strong winds coming towards Columbus in southeast Kansas. So yeah, we have to watch for little notches to develop near Blue Jacket and Welsh. And also watching for these storms here near Veneta to interact with that line. Okay, kind of as expected. Yeah, still one ongoing tornado warning in Iowa at the moment. Let me switch back to the black. I think it shows up the best on the far side. So we have an ongoing tornado watch. Whoa, that's not black, that's gray. In Iowa that goes until 3 a.m. We have an ongoing tornado watch in the western half of Missouri. That goes until 4 a.m. And we now have a new tornado watch. Areas around Durand and I-44. Areas east of Sulphur that had the tornado last week. McAllister, Muskogee, and Miami. The northwest corner of Oklahoma, essentially. Northwest Arkansas and West Arkansas. And down to the Red River. This is a tornado watch for basically southeast Oklahoma and northwest and west Arkansas. And it's now until 5 a.m. So, a few tornadoes likely, isolated hail up to ping pong ball sized, and widespread wind gusts of 70 are likely. So, it's going to be a long night in the central time zone. It is going to be a long night in the central time zone. I would just guess that, especially if the storms stay pretty strong, that by the expiration of these watch areas, we'll probably have some new watch areas for Quad City, for St. Louis, and maybe even the Little Rock area. They may not be tornado watches. They may be more like the severe thunderstorm watches. But I wouldn't be surprised if we get more watches, especially if the storms continue to bow like they're showing. Those are pretty gusty winds moving towards those areas. All right, I'm going to grab a quick snack real quick and just leave the I'm just going to leave the radar here on and grab a quick snack. I'll be right back. Okay, step away for a minute and tornado warnings start popping all over. So let's get back to the main part of the radar. From the, at least you guys would have seen it because I had it on the single site radar, or the single like national picture radar. That area of rotation that we were watching earlier near Meridian and Kearney, that weakened, looks like it's now back and actually quite strong. So that is sad to see. Let's see. So here it was unwarned. I was pointing it out earlier near Meridian. It kind of gusted apart, but then it looks like a new area formed here south of Kearney. Yeah, there it is. And now it's still kind of in there. It looks like it's gusted back out a bit. But let's take a look at it. This storm is that storm that's been trying to kind of follow along this outflow boundary. So it did it again. It kind of rode along the rain cool air and tightened back up here south of Kearney. And then it's kind of broadened again. But it may try and do this again. So Davenport, Oklahoma, Chandler, Oklahoma, Kendrick, and Stroud, Oklahoma all need to be in your tornado safe space here. At the very least, you have some damaging winds coming your way. And still a little area rotation in here that is between Kendrick and Chandler. We also have, moving up the line, I quickly want to check these storms here out in front. There is some rotation near Salina, Oklahoma. In this storm here that's worth watching, as that lifts up towards Ribbon, Jay, Langley. Also 1-inch hail possible. The storms aren't quite as strong in southeast Kansas right now in the Pittsburgh area, but there are some stronger storms near the Kansas City area with some pretty high winds coming through Kansas City Metro right now. There is that tornado warning for that area rotation that I mentioned a long time ago. I think it was like an hour ago now, that came up east of Lawrence and Tonganoxie, and I kept saying keep an eye on it if you're in Platte City. Well, that area is now being warned as it tightened up near the Platte City and Smithville area. We can go back. Yeah, there it is. See it tighten up right there. And over Smithville. So this is over Trimble, Edgerton, Plattsburgh, Lathrop, and if it holds together Kearney, this is on the north side of Kansas City Metro. Good news is this is kind of leaving the Kansas City Metro, so quickly after Smithville and Kearney, it gets less populated. But still a dangerous storm there, headed towards the I-35 corridor north of Kansas City. Right now the storms are sub-severe coming towards the Des Moines area, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's more warnings on some of these. There's also still the ongoing QLCS spit-up. A couple areas here near Manson and Barnum and Moreland. If those continue to spin back up, we could get new tornado warning near Humboldt and Fort Dodge. And still some strong storms in southern Minnesota, but none of them are severe at the moment, so that's good to see. We're starting to get continued severe warnings here into Missouri now, along the I-49 corridor. Again, we have to watch these little areas here, might be one near Belton, but those are areas of quick spin-ups. Yeah, there's one near Belton. There's one down here near Butler. Yeah. And there's one kind of between the two near Harrisonville. These are areas of potential areas of quick spin-ups.
QLCS type tornadoes like we were dealing earlier in South Dakota and Minnesota. You could easily get a few of these. New severe thunderstorm warnings now in the furthest corner of Oklahoma. And this area is a bit more complicated here. We had the tornado that came up through Hominy-Barnsdall, and Barnsdall with a lot of damage in the Barnsdall area. That storm has incorporated into the line and become a QLCS kind of calm ahead. It still is this area here near Parsons and Pittsburgh with the excessive amount of lightning. So you do have to watch rotation in those calm aheads, and there is some in there, but that's not right now. The biggest problem is the heavy winds that are pushing through this area here. So Veneta, tornado possible, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Not seeing a lot of rotation there, but the tornado possible actually might be for this storm. Near Locust Grove, there's some rotation in here. Yeah, there's still some rotation here. The river, that's worth watching as this lifts up kind of towards Langley and Grove. And we'll have to see how it interacts with the line of storms that's pushing through the I-44 corridor. And speaking of which, we have a camera. It's located right here at Catoosa at I-44 and 412. It's looking north, so we should see some of this push into the camera. Yeah, there's some lightning on it. That's our south cam. Our other camera is in the Edmond area. And it is it's had a light show a lot. Actually, okay, good. Just want to check my audio since I came back. Looks like everything's good. All right. So still watching Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City is now in a severe thunderstorm warning for this severe storm out by Minco and Tuttle. Mostly just hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. This is a damaging severe thunderstorm. 70-mile-an-hour winds and ping-pong ball size hail. And let's see. Yeah, this is a considerable threat severe thunderstorm. This is also moving into a pretty favorable environment, but there is a rotation in here. It's a bit broad at the moment, but we definitely have to watch that for a tornado possible coming into the Oklahoma City metro. Otherwise, the storms down near Frederick are there, but good news is they're not super strong at the moment. The one near Frederick would be the strongest, but this already has had 50-mile-an-hour wind and 1.5-inch hail. Let's see what it looks like from the OKC radar. Yeah, there's still some rotation in here, but it's broad. That is near Minco. And then we also have our tornadic storm near Chandler. There is still some rotation in here between Chandler and Kendrick. Right in this little notch. That is coming towards I-44 and Stroud and Davenport in Oklahoma. There is a ton of rain behind all this, and we're getting flash flood reports. There have been some corridors in here that have had close to 4 inches of rain near Hennessy and Perry. And then in the Guthrie area, Crescent over towards Kingfisher, there's been 4 to 5 inches of rain so far. So that is that area of training thunderstorms. That a couple supercells and then training has had a pretty big effect on the flooding here. From if you're traveling west to Tulsa, just be very careful. Tulsa over to Pawnee, Stillwater, Guthrie, Enid, Also, yeah, if you're traveling north of the OKC metro from Edmond north, be very careful towards Langston, Guthrie, Kingfisher, Crescent, especially now that it's night. You don't always see how deep the water is. Turn around and don't drown. That flooding can cause just as much danger as a tornado often. So that is a dangerous situation. Unfortunately, let me see if I can find some more info from. Oh wow! I just posted it. I hope it's a true photo. It looks weird, but it looks like someone might have been shaking the camera. I would honestly be shaking the camera too. But it is a picture in lightning of a damaging tornado near. This is from the Barnsdall tornado, but the lightning shows the lights up the tornado shows a horizontal vortice that extends out. So you got the cone wedge of the tornado, and then you have the horizontal vortice extending out. It is a scary photo. I can kind of redraw it. So it shows the tornado. It shows like debris and the light of the lightning, and then it shows this horizontal vortice kind of coming out like that, and just a terrifying photo in backlit by lightning. Yeah, wow. That is usually a sign of a very powerful tornado. Yeah, and go to our WXCastUSA is our Twitter. I can't show it on the stream because of the media rights and stuff, but sharing on Twitter is a great way for the weather community to collect some visual data of things. And yeah, that is a really scary tornado. It was watching it on radar, so I can only imagine what it was like. We're getting a new tornado warning. This is out of southeast Kansas and now into southwest Missouri. This is right between the Springfield and Tulsa radars. So here it is right here. This is, again, that's that comma head that I mentioned earlier. This is what's left of the supercell that created that Barnsdall tornado. Got incorporated into the parent line of storms. And yeah, you can kind of see it rotating up in here, this whole comma head, lifting up towards the Pittsburgh, Kansas area. And as that does, the area south of that surges out. So yeah, we have a bit of a new QLCS spin up. You can see it right here near 166 and Keelville. This is coming now towards Quaker Oatmeal, Crestline, Columbus, Lawton in Kansas, Knifton in Kansas, and then this is Missouri, Ashby, Asbury, Madoc, Crossville, Galesburg, Waco, Stringtown, Carl Junction. This is now Carl Junction area northwest of Joplin. And the circulation right now is between Columbus and Neutral along US 69. But right in here, lifting up towards Ashby and Waco. and moving northeast at 55. So you don't have much time if you're north of this, even up towards Nashville and in western Missouri here. Let's let's take it. Crestline 2 minutes or less, Badger 6 minutes, Lawton 7 minutes, Waco, Missouri 9 minutes, Asbury 10 minutes, Knifton 12, Galesburg 14, Crossville 18, and Nashville just at the end of the warning here is about 20 minutes. So pretty decently tight. It's not the tightest couplet, but this is a pretty dangerous night already, so let's take this seriously. I can check the CC, and nothing's showing on the CC yet, but this is moving pretty quickly at 65 miles an hour up towards Asbury and Waco. I got my food sitting here, so let me grab a quick bite while I observe the radar here for a second. Yeah, still concerned about these two areas of rotation. The one near I-44 in Chandler, moving that way, and then the one right near Columbus, Kansas, moving that way. Okay, testing, testing. Let me just make sure the audio is still working. Double check everything here before we get going. All right, audio looks like it's going. That looks like we're good. Audio is still going. So, all right, we're good to go. Well, just as I was grabbing a bite to eat there, the warning for the area now near Chandler got extended out. Let's go take a look at this. Yeah, there's a pretty, in this line here, there's an embedded supercell moving kind of southeast. This is going away from the Oklahoma City metro, but it's been trying to latch onto that boundary, and there is a rotation in here near Stroud. This is coming over towards Depew, Bristow, Slick, and areas south of there, Midway, Welty, Gypsy, Newby, Tuskegee, Haydenville, Eda, Ritz Junction, and Milfay. So that is a new warning here that covers that area of rotation near Stroud, and it looks like they're maybe covering another area rotation up there, or they're covering the 2-inch hail. Let's see. Near Davenport, capable of producing a tornado with low-level rotation. Yeah, that is this area here, near Stroud. Right now, just radar indicated, but if there is anything, it's tucked back in the rain here near Stroud and Davenport. So you're not going to see this one coming. And out ahead of that, a lot of rain and hail. Avery, Depew, Bristow, and Shamrock all in that. New severe thunderstorm warning also got stretched out through the Oklahoma City area. That now includes areas north side of Blanchard, Norman, Noble, Moore, Newella, Choctaw, and areas near McLeod. Also, Oklahoma City was already in the first warning. Looks like the big threat here is surging winds. This is, yeah, 70-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and a tornado still possible. There's a bit of rotation in here, but this is a pretty destructive amount of winds, and we're close to the radar site, so we can see these really good. But that is 75 to 80-mile-an-hour winds coming through Tuttle right now, and pushing out towards Moore, Norman, Oklahoma City, especially south sides of Oklahoma City. We need to really take that seriously. Let's see. I might be able to change this camera. Let's see. I want to change our camera that was Old Faithful here for a while. This camera near Edmond on the northwest side of Oklahoma City gave us a pretty good lightning show looking northwest, but now it's kind of looking back out away from the storms. If we can, I want to use a camera that that's going to give us a better look at the severe weather that's coming this way. All right, so that works. South camera there, that is out of the Moore area along 35. And then our north camera, the darker camera, is out of the Choctaw area looking north. That's looking towards those storms in the Tulsa area. We have a new... Is this going to just... yeah, it's a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm. It's going to highlight specifically this area of 70-mile-an-hour wind coming through Mustang, Bridge Creek, Newcastle, Tuttle right now. This is headed towards Moore and Norman. So this is headed towards our traffic cam there along 35. Luckily, I don't see that many cars out on the road, but still. This is dangerous too. 44 is also in here, but 35 is north-south, and this is east-west, or I guess, yeah, it's wind from the west. We have new tornado warnings, one in the Kansas City metro for one of those quick spin-ups. I think I called it earlier when it was around the Belton area. This is now near Blue Springs. Should be that same area. Yeah, it was that area I called near Belton. It tightened up here eventually. Let's see it come across. And there it is here. It's now near Blue Springs with radar indicated rotation. Yeah, I think it's just being on the leading edge of this storm. There's a couple little lower values of there, but either way, this is a dangerous little storm coming up through Grain Valley, Oak Grove in Missouri, Wellington and Lexington, Richmond and Harrietta. There's that. So there it is right there. So that's probably going to get a warning if it holds together. The Grain Valley one is, let's see, 50 miles an hour, northeast at 50. Grain Valley's now, Oak Grove about 5 minutes, Bates City 10 minutes, Napoleon 14, Waterloo 16, and Wellington 19. Probably just a little less than that. This whole thing just shifted. It's moving pretty fast at 50. Oak Grove now about 5 minutes, Wellington about 15 minutes, and Bates City about 9 minutes. So once again, we have that tornado warning area there to watch. There's a couple areas actually near Garden City. This one, if it does require a warning, it would be towards the Warrensburg area. The areas north sides of Kansas City, that warning got dropped, so that's good to see. And then a whole bunch of warnings just got dropped here for the areas here in Joplin. And then a continuation of that warning that was coming out of Columbus near Carl Junction. That's going to get continued up towards Lamar and Newport and Liberal, Sheldon. This is all along 49 here in Missouri. So yeah, we can see that notch right in here near Asbury and Waco. That's going to be moving up towards Nashville in just the next couple minutes. This new area rotation, though, is near Webb City and Joplin, moving through Carthage, Golden City, Jasper, Carytown, and Avila. Let's take a look at both of these, especially the one that that's near Asbury right now. That's held together for quite a while. Still not seeing any AC drop in that, so that's a good sign. This one is a little tighter here near Webb City and Joplin. Not seeing a CC drop at the moment for those. But two nasty QLCS spin-ups there. This area near Joplin along 44, 60-mile-an-hour winds and tornado possible tag on it. There's also rotation showing up in these storms a little bit down here near Anderson and Grove. And also the Bella Vista area. Centuron, Rogers, J. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation in this cell here near Anderson. You can see it kind of hooks around a little bit. And rotation is sitting in there. that's a storm to watch. The storm near J, I thought had some rotation earlier, but it doesn't look like it does at the moment. So this is a big cluster of nasty storms from Neosho, Miami, Joplin, Bella Vista, and then still some storms showing up south of 412 that could pose a risk. We still have the ongoing tornado warning here. Rain wrapped mess near Stroud, and there is rotation still sitting back in here along 44 between Stroud and Bristow. Not seeing it on the ground. There's a couple weird CC drops in there, but I think that's some of the clear air that's wrapping up in there. Yeah, there's a bit of a clear air notch still in there. And yeah, the rotation is actually just sitting back behind that. But that's a decently tight area rotation, so I'd be very careful about this dropping a tornado here in the next couple minutes. Especially, let's see, Depew, Ritz Junction, Gypsy, Iron Post, Newbie, Slick, Tabor, Pulaski, and Bristow. This area is right over near Milfay. And now likely just east of there, towards Ritz Junction. Likely some hail in there too. This is a big hail rain mess. I want to go back to our storm here also in the Moore, Norman, Oklahoma City area. Looks like it's raining on our traffic camera in OKC. This is our OKC camera. Yeah, this is some destructive winds coming through Newcastle Moore right now. Hopefully I-35, there's not a lot of trucks on it right now because this could be a blindside hit. There are at least hurricane force winds showing up in here. But there are some areas, and we're getting close to the radar. There are some areas in here that are showing 103-mile-an-hour wind. This is devastating winds if this reaches the ground, and we're close to the radar, so we're pretty close to the radar here to see some of this. We might be able to even get. So this is out of the OKC Doppler out of the airport, which even scans a little bit lower. There are 85 to 90-mile-an-hour winds up in here. 87, 91. Yeah, wow. That is some pretty strong. Okay. All right, I just wanted to post that out because this is a dangerous situation here coming into southern OKC Metro. We're also going to get a new tornado warning. This covers the OKC Metro. This is capable of producing a tornado over Valley Brook, moving northeast at 60. So OKC is under a tornado warning. The tornado warnings went down for a few minutes, but then now they've quickly gone back up. We also have another tornado warning. There's a couple here QLCS spin-ups. Let me right here. So there is the area of rotation. Okay. I wanted to update my stream here there too. This is the area of rotation. It's right over the Valley Brook area and I-35. This is coming up towards Midwest City, Nakoma Park, Woods corridor. It's actually a pretty tight area of rotation. Let's zoom in on it here. It's right near Dell City. And this is 29th and Bryan Avenue. Let's see here. It's in the rain. So if there's anything here, we should be able to see it. Ooh, that is interesting. That may be on the ground. That might be on the ground here. Wouldn't be surprised if this isn't on the ground. This might be a small little debris signature here. Let me check it on one of my other products here and see. Hard to say. There could be something in there. Near Dell City. Ooh, this could have been it. This could be it. Let's see. If that jumps ahead, then that is it. That was the little CC drop we saw. And it may have moved here. If that's where the velocities move, then that is something. That likely is that. That is... Oh, now it's not even showing there. May have been a quick spin up right there near Dell City. It's hard to know. Pretty close to the radar site. But if it is here, it's in this area here near Spencer, moving up towards Choctaw and Luther. I wouldn't be shocked if that was a quick spin up. The radar was having a little trouble keeping up with it, but still have this area here near Bristow that's spinning up here in the rain. I want to quickly also go up and look at a bunch of warnings here for Carthage and the Joplin area. Pretty strong rotation showing up near Carthage and I-49. That may be actually something right in there. That is either damaging winds. No, that is an observed tornado. There we go. New tornado observed here. This is near Carytown. Let's back it up and see. So once again, a damaging tornado here in Missouri now. This is going at a pretty fast pace here. This is at 75 miles an hour. Looks like so they're going to extend the storm to its north is going to get a radar extended or radar indicated tornado warning. We have two areas of rotation. Both are moving very significantly fast here into Missouri. The one is at 55 near Lamar. And then one is here between Carthage and Carytown, moving at 75. So both pretty significant storms. It looks like there was some power flashes in the Valley View, or what was that town? Still have these damaging storms coming through Oklahoma City Metro. Valley Brook. I think that was a little bit of a debris signature that we saw lifting up towards Dell City. We saw a couple little CC drops right in here. There was some power flashes reported at 35 in Valley Brook. And we saw a few little CC drops a couple times in here. So that probably was a bit of a CC signature on those storms. They're now not tornado warned, but they have a tornado possible and 70-mile-an-hour wind tag on them. This is out for Tecumseh, Seminole, Maud, Shawnee, Newella, McLeod, Chandler, all the way up 44. So this is pretty damaging, severe thunderstorms. We're seeing the rain and wind on our camera there too, and lightning. But, I mean, if that's the worst that Oklahoma City got, then that's actually pretty lucky for today. But regardless of that, there may have been a quick spin up here between Valley Brook and Dell City. Doesn't look like it was anything like some of the storms up in northeast Oklahoma right now. Watching a little bit of rotation here near Geronimo and Walters and Duncan. That storm is going to slide south of OKC, well south of OKC. And then they're going to extend this storm near Bristow, down near Okmulgee and Morris and Beggs with a tornado possible tag. It's had this broad, messy rotation, but it hasn't really put that together. We're quickly seeing 70-mile-an-hour winds and tornado possible tag coming into the Springfield Metro. Also seeing 60 to 70 to 80-mile-an-hour winds. Likely with that storm coming through Neosho, Monette, Purdy, Aurora, Mount Vernon. With your tornado up here near Golden City, Lockwood, Greenfield, Lamar, and Newport. Also coming up towards Jericho Springs and Montevallo. If those get extended, Bolivar, Stockton, El Dorado Springs. We have other tornado warnings. I looked up here for the first time in a couple minutes. We have multiple. Every little notch looks like it has a tornado warning. So this is what I said earlier. We have a whole night of QLCS. Okay. Having a little bit of internet issues. We actually have the storms moving into our area here. So that's creating a bit of an internet problem. So if I go offline, it's just because the internet, or possibly even the power, goes out. But we'll hopefully stay on. But if not, it's because of internet or power outages. But we have areas here near Creighton and Ulrich up towards Blairstown and Chilhowee. There's your rotation there coming up towards Leeton. Not seeing a defined CC on that one. We'll kind of scope these pretty quickly because they may go away very quickly and new ones will form. Here's your rotation here near Lake Lafayette. That's eventually headed towards Concordia, Missouri. Yeah, that's headed up towards Concordia, Missouri between Warrensburg and Lake Lafayette. We have other areas of rotation up here near Richmond and north central Missouri. There was that rotation here near Buckner and Richmond, but you can see a couple scans later, we're not seeing much rotation at all here near Richmond. We have rotation, not really, further up. That's good. Right now, the storms are non-severe north of Des Moines, or actually north of the Missouri-Iowa border. So strong storms, but non-severe right now coming into Des Moines, Winterset, Murray, Grand River, Mount Ayr. And then we pick up along 35 severe storms near Gilman City, Hamilton, Breckenridge, Blue Mound, Carlton, Waverly, Concordia in Missouri. Approaching Sedalia, eventually Clinton, Appleton City, El Dorado Springs, Stockton, Greenfield, Ash Grove, Mount Vernon, Monette, Cassville, Belle Vista, Anderson Grove, Langley, Adair. And actually right now these are not severe here, going through Pryor Creek and Claremont. So that's good to see. We have our tornado possible rain HP mess thing that's still, if it tightens up, it could produce more tornadoes as it heads east-southeast towards Okmulgee and Morris. And then we have our tornado warned area around Oklahoma City. But even more than that, we have an area of 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. And this is coming through Newella, Choctaw, Harris, McLeod right now. Headed along I-40 towards Shawnee. And now that we're on the other side of the radar, we can see a little bit of these returns. They're still showing 60, 70 mile an hour winds. And then still some strong but non-severe storms at the moment near Geronimo, Walters, and Duncan. A little bit of rotation near Walters. We'll have to see if that could intensify. Then, you know, there could be something eventually down in this area. That would head over towards Empire City, Comanche, and eventually towards Duncan, Velma, Tatum's. That's a bit of an interesting area. Right now, some non-severe storms near Centerton and Rogers and Siloam Springs, Bella Vista, Bentonville, Arkansas right now. A little bit stronger storms north of the Arkansas and Missouri border. There's a bit of rotation in this storm. Coming eventually towards Cassville and Purdy. That is one to watch. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, that has actually increased in rotations. That's headed generally towards Cassville, Purdy, maybe Aurora, and eventually, if it holds together, towards the Springfield area, especially south side of Springfield. All right, so we have ongoing tornadoes here. Well, it hasn't been updated in a minute. Good news at the moment, I'm not seeing that tornado on the ground near Lockwood and Garden City. And yeah, they just changed it to radar indicated for that rotation near Lockwood and Garden City here. Or Golden City, sorry. Golden City. This is, if it holds together, going to be up towards Ash Grove, Fairplay Boulevard, Pleasant Hope. And then the northern area, still showing up here between Lamar and Milford and Newport. That's headed up towards Jericho Springs, Umber View Heights, and Montevallo. Very strong winds showing up near El Dorado Springs. Clinton and Yorick and Creighton also seeing some very strong winds. And then they're going to extend the warning towards Concordia, Missouri. I mentioned that earlier. Pretty strong rotation actually showing up right here near Concordia, Missouri. Ooh. There may be something in here. I can't really fully confirm that with CC, but there are some lower values in there. Either way, take this rotation seriously. It's coming up quickly towards Concordia, Missouri, and along I-70. That's moving northeast at 50. Brings it to Concordia in about 15 minutes. Emma, 20 minutes. Alma, 22. Sweet Springs, Missouri, 25. Also still showing some rotation north of Richmond. Yeah, there's some still in here. It's not as tight as it was earlier. That's north of Hardin and east and north of Richmond. A large area of severe thunderstorms: Trenton, Chillicothe, Hamilton, Carlton, Waverly, Concordia, Warrensburg, Windsor, Clinton, Lowry City, Osceola, El Dorado Springs, Montevallo, Stockton, Humansville, Ash Grove, Mount Vernon, Monette, Purdy, Cassville, Anderson, Grove, Langley. Strong storms, but right now non-severe. And then we have our big HP mess. It honestly might need another tornado warning again. It's starting to tighten up that rotation south of Slick. This is coming towards Okmulgee, Morris, Beggs, and Winchester. Wouldn't be surprised if this gets another tornado warning. It's near Edna right now. Park, Wheeler, Corner, Beggs, Okmulgee, and Morris are up next for that one. We're bouncing around quite a bit, but there's a lot of severe weather here. They're going to extend out a radar-indicated tornado for this area near Hera. It's a comma head, Rossville, Meeker, McLeod. So we have another kind of embedded QLCS now. We have a comma head there, and then damaging winds south of there. So you have a tornado potential coming up towards Stroud, Chandler, Shawnee, Tecumseh, Seminole. Those are all damaging winds, and then your tornado potential coming up towards Stroud and Chandler again, likely just south of those. Damaging winds though: Bethel-Acre, Shawnee, Johnson, Pink, down towards Norman and Goldsby. Still have strong storms between Duncan and Geronimo. A little bit of broad rotation there. Likely some hail also showing up in there. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets severe warned. I just mentioned them, but that does need another tornado warning near Beggs, Okmulgee, and let's see. Ooh, it's going to be hard to tell. It's in the mess. It's in the rain. There's actually hail wrapping all the way around it. This is all hail and rain mess in here. So actually, I don't think it's on the ground right now, but this could easily produce another tornado coming towards Slick, Beggs, Winchester, Okmulgee, and Morris. That is a pretty dangerous storm here. New severe thunderstorm warnings cover Ozark, Nixa, Republic, Sparta, Branson, Forsyth, up along US 65, Springfield, Willer, Ashgrove, Stratford, Pleasant Hope Boulevard, Fairplay, Buffalo, Humansville, Wablo, Hermitage, Creola, Lowry City. This is all for tornado possible 70-mile-an-hour winds. And quarter-sized hail. There's an area down here near Cassville that has some rotation near Cassville and Purdy, northeast. Could be towards the Highlandville area. And then there's a bunch of areas here north, especially of I-44 right now, that have some spin. This is likely going to continue some of these tornado warnings in here. Right now, there's an area of spin here north of Lockwood, near Greenfield, and also south of Greenfield. These are going to be headed over towards Walnut Grove, towards Dadesville, and towards Arcola. Yeah, there's still a couple areas of spin in here. I wouldn't be surprised if this area gets a tornado warning. Ashgrove, Willard, Bolivar, Fairplay, maybe up towards Stockton. Also areas of spin up in here near Osceola and El Dorado Springs. We've had several extensions here. These are actually pretty tight. Let's scope this one and see if there's anything in here. Couple lower values in here. That could be a quick spin up that's headed up towards Warrensburg and Knob Noster and Lamonte in Missouri. Yeah, it's hard to confirm these. They're right on the leading edge. That one could be something. There could be something right in there. Either way, take this here, Noster. And then that one that's along US or Highway 70. See if we get this one up. Yeah, this one is actually a pretty strong circulation. I need to change my contacts when I get a break here in a minute, but there is nothing showing on CC, but this is quickly moving up towards the Concordia, Missouri area, Allville, Alma, Blackburn, Emma, and Ernestville, Mount Olive, and then Robbins and Fayetteville, Missouri are all behind this now. Yeah, this was south of Warrensburg and the areas around Knob Noster. If you live south of Warrensburg, that is coming your way. The area here around Purdy and Cassville is going to get a tornado warning. Yeah, this is the tornado possible 13 miles west of Cassville. I honestly didn't think, okay, I guess it is pretty far from Cassville still. It's kind of broad rotation, but it's in there. It's this area right in here. I've noticed it for a little while. So the National Weather Service likely noticed it as well. This covers the areas Wheaton, Purdy, McDowell, Butterfield, Exeter, Cassville, and Washburn. I noticed it kind of in the areas along north of Bella Vista a little bit ago. It was a little tighter, honestly. A little tighter a few minutes ago. But either way, still areas of rotation in here near Greenfield, north of Lockwood, between Lockwood and Jericho Springs. And a little bit of a notch here near Ash Grove to watch. The Missouri Tornado Watch, I would say, is quickly verifying. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tornado warnings right now, all in Missouri. And then we have 2 tornado warnings still in Oklahoma. Watching a little notch here near Purdy on the north end of that tornado warning. And then watching the rotation here near Cassville. So there's actually a couple areas to watch here. One near Aurora, Purdy, Monette, and one near Cassville. Once again, we'll take this kind of top to bottom. We'll take this top to bottom. We have a tornado possible here near Concordia, Missouri, along I-70. That's coming up towards Alma, eventually Mount Leonard, Sweet Springs. Not seeing anything super defining of a tornado, but there could be one in there. And then, and that's just radar indicated at the moment, so that's good there. We have another radar indicated rotation. This is now between Leeton and Warrensburg, headed up towards Knob-Noster. Again, not seeing a CC drop there at the moment, but okay. Once again, we have storms kind of on our tail here, so we may get some internet interruptions. So hopefully we can stay on the air here, but there may be a tornado in this area near Leeton. There's a bit of a CC drop in here near Highway PP, coming up towards Knob-Noster. The CC has updated, but the velocity is back further. So I really can't confirm that without getting a better look at the velocity data. It's a few minutes behind here. And we have more tornadoes to cover. So unfortunately, there may be a quick spin up in that Lowry, or in that Knob-Noster one. Here, let's check it again. It's updating now. Yeah, the velocity. If there's a tornado, it's in there between Leeton and Knob-Noster and Warrensburg. And that may be in there. Let me check here. It's close. There's something possibly in there. That's a pretty tight area rotation. Okay, it's updated a little bit. And there's something, a little CC drop in there. So that might be it. Can't tell for sure, but either way, Burtville up to Knob-Noster needs to stay in your safe. All right, stay in your safe space if you're in Knob-Noster area. Also have some ongoing areas of rotation near Osceola and Lowry City. That's coming along Missouri 13. That's a really well-traveled corridor between Southwest Missouri and KC. So a couple areas of rotation there. Right now, just radar indicated. Yeah, not seeing any CC drops in that part of the storm. We have a few areas of rotation near Springfield. There's one still between Jericho Springs and Greenfield. There's another just south of that, but that's weakening. And there's a couple here near Ash Grove that are interesting. Springfield. Okay, these are just damaging winds pretty much coming into the Springfield area. And also a ton of lightning in here. Still have some rotation showing up between Cassville and Purdy. That's lifting northeast towards McDowell, Crane, Hurley. Right in this area here near Butterfield, Exeter, Cassville. And that area, not seeing a CC drop, so that's a good sign. Still have strong storms coming into Grove, Langley, Salina. The areas here near Bella Vista, Rogers, and Bentonville are going to see some pretty heavy storms here in the next little bit. Tornado warning ongoing for Beggs, Okmulgee, and Morris. It looks a little weaker again. So let's see, right in this area. Yeah, it's broadened back out. This storm may frustratingly do this, you know, for hours. It's kind of moved. It's done the same thing since I spotted it a while back near Guthrie and between Guthrie and Edmond, and it just kind of meandered southeast. And sometimes it's had tighter rotation, then it's broadened, and then it's had tighter rotation and broadened, then it's had tighter rotation. Now it's kind of broadening again. So it just had this pattern of broad, tight, broad, tight. It might go broad for a bit, but then I wouldn't be surprised if later down the track it tightens back up, say near Warner, Chakota, Muskogee. Right now it's in the Okmulgee area, but it looks a little bit broad right now, but it could tighten back up as it heads over east-southeast. Tornado warnings are all dropped in the Oklahoma City area, but there are a ton of severe thunderstorms. Some of them have tornado possible, destructive 70-mile-an-hour winds. That is still showing Prague, Shawnee, Tecumseh. A ton of lightning in this storm, and also maybe some small hail near Shawnee there. Still have some strong storms near Norman, non-severe, and then also still some strong storms near the area. I'm going to need my contacts out here in a few minutes, but new severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings out in Missouri. All the way from the Missouri state line down through Unionville, Green City, Milan, Trenton, Chillicothe, Brookfield, Marceline, Carlton, Marshall, Boonville, Sedalia, Warsaw, Bolivar, Springfield, Ozark, and Branson and Forsyth. This area near Sedalia is getting 60-mile-an-hour winds and tornado possible tag. They're also extending the tornado warning in that area near Alma and Concordia up towards, we called them earlier, Mount Leonard, Malta Bend, Marshall, and south of Waverly. That area near Alma is still showing some pretty good rotation here. Can't really tell if it's in there. There could be something in there. There's a couple lower CC values, but it's also right on the leading edge. So it's kind of a broken record story. It's really hard to tell those. I think those are leading edge contamination, but there is a couple CC drops in there. Wouldn't be shocked if that's not on the ground. That could be. Same for this storm near Noster. It's shown pretty tight rotation at points. Looks a little bit broader right now, but coming here south of Noster. Again, there's a couple CC drops right in here that are interesting, but I think they're on the leading edge. So you really can't confirm that. We do have extensions of the tornado warnings I think I mentioned earlier. An observed tornado. This is near Fairplay. This is coming up here, Bolivar and Aldrich. It's over the Stockton Lake right now. Honestly, those storms don't look as potent as they did earlier. But it was this little area rotation here, I think near Dadeville and Fairplay, that was getting warned. Yeah, 7 miles south west of Fairplay. Moving north at 55. So it's a radar confirmed tornado here. That might be it right in there. Yeah, I think that's it right in there, actually. Yeah, so I think this is it in here near Masters and Fairplay. This is what's left of that comma head. I don't know. It's hard to see on my other product, but it could be still on the ground. But if it is, it's still up here near Fairplay, Dunnigan, Clitcote, Bear Creek. Need more Masters in Fairplay. There's a couple other points, I think, along the line that are interesting. There's one there coming up towards Bolivar. There's still this area that's very interesting to me near Ash Grove. That's, I think, one I mentioned earlier, coming up towards Willard and Hackney. And that is, I think, a quickly tightening area of rotation. That would be up towards Willard, Hackney, Ebenezer, and eventually Fair Grove, if that holds together. This storm down here near Cassville is looking more like a shear line. So there's maybe an area rotation there near Butterfield still, but that doesn't look as impressive to me as I thought earlier. We have to watch any little notches like this near Marionville. I don't see any there at the second. Yeah, there's definitely something notchy here near Ash Grove. That would head up towards Pleasant Hope. This area still is kind of rotating near Okmulgee. Yeah. Okmulgee and Morris along US 75 there. And then damaging winds still coming through Shawnee, Craig, Tecumseh, with strong storms still back towards the Norman metro. And even a couple strong storms still down by Duncan. Yep, they're going to warn that area that I just mentioned earlier, near Willard and Shawnee. So that is an area rotation: Willard, Ebenezer, Hackney, Fairgrove, Glidewell, south of Walnut Grove. That is moving northeast at 50. Bois d'Arc about 5 minutes or less. Cave Springs 6 minutes. Willard 8. Ebenezer about 15, and then Pleasant Hope about 20. Actually, a pretty decent area here. 160. We're getting close to the radar, so there's a bit of radar contamination. There could be something in here. This is another leading edge one. There could be something in there. It's really hard to tell with the radar. You can see the rotation on the reflectivity here near Fairplay. Good news is I don't see any debris signature anymore. There still could be some scattering of something in there, but that is lifting up north of Fairplay. Hold on just a second. I gotta switch contacts. Okay, back here. Let's get, there we go. Okay. Let's check audio. All right, audio somehow still sounds good, so that's okay. Contacts are just getting too tired there. So back at it. We have a ton of tornado warnings right now in Missouri. So I'll go top to bottom again. We still have that area rotation near Waverly and Concordia, near Mount Leonard and Malta Bend. Looks a little looser than it did earlier. Can't see a CC, but tornado warning continues Mount Leonard, Malta Bend. Still have that area rotation near Knob Noster. And we called you guys earlier, Lamonte, Useville, north sides of Sedalia. That tornado warning extends out towards Bremen, Newland, Georgetown, Useville, Dresden, Lamonte, and northwest sides of Sedalia. That was the area rotation that earlier I thought I saw something in. Not seeing any CC drop at the moment, but there could be something that quick spins back up. They extended a warning here for this area from Coal Camp, Lincoln, and Warsaw. Down, these were those two areas of rotation. Yeah, they're still in here near Lowry City and Osceola. Not seeing a CC drop on those two, but they're generally coming up towards the Warsaw area. And they've held together for quite a while, so that is a slightly concerning area. So Warsaw, Lincoln, Coal Camp, and part of the Lake of the Ozarks here. If you're along Lakeview Heights, Edmondson, White Branch, Trackner, you guys are all in a tornado warning. Gabriel's Mills, Majorville, Dale, Wisdom, Bentonville, Missouri. We have the other tornado warning up here towards Fairplay and Bolivar. That area looks a little less impressive. There's still, I think, an area of spin in here near Bolivar. And then there's still this weird spinny thing back here towards Fairplay. They are going to say it's still an observed tornado. So 1237 near Bolivar. Okay. This is going to be for the southern end. This is going to be for that area there. That may be a tornado right in there. Also observed tornado near Willard. So right there near Hackney and Willard, it's that area of rotation that I mentioned earlier. Yep, there's two areas of rotation that are likely on the ground. Oh, had to get those warnings out. All right, how to get those warnings out. I don't see as much of a CC drop in the Bolivar storm at the moment. But the area near Hackney and Willard definitely has a pronounced area of rotation. Actually, a very strong area. So I'm going to kind of focus on this one. This is near Hackney, Hetty, and Ebenezer, headed up towards Alsop. Yeah, this one actually has, right in here is your tornado, headed up towards Alsop. Let's go back and see when it was first spotted. This was the area that I warned about near Ash Grove. There it is right here. North side of Willard. Maybe right in here. Near 163. It's moving so fast near the radar. But here it is right in here. Near Hackney and Willard. And now it's right up in here between Hackney and Hetty. Yep, there it is right here between Hackney and Hetty. Along Highway 13. Coming up towards Alsop and Fruitland and Ebenezer. Strong storms coming into Springfield right now. Still some rotation near Cassville, but that's more of a shear line. 70-mile-an-hour winds and tornado possible. And a new severe thunderstorm warning covers areas now east of Springfield. This whole area here from Springfield to St. Robert up to Lebanon, Sedalia is all covered with a large severe thunderstorm warning for destructive winds and tornado possible. We're getting the severe storms now, so if the internet goes out, it goes out. But this is a big area for vacationing with the Lake of the Ozarks in here. So hopefully people know what towns are nearby. This is a very dangerous storm here near Pleasant Grove and Fairhope here and Hetty. Yeah, this is still in here, I think. Coming up towards Hackney. It's, I think, still in here. This is going to be quickly coming up towards Alsop, Goodnight, Fruitland. It's going to get a large tornado warning. Okay, there's still some rotation in here in the Fairplay storm. There is the one south of Humansville and Fleming, and then one coming into Bolivar or Bolivar right now. I don't see CC drops on those at the moment, but still have a tornado warning there. Still tornado warnings for areas around Warsaw and Lincoln. There's still a couple areas of rotation in that area. And then this area is going pretty strong. This area rotation held together for quite a while near Lamonte and Knobnoster. Luckily, I'm not seeing a CC drop in here, but this one is moving pretty quickly towards Hughesville and Sedalia, especially between those two cities. There's more storms up here towards Mount Leonard. Yeah, there's still a couple in here. Mount Leonard coming up towards Marshall. There's also a newer one between Sweet Springs and Marshall, so that may actually require another warning. Quickly, I want to look at Muskogee. They're going to continue the tornado warning for this storm. This is in the area now east of Morris. It's coming towards Boynton, Wainwright, Taft, Summit, Oktaha, and Muskogee. And it's that may be a tornado on the ground. Really hard to see in the CC there. Let's see. Pretty co-located, but we're getting a little bit of interference. Like I see this beam interference here. So there could be something right in here. I don't know for sure. It looked really concerning on the one scan, but now the next scan, it doesn't look like it's there anymore. But either way, take this storm seriously here. Boynton, Summit, Okaha, Muskogee, Wainwright, Taft. Otherwise, it's a severe winds coming towards Okama, Cromwell, Bearden, Walika, Seminole, and out east of Shawnee. I want to get back to, I think, our most clear tornadic storm is this one here near Pleasant Hope and Goodnight. So the velocity is not updated, but it's up here somewhere. And yeah, it's still in here. Yep, there it is. Okay. All right, finally it updated, but the velocity is updated. It's still in here. It's still on the ground. It's right here near Fruitland. This is coming quickly up towards Goodnight, Fruitland, Tintown, Olive, Fair Grove, Elkland, Red Top, March, Charity, and Thorpe. This is it right here along Highway CC and Highway H and Farm Road 167. In addition to the tornado, this has probably 100-mile-an-hour winds plus in here. So even outside of the tornadic threat, it's a bit, let's see, the tornadic threat is right in here, but there's a bit of an outflow set up here just in the Fruitland area. So that is actually some pretty severe winds pushing out towards Fruitland and Fair Grove. The tornadic part of the storm is just sitting just north of that, right in this area here. Right in this area here, just to the northwest of Fair Grove. But Fair Grove on that rear flank downdraft is getting some heavy winds right now. Or Fruitland over to Fair Grove. This is just northwest of Fruitland that the tornadic signature is located. Still seeing a CC drop in there. Springfield, Missouri is getting hit pretty hard with some heavy winds and rain. Just severe warn right now. Still a little broad rotation down near Cassville, but that's just severe warn. And then flood threat is becoming a bigger concern here in southwest Missouri. This is a really hilly area too along 49. There's a bunch of little deep valleys and hills that you kind of go over on 49. So dangerous area for flooding here. Still some weird stuff going on near Summit and Boynton. I think there is something in here. This is actually looking better than it did earlier. Still not seeing a CC drop, but Okay, little weather glitch again. But I think we're back. Strong storms here pushing through Marshall. Still some rotation near Marshall. Looks like it's not going to get extended though. This one probably will. This is a strong signature here between Sedalia and Eustonia. That's headed generally up towards Pilot Grove. Still not seeing a CC drop. There's still a couple questionable values in here. So there could be something in here. I don't know for sure. Still says radar indicated, but wouldn't be surprised if that had a tornado on it. And then there's still a couple areas of circulation here coming up towards Coal Camp and then Stover. Those look weaker than they did earlier. Let's see. The storm near Bolivar, radar indicated, so they've dropped this down to radar indicated. Not seeing as much in the way of rotation there. Still seeing an observed tornado there near Fairgrove, Tin Town, and Olive. Let's see. Good news is not seeing the CC drop like we did just a couple scans ago. There's a couple lower values. This could just be debris that's wafted. I would not be shocked if this cycles again, though. This has got a pretty strong area. It's a little bit outflow dominant right now, and we're getting a big push of wind over towards the Fairgrove area. But still stay in your safe place. If you're Buffalo, Lewisburg, Conway, Phillipsburg, and Fairgrove, Olive, Eklund Beach, Faulkner's Hill, Thorpe, Charity, Hanley, Spring Grove, March, Red Top, Foose. All those places in between. Still seeing strong storms coming through Springfield right now. Strong storms down through Nixa, Galena, and Cassville. A lot of lightning in this. Watching a little notch here near Nixa. Yeah. There's a little notch down here near Nixa that's going to be headed up towards Cody and Palmetto. That is an area to watch here south of Battlefield. And in this area here between Battlefield, Nixa, Gwynn, River Park, Kissick, Fremont Hills, Mentor, Cody, Rogersville, Henderson, and Palmetto. If that tightens up, that could be a problem. Not seeing any CC at the moment, and it's not super tight, but just one to watch. Still have this ongoing situation up here near Goodnight. We should be able to watch it again. Let's go back. And then we can definitely see it here near Hackney. And then as it continues here near Hackney, there it is again, crossing US 13 near Hetty and Hackney. So once again, I think there's something right here near 160 and 123. But then the next scan really shows it here near Z and Hackney. That continues here near Hetty, between Hetty and Hackney. There it is here near Alsop, with a pretty good debris signature. And then here it is near Fruitland and Alsop and H and CC. And then good news is the next scan here near Goodnight in Tin Town, we see a couple lower values, but I think it's lifted. This is, yeah, a bit more outflow dominant now. You can see it's got a big, broader bow pushing out. So right now it's a little more outflow dominant. Still could try and tighten back up here. And if it does, it's in this area here near Red Top and March and Spring Grove. So watch that to tighten back up. Meanwhile, some damaging winds likely pushing through all of that's headed towards Eklund, Thorpe, and Faulkner. And honestly, it's not a tornado on the ground. It may just be because it's going to be 80 to 100 mile an hour winds possibly in this little ball of heavier outflow here. We were pretty close to the radar and it was showing some pretty high values. But yeah, if a new rotation forms, it'll be in this area here near Red Top. And that would come up towards March, Spring Grove, Wall Street, and Long Lane. So definitely stay in your safe space here. This is a dangerous storm. It's produced a damaging tornado once already. Still seeing that little notching here near Nixa that hopefully can get through the populated areas of Springfield without tightening up. But that area there is definitely worth paying attention to towards Fordland, Palmetto, Cody. Still strong rotation showing up here along US 62 southwest of Muskogee. This is that storm that we've been following for quite a long time. Near Boynton, Wainwright, Summit, and Okataha, and Muskogee. You guys are still in a warning. There may be something back in here, but it's really hard. It's been hard to tell because the rain and hail are wrapping back in here. And there's a bit of a radar contamination with all the rain and hail between these two storms. So it's a little bit hard to see exactly what's going on back in this storm, which is even an extra reason that you need to take it seriously here. And then still some severe thunderstorms, Seminole, Cromwell, Okemos. There's also a bit of rotation here southwest or southeast of Okemos. That's headed towards Henrietta. That area is going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning. That is also an area that may need a tornado warning if that continues. Henrietta, Chicata, and Eufaula. Not seeing any CC drops, so that's good. This is another area. They had a couple land spouty tornadoes the last weekend, but this area around Eufaula and Carlton Landing is also a pretty good tourist area with lakefront cottages and things. So again, hopefully there's some people in here that know what cities and counties are around them. That way, if a warning comes out, they know it's actually their county. This summer, make sure you know what cities are around and what county you're in. This could eventually tighten up and need a tornado warning. It's starting to notch up a little bit. I'm not seeing anything in the CC, but that is a strengthening area rotation, let's just say. This is gonna all get an extension. Wewoka, Seminole, Cromwell. Yeah, this is right now probably our most concerning couplet at the moment. That is close to producing a tornado. That's coming towards Wainwright, Okataha, Summit, and Grandview Heights, and Keefton. If it's not producing a tornado yet, it probably will soon. We already have a ton of damage reports from wind and a possible tornado near Carthage. But likely these are damaging winds. Widespread tree damage. Some tin roofs torn off. Limbs broken. Joplin area got hit pretty hard here. Handful of power lines down. Already at the Springfield airport. The airport radar station measured 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's at the National Weather Service there. So that is definitely a reliable source. And then still watching this area of rotation. It was originally a tornado on the ground, but this is lifted, but it's coming up towards Buffalo. If that intensifies again towards Lebanon, had a little bit of reduction of the tornado warning, so that's a good sign. But still, this area here, Slater, Glasgow, Fayette, and west of Higbee, there are an area of circulation here around Marshall and Slater headed towards Glasgow. That's in central Missouri, north of Boonville. There's also this area near Sedalia, Smithville, and Pilot Grove. Still an area rotation in here, lifting towards Pilot Grove. Not tornado warned right now, but there's still a couple areas of rotation to watch here near Stover and Versailles. The one on the north side, Stover towards Versailles, looks a little punchier and tighter. So that is an area to watch. All this area could have quick spin-ups, essentially. And then, yeah, still seeing some broad rotation in that storm. But right now, it's a little more outflow dominant. You can really see that surge. It's really starting to surge. If it tightens back up, it would be in that area south of Buffalo. It doesn't look like it's doing that at the moment. Right now, it's just going to be a damaging wind threat, especially pushing towards Phillipsburg and Conway along I-44. All right. Iowa's getting back into the action here. We have a tornado warning near Indianola. This looks like the line is interacting with some outflow. So that's created a little area of localized vorticity. And yeah, it's right up in here near Indianola. Not seeing any CC drop at the moment, but it's actually an interesting area of rotation. It's kind of riding now up along the outflow boundary. And right now the outflow boundary is right over Indianola, so this is actually putting it on kind of a center line towards Indianola here. So that is an interesting area of rotation. Again, yeah, the storms are weaker north of Des Moines, so they're really pushing out this outflow boundary. You can see it all along here. And the storms are a little stronger south of Des Moines, and they're pushing against this outflow boundary. So that's what's created the area of rotation that's now moving kind of along the outflow boundary. Right in the Indianola, Axworth area up towards Hartford. Again, it's hard to tell that there could be something in there. There's a couple lower CC values right by my cursor. There's a few of these greens and blues that aren't really lined up with clear air. There's some clear air here. That's your inflow. It's coming in like this. And then here's your outflow. That may be on the ground. That might be it right there. This little CC drop in here. It's coming up towards Indianola and Ackworth. So yeah, if that is the tornado, it's right in that little notch. So we'll check that in another minute. a big new area of severe thunderstorms: Unionville, Kirksville, La Plata, Macon. This has been extended out from the original Marceline, Unionville area. Eventually, I think all of Missouri is, this northern part is probably all going to get, eventually Quincy, Hannibal, that area is probably going to get a new weather warning. And then I do see it on here. Okay, we have a new tornado watch area. This covers eastern Missouri and western Illinois. It basically covers everything that's not in a severe thunderstorm warning in Missouri right now, because basically the western half of Missouri is one giant severe thunderstorm warning with some embedded tornado warnings. So this covers Quincy, Illinois, Hannibal, Missouri, Columbia, Missouri, Jefferson City, Missouri, Fort Leonard Wood, West Plains, Poplar Bluff, Farmington, Sullivan, Bourbon, Kirkwood, Chesterfield, St. Louis, Alton, Illinois, Belleville, Illinois, Waterloo, Illinois, all the way up towards Springfield, Jacksonville, Illinois, and then Quincy, and then also the areas just east of the current watch around the Kirksville area. This goes to, it's a couple tornadoes possible, isolated hail quarter size possible, and scattered gusts up to 70. So it's not quite as high priority as the watches back farther. Those ones had like tornadoes likely, or 80-mile-an-hour winds likely, or ping pong ball sized hail. This one has a little, I guess, more positive wording if you're in this area. Basically, so this goes until 8 a.m. 8 a.m. Central Time. So that is a long time from now. It is 1:13 a.m. Central Time. So this is going another. Oh, good. The clock on our stream. I don't know if you guys noticed, but we redid some of the graphics and format. So I can also pull out those cameras. We didn't get a lot on camera today, but if we need to, we can go full with the camera, stuff like that. But the clock did switch over to the next day and the time, so that's good to see. I didn't test the clock going into a new day, so I'm slightly surprised they put a tornado watch. I thought maybe it would be a severe thunderstorm watch, but I guess they're expecting these QLCS spin-ups to continue. Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah, so I was reading the mesoscale discussion for this, and looks like the Storm Prediction Center does say that a downstream watch was needed. Damaging gusts and line embedded tornadoes remain possible as the QLCS moves eastward. So that's why this is a tornado watch and not a severe thunderstorm watch. It looks like beyond the damaging wind threat, they are expecting the little spin-ups to continue. So that is a unfortunate for Missouri here. A couple areas got new tornado generally lifting towards Moberly. They're in Keatsville, Salisbury, south of Marceline, near the Brunswick area. And then between Slater and Glasgow, moving towards Fayette. There's also still a pretty good area rotation near Pilot Grove. Probably a little bit east there. That's clear air. As long as the radar updated, right? Yeah, so the rotation would be right in here near Pilot Grove. Good news is there's no tornado warnings right now in southern Missouri. There are a couple areas of rotation. There's still that rotation near Lebanon. That's lifting up along 44. It's hard to see. There may be something in here near Versailles and Lori. And it finally looks like our rotation down near Muskogee is weakening. So this is going back to a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag and large hail possible. But it's starting to bow out a little bit. And actually you can see pretty much right along this line that I just drew. You can see the outflow here. So it's becoming a little more outflow dominant. It's going to be a little harder to really tap that rotation unless it keeps holding on to this area on the north side of the outflow. That's the only area here that could continue to get some tornado genesis here. It still has access to some inflow, and then it can wrap its cool air out on the outflow. So it still has a chance to rotate. Wouldn't be surprised if it did. But right now it's kind of being incorporated into this big line of storms that is also going to increase the flood threat. Let's see. Yeah, we're increasing the flood threat here towards Tulsa, Pryor Creek, Bella Vista, and even up towards the Monette and Purdy area. This area has already had now 3 to 4 inches of rain, and in much of this area it's still falling. Also more rain falling here near I-44, Chandler, Bristow. Guthrie had probably like 6 inches of rain. So there's quite a bit of a flood threat in here as the night goes on. And I think, unfortunately, we're going to hear more about this tornado. The one that started around Hominy and points just east. Pretty sure I got this track down, but it started kind of east-northeast of Cleveland, east of Hominy. And then it looks like it just made a pretty straight northeast push through Barnsdall, and then Bartlesville, and then somewhere in the Bartlesville area lifted and faded and pulled a little bit to the north. So I think we got a pretty good track on this. I'll be interested to see how this kind of lines up with the National Weather Service track. It could have started a little bit earlier, but I don't think it did, but it could have started a little bit earlier. And either way, yeah, it pulled northeast near Hominy and just steamrolled through Barnsdall. And then it came in pretty hard into the southwest side of Bartlesville. And luckily it like lifted on the north side as it pulled into the line of storms that was pushing south and southeast, and the storm was moving more northeast, as it kind of collided into that, it got pulled to the north and incorporated in that. So that's what really did it in. Is it got sideswiped by the line of storms coming at it. But it doesn't sound very positive right now in Barnsdall. So if you if you're religious, put them in your thoughts and prayers tonight. It sounds like new tornado warning. Looks like it's for this area here near Indianola and Pleasantville, moving towards Monroe, Pella, Knoxville, Lake Red Rock, Otley, Prairie City, Reesner, and Newton. Maybe a couple other notches in this too, but this area is kind of showing that same sort of notching that we've seen a little further south into Missouri. Basically, you have an area going towards Monroe and another area going towards Knoxville and Pella. This all is missing the Des Moines area. The storms in Des Moines are outflow dominant, so you guys have had the worst of it kind of push through. So that's some good news for the Des Moines area. But east of there could be a couple more tornado warnings. A big bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings here in northern Missouri, and then still a bunch of ongoing tornado warnings here in anyway. These are okay. I think we're back. Had a pretty good lightning strike. These are all possible QLCS spin-ups here, coming eventually towards the Moberly, Columbia area, here near Boonville, south of Marceline, Salisbury, Muscle Fork, Glasgow, Fayette, Boonville area, Windsor Place. There's just a ton of tornado warnings in there. They're going to extend out severe thunderstorm warnings for tornado possible. That goes through Columbia, Jeff City, Fulton, Mexico, Moberly, Macon, La Plata, Kirksville. Just a massive amount of severe thunderstorms. Grinnell, Okaloosa, in Iowa here, Ottumwa, Bloomfield, Centerville, and Albia. That's all in southern Iowa. Down through Kirksville, Columbia. Anyway. We're having some pretty good internet connections here with the lightning around. But this is a massive amount of severe thunderstorm warnings with embedded tornadoes. This is all going to continue making its way south and east towards St. Louis, Quincy, Jefferson City, Rolla, and eventually towards like West Plains and Poplar Bluff. But with warnings getting extended out from there. In general, it looks like the strongest tornado threat is decreasing. That does not mean there's not going to be more tornadoes. In fact, there could still be in this storm alone. There's still some rotation in there. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets eventually another tornado warning. Muskogee had a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust. 75 with trees blocking the airport road. So even if you don't get a tornado warning, this storm still means business out towards Stillwell, Mountainburg, Cedarville, West Fork. Here, if it gets into western Arkansas, there's also a few storms that have popped up here near Clarksville and Ozark. They're moving north. They could pose a isolated threat here for hail, damaging winds, and even a tornado. So we need to be cautious of those. Like, so these are pushing into an area that had tornadoes last week here near Sulphur. Luckily, they seem to be a little bit on the downtrend, but there could be some isolated severe threat here in all these areas too. And then again, we have quite a bit of severe weather possible overnight. We have a tornado watch down here till 5 a.m. We have this tornado watch till 8 a.m. The western Missouri, southwest Missouri one is, I think, till 4 a.m. if I remember right, down in this area. So there's kind of a split here. There's the 8 a.m., the 4 a.m. This is the 5 a.m. Is up towards Des Moines was 4 a.m., but you're going to get through most of that before then. I would also guess they're going to have a downstream watch in somewhere in eastern Iowa here. Let's see if they have even talked about that at all. Haven't seen any watch discussions lately, but if these stay severe, I would guess there's going to be at least some type of severe thunderstorm or tornado watch for western Illinois and southeast Iowa. So it's been a day. Still ongoing. Couple areas of rotation near Knoxville, and then one up here. So yeah, still that area near Boonville. So at 1:33 Central Time, this is basically your current look here. We have an ongoing line of severe thunderstorms with embedded QLCS tornadoes, essentially from the I-80 area and Des Moines south through central Missouri, southwest Missouri, into eastern Oklahoma at the moment. We have a couple areas of possibly discrete cells that could pop out ahead of those, so we still need to watch that area, especially in northern Arkansas and southeast Oklahoma for any discrete cells. But largely the risk is going to come from the wind damaging thunderstorms in the line, Boeing segments that have extra wind damage, and then also the QLCS spin-up tornadoes. And we've had numerous ones of those since this started to organize, from the Des Moines area all the way down through Kansas City area, central Missouri, southwest Missouri, north of Springfield. So far, the QLCS tornadoes have stayed away from the big cities. They've been outside of Des Moines, outside of KC, and outside of Springfield. So we've gotten lucky there so far. But there's still a number of those warnings here in effect. And then until 8 a.m., the tornado watch for eastern Missouri and western Illinois. I would guess there's eventually going to be some type of watch here in western Illinois and eastern Iowa. And wouldn't be shocked if there's even Arkansas. And same for Iowa and Illinois. I don't know if it would be a tornado watch. It could be a severe thunderstorm watch, since the tornado risk is maybe a little lower up there. But either way, it's going to be a long night. we have some pretty sketchy internet right now. And then plan for tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to have whatever's left of this ongoing. So we'll have whatever's left of this ongoing. And then new storms are expected to develop in the Ohio Valley and the lower Great Lakes. So somewhere here, and this got enhanced. Again, Indianapolis to Columbus, Cincinnati, Dayton, up to Fort Wayne, Indiana, are all in an enhanced risk tomorrow. And let's see, did they increase the tornado risk? They did. They did increase the tornado risk. So now we have a 10% hatched risk. That includes northern Kentucky, western Ohio, and much of Indiana. And then also a 5% risk that stretches out through Cleveland, Detroit, up towards the Lansing area, back to Chicago, much of eastern Illinois, southern Missouri, and areas northwest of Tennessee, Nashville area. Much of the area east of Nashville in the 2% risk today. So this is a 5% risk, and then this is a 10% plus hatched. So there is a tornado-driven enhanced risk tomorrow for the Northeast, or for the, not quite the Northeast, but the Ohio Valley and parts of the Tennessee Valley and the Great Lakes. So that's tomorrow. There's a 15% risk for damaging winds, and also much of that tornado area is covered by a hatched risk for damaging hail. So tomorrow looks like it's going to be not quite as severe as today, but still some pretty big severe weather expected tomorrow. And then still this whole area comes back under fire on Wednesday with likely another tornado outbreak. I would not be surprised if a little bit of this gets cut back towards the Kansas City area, and it looks like it has a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if this gets shaved a little bit more east. But either way, there's an enhanced risk that covers southwest Missouri, eastern Oklahoma, into the Arklatex, much of Arkansas, Memphis area, much of Tennessee, basically the northern half of Tennessee, basically all of Kentucky, southern Indiana, southern Illinois, and then much of eastern Missouri, eastern and southern Missouri. This is going to be, I think, a bigger tornado threat. If it goes even more enhanced, it's going to be, I think, this area from the Memphis area up to maybe the Louisville area. This could get even an enhancement beyond the current risk, either enhanced with a hatch or even a moderate. I think there's somewhere in here near the confluence of the Ohio and Mississippi that has a bit of higher tornado chance. Again, I haven't looked at the models since we really started the stream this afternoon, but earlier this morning I was looking at models, and it showed maybe a bit higher risk in this area. So from the areas just south of St. Louis, or even in St. Louis, southern Illinois, southwest Indiana, and then kind of northwestern Tennessee into the Memphis area. So this area I think could get a little higher. So we'll have to see that in another day or two. There's also a large slight risk that even goes down towards Atlanta, Birmingham, just north of the Jackson area, even into Shreveport, and all the way down to Waco, back up closer to the I-35 corridor, and then also across like Springfield, Bloomington, Indianapolis, Dayton, and into West Virginia again. So this is a pretty big area of severe weather. That's Wednesday. This is Wednesday. There's also a bit of a risk on day 4. Yeah, there it is. Day 4 even has a risk towards the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast. and even back, possibly trailing into Texas again. So, pretty big area here. Also possible later in the week. Day 4, I guess that's Thursday. Before we finish up, there is a new tornado warning here for that storm that I've mentioned before between Muskogee and Stillwell. So that storm is going to continue firing a tornado warning. It's radar indicated at the moment, but yeah, if you're out ahead of that storm, that is one of the stronger ongoing kind of non-QLCS storms. That one is actually a more like an embedded supercell. It's still kind of an embedded supercell in here. Yeah, there it is right there. Doesn't look like it's showing up on CC yet, but yeah, if you're out ahead of this towards Stillwell, areas here in West Fork, Winslow, Chester, Mountainburg, and in western Arkansas, that storm is generally headed east, so that's one to watch. Should slide north of Fort Smith. So that's going to be it for now. We're having a little bit of internet struggles with the storms in the area, but I think we managed through most of the strongest part of this severe weather outbreak for today. And we'll reset and stay weather aware. Have multiple ways to get warnings, especially if you're out ahead of this QLCS and also south and east of it here in Oklahoma and Arkansas. Please stay weather aware overnight. Have multiple ways to get warnings. Have your phones on for weather alerts, your NOAA weather radios, and be ready to take your tornado action plan. Generally, I think it's a good idea to have a tornado action plan for daytime and a separate one for nighttime, because you nighttime have to add the time, to get dressed or to throw in shoes, that kind of stuff. Gather up the pups, you kind of want to have a plan for both. Or plan for having kids at one end of the house and the parents are at the other end. So you may want to have a plan for both in the future too. A nighttime tornado threat and a daytime one. Daytime ones can be a little easier because you can all kind of gather in the living room, watch the TV or watch us streaming, and then be ready to act when the tornado warning happens. But here, at night, everybody's kind of in their own beds, so it can be actually a little bit slower reaction time. So definitely be weather aware. Yeah, I think it was 5 a.m. and 8 a.m. for these tornado watches here in eastern Missouri and then into Arkansas and southern Oklahoma. So thanks for joining us tonight. Stay safe, everyone. And we will have further updates tomorrow, live streams likely tomorrow as we cover the Great Lakes and the severe weather out here tomorrow. If this QLCS is still potent, we may have 2 streams tomorrow. We may have one in the morning to cover whatever's left of the QLCS, and then we'll have the afternoon stream to cover the PM severe out here in the Ohio River Valley. All right, thank you for joining us.